Controlling Zombies is a gripping novel set in a post-apocalypse world. Protagonist Xie Tian gains the extraordinary ability to control zombies. He can link with them and evolve together, turning them into allies for his survival. Equipped with this power, Xie Tian navigates a perilous world, gathers supplies, and assembles a team. From solitary survival to leading a group, he faces threats from zombies and tests of humanity. His journey to the north in search of family demonstrates resilience and wisdom. The novel's tight-knit plot and vivid descriptions illustrate the fight for survival and the glimmers of hope in a desperate situation, immersing readers in a world filled with danger and promise. Xie Tian curled up in a corner of the street, hiding behind a garbage bin. His eyes never left the small supermarket across the road. He hadn't eaten for over a day and was too hungry to think straight. But reason kept him back. He knew he could take on no more than 2 zombies at a time. If he rushed in, he'd risk being bitten. The zombies virus had erupted without warning a month ago. Xie Tian, a college senior, had witnessed the transformation of people around him into mindless zombies. The virus spread through the air with an infection rate of over 85. Only 15 of the population was immune. Those infected would die within 3 days and then rise as zombies. Scientists confirmed that the virus could also strengthen the zombies' bodies, allowing them to evolve. The higher evolved zombies were named E1, and those evolved again were called E2. The supermarket's glass door was smashed. Xie Tian cautiously peeked inside. It was in disarray, but there was no sign of zombies. He wasn't sure if the place had been ransacked or if there was still food left. He had to take the risk. With a deep breath, Xie Tian stepped into the supermarket. The empty shelves and scattered goods greeted him. He was disappointed to find mostly daily necessities and no food. As he turned to leave, a half-body zombie crawled out from under a counter and grabbed his ankle. Xie Tian quickly severed the zombie's head with his machete and fled. He returned to his underground Hideo Yuta sewage pipe. There, he lay exhausted, wondering if he could survive another day. Chapter 2. Evolution. Xie Tian lay in the sewage pipe, feeling feverish. He was weak, and his vision blurred. He knew he might have been infected by the virus through a wound from broken glass. As his consciousness faded, he thought of his parents in Yanjing and wished he had died in the sunlight. When he awoke, he was still in the same dark pipe. To his surprise, he was alive that he felt stronger than before. He decided to head north to Yanjing to find his parents. On his way to a small alley near the underground pipe, Xie Tian encountered a zombie. The zombie, with a missing lower body and exposed intestines, tried to bite him. Xie Tian managed to kick it away and kill it with his machete. Despite the close call, he was determined to find food. He reached the supermarket again and searched for food. He found some meat and vegetables in cans, which gave him some hope. As he was about to leave, a hand grabbed his ankle from under a counter. It was the half-body zombie again. Xie Tian killed it and left the supermarket. Back in his hideout, Xie Tian reflected on his situation. He knew he couldn't survive for long without food. He decided to try his luck again the next day, but this time with more caution. The next day, Xie Tian waited until the street was clear of zombies. He then dashed to the supermarket, avoiding any contact. Once inside, he searched for food once more. This time, he found some canned goods and managed to leave without attracting any zombies. He returned to his hideout, feeling relieved but still hungry. As days went by, Xie Tian's situation grew more desperate. He tried various methods to find food, but each time he faced danger. He realized that he couldn't survive alone in this world. He needed to find a way to cope with the zombies and the other survivors who were also desperate for food. One day, while searching for food, Xie Tian stumbled upon a zombie. To his surprise, he found that he could somehow connect with the zombie's mind. He could see through the zombie's eyes and even control its movements. This discovery changed everything for Xie Tian. He realized that he had a unique ability that could help him survive in this world of the dead. With this new power, he began to explore the possibilities of controlling zombies and using them to his advantage. His journey in the apocalypse had just begun, and he was determined to make it to Yanjing, no matter what. Chapter 3. Manipulation. Xie Tian began to experiment with commanding the zombies to move in accordance with his directives, rather than fully controlling them through mental intrusion. He did not transfer his consciousness into the body of the zombie. Instead, he issued commands within his own mind. However, he noted that the zombie's movements appeared somewhat rigid, and its responses to his commands were sluggish. Directly controlling the zombie would grant him access to its sensory perceptions and vision, thus enhancing his ability to guide it. Nonetheless, this approach proved to be overwhelming, as it was akin to possessing 2 bodies and their corresponding senses simultaneously. His brain struggled to effectively process the information relayed from both himself and the zombie, inevitably leading to a lack of focus. While issuing commands to the zombie was simpler, merely requiring him to formulate the necessary instructions in his mind, the commands needed to be exceedingly detailed. The zombie lacked independent thought and could not reason on its own. For instance, when Xie Tian attempted to instruct the zombie to pick up a large stone lying on the ground, the zombie was unable to comply. He had to break down the task into smaller steps, commanding it to bend down first, then to extend its hand and grasp the stone. It felt akin to playing a first-person video game, where each action necessitated a specific command. Xie Tian was elated. He was on the verge of releasing the pent-up gloom that had burdened him for so long. Not only had he miraculously survived a grave ordeal, but he had also inexplicably regained his health. Most thrilling of all, he had unexpectedly acquired the ability to control zombies, which provided him with a glimmer of hope and leverage for survival in this apocalyptic world. Life ahead would surely not be as arduous as it had been before. At that moment, a zombie suddenly appeared at the alley's entrance, likely drawn by the frantic roar he had emitted earlier. It was evident that the zombie was female, dressed in a manner reminiscent of a corporate professional, though her attire was tattered and in disarray. The most shocking sight was her right calf, which had been gnawed down to a mere, ghastly white skeleton. Upon spotting Xie Tian, the female zombie charged towards him, propelled by a frenzied hunger, undoubtedly considering him her next meal. Xie Tian hurriedly retreated, mentally commanding his zombie to confront her. It seemed that zombies were indifferent to one another and did not engage in attacks against their kind. His zombie effectively blocked the path of the advancing female zombie. Yet she appeared fixated solely on Xie Tian. She made several attempts to shake off the zombie obstructing her, but her physical prowess was significantly inferior, preventing her from achieving her goal. It was clear that the female zombie was weaker in comparison to the one Xie Tian controlled, standing at barely 160 centimeters. She was disadvantaged, and despite both being ordinary zombies without any evolution, their strength was heavily influenced by their physical capabilities in life. Those who were robust as humans retained a measure of that strength even in their zombie forms. Knock her down. Xie Tian commanded his zombie to push the female zombie to the ground and securely restrain her limbs, rendering her immobile. Let me take over. Xie Tian rubbed his palms together, recalling how he had just controlled a zombie with a force akin to mental energy. He then turned his thoughts to the female zombie before him, pondering the possibility of controlling her as well. Approaching her, he leaned down and fixated on her blood-red eyes, attempting to employ the same method he had used previously. Time and again he tried, his eyes growing sore from the strain. Yet the zombie continued to roar at him incessantly, concluding that this endeavor was futile. Xie Tian resigned himself to the notion that his mental strength had not yet reached a sufficient level. He had already felt his brain grow weary from the earlier exertion, likely consuming a significant amount of mental energy, making it improbable to control a second zombie at this moment. With the attempt to control failing, Xie Tian decisively issued detailed commands to his zombie, instructing it to lift a large stone and relentlessly smash it against the female zombie's head until it was reduced to a pulpy mess. The control center of the zombie lay in the brainstem. Should the head be severed or subjected to a heavy blow, the zombie would indeed perish. Thus, the female zombie succumbed after her head was thoroughly crushed. Bravo, my friend, Xie Tian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to his zombie. From now on, your codename shall be Scion. The zombie, devoid of consciousness, could not respond, but Xie Tian reveled in his own amusement. After indulging himself in this moment of excitement, he decided to return to the underground tunnel where he resided, intending to have the Scion assist in scavenging for supplies. The sheer number of zombies on the streets was unknown, and as a human, he was the preferred prey of these creatures. If several zombies were to take notice of him, he could find himself in grave danger. The Scion, however, posed no such risk, being a zombie himself. The only threat to him was humanity. Reclining on the cool mat in the underground tunnel, Xie Tian's senses became entirely attuned to the Scion. This mental control felt akin to becoming the Scion himself, guiding its body as effortlessly as he controlled his own. In fact, the Scion's superior physical prowess granted Xie Tian an instinctual sense of strength. This was Xie Tian's first venture onto the once bustling streets since the apocalypse. Now, the thoroughfare lay in a state of utter disarray. The sidewalks were lined with shattered and looted shops, while numerous wrecked vehicles lay overturned or abandoned in various positions. A bus lay sideways at the roadside, its front windshield shattered, and some zombies had taken refuge inside, using it as a shelter from the sun. The number of zombies wandering the streets was relatively sparse, as most seemed to prefer the shadows, particularly congregating in the dimly lit shops. As he ventured further, approaching an intersection, Xie Tian spotted a throng of zombies gathered in the middle of the wide road, encircling 4 SUVs. Straining to get closer, he tiptoed and discovered that the zombies had completely demolished the vehicles, dragging the occupants out to partake in a gruesome feast. "I'm so hungry." Xie Tian gently caressed the Scion's abdomen, instinctively sensing his need for energy. His gaze fell upon the mangled corpses, and the scent of blood permeating the air intensified his hunger. At that moment, Xie Tian could discern the scion's physical condition, realizing that he had gone a considerable time without sustenance. If he wished to maintain long-term control over the scion, he first needed to ensure the scion was well fed. Furthermore, as a zombie, for the scion to evolve, a continuous supply of fresh protein was essential. The flesh and blood of humans represented the optimal choice for such nourishment. Xie Tian also recognized a grave predicament. To guarantee the combat prowess of the super scion, he would need to provide a constant stream of food. Should rapid evolution be desired, an even greater quantity of sustenance would be necessary. Yet, as a mere human, he could not compel the scion to kill indiscriminately, presenting a rather perplexing dilemma. Nevertheless, these were already deceased corpses. As long as he managed to control the situation and prevent unnecessary killings, he could find solace in that thought. Thus, Xie Tian resolved to allow the scion to seize some corpses nearby to satiate his hunger. However, the sheer number of zombies proved overwhelming, making it impossible for Xie Tian to push through. Although the scion possessed commendable physical attributes, many of the zombies vying for the corpses were robust adult males, equally matched with the scion, some even possessing greater strength. In exasperation, Xie Tian resorted to destruction. He first lifted a dilapidated tire from the ground and hurled it forcefully towards a distant car. The resounding crash and the car's alarm immediately attracted the attention of the zombies. Instinctively, most turned towards the source of the noise. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Tian dove into the throng of zombies, grasping one that was voraciously devouring the entrails of a corpse and dragging it out, taking its place. Gazing upon the disemboweled corpse before him, Xie Tian felt a wave of nausea, yet the scion's stomach was already devoid of contents, expelling only a foul, black liquid. Resolutely, he decided it would be best for the scion to feed on his own. It was inappropriate for him to observe any longer. He issued a command for the scion to eat, hastily withdrawing his consciousness. Fortunately, the zombies possessed a natural predatory instinct, requiring neither excessive commands nor repetition. A single command to eat prompted the scion to pounce upon the remains with fervor. Moreover, surrounded by his kin and devoid of human presence, the situation bore no threat. Chapter 4. Relocation. Xie Tian patiently awaited for half an hour. When he once again focused his consciousness on the scion, the multitude of zombies that had once gathered had scattered like birds and beasts. The ground was strewn with human skeletons and blood. Nearly every edible part of the corpses had been frantically devoured by the zombies. The scion had satiated his hunger, his stomach swollen, undoubtedly filled with the flesh and entrails of humans. Xie Tian fought the urge to vomit. Although the scion was now well fed, he remained in a state of extreme hunger. His most pressing need was to procure food for himself. The 4 off-road vehicles, battered and overturned by the zombies, lay nearby. Xie Tian approached and meticulously examined the contents of each vehicle. The supplies within these 4 cars were scant. Combined, the food and water would only sustain one person for a little over 10 days. Considering the scale of at least 7 or 8 individuals, such a meager supply appeared woefully inadequate. It was evident that these people had sought to escape the city in numbers due to a lack of resources, only to meet their demise when confronted by a horde of zombies. Xie Tian utilized a mountaineering backpack he found in one of the vehicles to gather all the usable supplies. After filling it with food and water, he unexpectedly discovered a black pistol outside one of the car doors. Having a slight acquaintance with firearms, Xie Tian quickly recognized it as a Type 54 pistol, once widely issued to military and police forces. However, this weapon had long been supplanted by more advanced firearms, and to his dismay, it was devoid of ammunition. Amidst a pile of blood-soaked clothing, he found a spare magazine filled with bullets, 8 in total. Xie Tian regarded this find as a treasure, placing both the pistol and magazine into his backpack. In the desolate city, firearms were not particularly practical, despite their superior lethality compared to blades. The loud report could attract zombies from hundreds or even thousands of meters away. Nonetheless, possessing such a weapon for self-defense proved invaluable in critical moments. It could very well save his life. With the backpack secured, Xie Tian guided the scion to the manhole cover located in a narrow alley. After ensuring that no zombies were in sight, he withdrew his consciousness from the scion's body, impatiently prying open the manhole cover and pulling the backpack inside. Having not eaten for an extended period, Xie Tian's previous sustenance had primarily consisted of puffy snacks, rendering any meat a luxurious fantasy. However, this time was different. The backpack contained primarily canned goods, with meats and vegetables rivaling delicacies in the apocalypse. Aware that he had been famished for quite some time, Xie Tian knew he could not indulge excessively. He painstakingly consumed a 500-gram can of beef, taking his time and forcing himself to pause several times to resist the gnawing hunger. Having resolved the issue of hunger, Xie Tian contemplated his next course of action. After being confined within the sewer for such an extended period, he felt on the brink of succumbing to depression. Although the underground offered far more safety than the surface, he could no longer afford to linger in this place. He yearned to leave the city, to journey northward back to Yanjing. Now that he had secured a sufficient supply of food and had the formidable Scion as an ally, the time had come to depart and relocate to a new destination. Before the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, Xie Tian was a senior student, having spent 4 years in Yancheng, and he was well acquainted with the geography of the area. If he intended to exit the city from the north, he would need to traverse at least 20 kilometers, advancing cautiously and gradually. Consequently, the Yancheng Sports Arena, located approximately 3 kilometers away, emerged as the ideal next stop in Xie Tian's mind. The sports arena was designed with a closed structure, with its entrance on the south and exit on the north, ensuring excellent security. If the gates were shut, zombies would be unable to breach its defenses. Moreover, the arena was spacious, and crucially, it was not situated in a densely populated area. When the zombie virus erupted, it was unlikely anyone would have the leisure to visit the arena. Thus, it lacked the inherent conditions for a large congregation of zombies. And the absence of people signified a lack of food. The predatory instinct of zombies meant they would not gather in places devoid of humans. 3 kilometers may not seem extensive, but given the current perilous situation with zombies roaming freely outside, it felt like a daunting distance. To avoid attracting the attention of zombies, Xie Tian resolved not to drive, opting instead for a cautious approach on foot. Any misstep could lead to a fate akin to those unfortunate corpses he had encountered outside, becoming mere sustenance for the undead. Having charted his route, Xie Tian decided to act swiftly while daylight still lingered. After all, zombies were most active at night, and delaying until dusk would heighten the danger. Once again, he directed his consciousness to control the Scion, gaining access to its heightened perception. It was now around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and most zombies had chosen to shelter in the shade along the roadside, seemingly in a state of slumber. This appearance, however, was merely a strategy for conserving energy. When lacking prey, they would rest in a manner akin to hibernation, expending minimal energy to survive. Yet, once they detected a target, they would unleash their full physical prowess to pursue it with relentless vigor. At this moment, numerous zombies lay in wait along the roadside, necessitating a plan to divert their attention. Otherwise, attempting to navigate this route would undoubtedly invite significant trouble given the abundance of zombies. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles, and Xie Tian's gaze fell upon a police car awkwardly parked at the roadside, sparking an idea in his mind. Zombies possessed agility comparable to that of normal humans, often exceeding it. Furthermore, with Xie Tian's consciousness directing the Scion, any task achievable by a human, including driving, was within reach. He approached the police car and discovered the driver's side door ajar, revealing a zombie clad in a police uniform sprawled inside. With a decisive movement, he prepared to act. Xie Tian delivered a resounding slap to the zombie-like police officer, who awoke with a start, baring his teeth and letting out a growl. However, upon realizing that he too was a mere zombie, the officer turned back, intending to return to slumber. Seizing the moment, Xie Tian yanked him from the vehicle. And as the officer stumbled out, he delivered a swift kick to the officer's rear, propelling him a considerable distance away. The car keys remained inside. Once settled in the driver's seat, Xie Tian silently rejoiced and attempted to start the vehicle. The engine trembled gently before roaring to life. The idle hum of the engine roused the surrounding zombies, who instinctively gravitated towards the source of the noise. Without hesitation, Xie Tian pressed the accelerator and sped away, blaring the piercing siren. The cacophony of the engine and the wail of the siren startled the majority of zombies on the road, and soon he found himself steering westward, trailed by a horde of the undead. After driving 2 kilometers, he was finally encircled by an overwhelming mass of zombies approaching from the west. It was time. Xie Tian quickly withdrew his consciousness, donned his mountaineering backpack, and secured the safety latch. He then tucked his handgun into the small of his back and grasped a serrated machete in his hand as he climbed out from the manhole cover. The earlier actions of the Scion had effectively diverted nearly all the zombies on this road, significantly alleviating the pressure on Xie Tian. He crouched low and cautiously stepped forward, keeping a vigilant eye on the path ahead and the flanks. After traversing nearly a kilometer without encountering any zombies, he allowed himself to entertain the notion that he might successfully reach the stadium today. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, 5 or 6 zombies suddenly surged from a nearby shop, charging directly at him. They were merely a couple of 100 meters away and closing in with alarming speed. Panic struck Xie Tian momentarily, but he quickly pivoted and began to run back. At that instant, he spotted 3 more zombies emerging from a nearby intersection behind him. His mind raced. Instinct urged him to retreat, yet the peril of doing so loomed larger. If he were to be even slightly hindered by the 3 zombies behind him, the 5 or 6 pursuing him would be upon him in the blink of an eye. Confronting such a multitude of zombies single-handedly was utterly impossible. Although he possessed a firearm, it was meant for dire circumstances, and at this moment, he was not entirely without an escape route. Chapter 5. The Living at this moment. Beside Xie Tian on the left side of the road, lies a residential community known as International City. The environment within the community is far more intricate than the straight streets outside. For the mindless zombies, a complicated terrain is decidedly advantageous. Moreover, given the vastness of the community, a fortunate encounter with an unlocked entrance could provide him with a refuge. Suddenly, Xie Tian pivoted and sprinted towards the community's main gate. The zombies, slightly delayed, began to pursue him closely. In the past, although Xie Tian possessed decent stamina, he found it nearly impossible to outrun the zombies. However, now his physical condition had evidently improved, enabling him to run swiftly with a rhythmical breath, fully in control of his energy. Upon entering International City, Xie Tian quickly veered after passing the first row of buildings, simultaneously scanning the entrance doors for any signs of vulnerability. The zombies trailed him at a distance of approximately 100 meters. If he could discover an unlocked unit door, he would have ample time to slip inside and barricade the zombies outside. Of course, this depended on the functionality of the door lock. Even if it failed, he could still use the narrow staircase as a defensive position, avoiding direct confrontation with the horde. Furthermore, firing a weapon in the corridor would prove significantly safer than on the street. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor Xie Tian. After passing 2 buildings, he found only one door ajar. Alas, the commotion stirred by his frantic escape attracted 2 zombies from within. Once a zombie fixates on a living target, it relentlessly pursues without pause. Xie Tian had no opportunity to backtrack and was instead pursued by more than 10 zombies, sprinting desperately through the already confined community. As he neared a corner of the community, Xie Tian's luck continued to dwindle. He had traversed several buildings without finding a suitable hiding spot. With no clear path ahead, he was left with no choice but to draw his knife and confront the encroaching zombies, cautiously retreating while contemplating how to deal with the horde. His waist housed a pistol, offering a glimmer of hope. He resolved to fight to the bitter end. At that moment, Xie Tian found himself beside a tightly shut unit door, preparing to draw his weapon for retaliation. Just then, the iron door swung open, revealing a figure in the corridor. Instinctively, Xie Tian assumed it was a zombie and was about to strike, when a woman's voice called out, "Come in quickly." Xie Tian understood that zombies could not speak, and recognizing the human voice, he rushed inside. He narrowly brushed past the woman, who promptly shut the door and locked it securely from the inside. The pursuing zombies crashed against the door in the next moment, furiously banging, desperate to breach the barrier and feast. Although the physical strength of zombies may exceed that of ordinary individuals, their incessant banging against the steel-welded door proves to be utterly inconsequential, achieving no tangible effect. Xie Tian cast a glance at the woman before him, the sole living soul he had encountered on his arduous journey, yet she appeared exceedingly disheveled and forlorn. Clad in a filthy dress, stripped of its original hue, she stood at approximately 168 centimeters tall. Her frail physique obscured by a layer of dust that rendered her features unrecognizable. Her disheveled long hair emitted a foul, decaying odor. But Xie Tian himself was not in a position to judge, as he bore an unpleasant scent as well. Enduring the trials of this post-apocalyptic world instilled in him a sense of kinship towards her. He gazed at her for a moment longer and spoke, "Let us proceed inside. Otherwise, these zombies will not relent. It would be troublesome if more were to gather and block our exit." The girl nodded and followed Xie Tian into the stairwell. It was then that he realized each floor of the building contained 2 apartments, situated on either side of the elevator shaft. However, the entire young city had long been devoid of electricity. With a mere glance, he ascended the stairs and settled at the corner between the first and second floors. Leaning against the wall, the girl moved slowly, gripping the railing, each step seeming to require immense effort. Xie Tian hurriedly descended to assist her, taking her arm and helping her up. "Are you alone here?" he inquired as they rested against opposite walls. "Yes," she replied softly. "I have been hiding here for 3 days. This building has 22 floors, and I have checked each one. All doors are tightly shut, devoid of zombies, making this place relatively safe." Her voice was melodious and somewhat familiar, yet Xie Tian could not quite place it. Hearing her words eased his concerns significantly, and he expressed his gratitude. "I owe you my safety. Had you not opened the door in time, I would have been in grave danger." The girl smiled faintly, saying, "I intended to venture out, but your sudden appearance caught me off guard, and I opened the door to let you in quickly." Xie Tian, puzzled, asked, "Isn't it safe here?" As a girl, wouldn't it be even more perilous to go out recklessly? She fell silent for a moment. Her voice tinged with resignation as she replied, I have hidden here for 3 days and have not eaten for 2. I fear I may starve if I continue to wait, so I thought I would take one last chance. Without hesitation, Xie Tian removed his backpack and rummaged through it. After a brief struggle, he produced a 500-gram can of beef and an unopened bottle of vitamin drink, offering them to her. Please, have something to eat, he urged. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment as she asked, Are you truly giving me this food and water? Indeed, Xie Tian affirmed, nodding. Having offered it to you. It is rightfully yours. However, the girl wished to express something, yet the words lingered on her lips. Swallowed back as she fixated intently on the can of food in Xie Tian's hand, rendered speechless, unaware of her hesitations. Xie Tian placed the food and water on the ground and pushed them towards her, saying, Had you not opened the door at a critical moment, I too might have faced dire consequences. Consider these provisions as a token of my gratitude. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. The girl cast a grateful glance at Xie Tian and replied, Thank you. Since the outbreak, no one has selflessly offered food to another, especially when we are strangers. Xie Tian forced a bleak smile and remarked, The number of living souls we encounter is dwindling. Merely meeting is a form of fate. It is but a morsel, and keeping it would only extend my survival by a day. He then gazed earnestly at the girl and continued, You have not eaten in so long, please. Consume this can first. If it is insufficient, I have more. The girl's large eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded softly, silently grasping the can. She attempted to pull the tab with weak fingers, but after 2 fruitless attempts, it was evident how frail she had become. Xie Tian approached and squatted before her. Taking the can and effortlessly prying off the metallic lid, releasing the enticing aroma of beef into the air. Here, eat, he urged, handing the can back to her. Overwhelmed by hunger and the delicious scent, she instinctively reached out to extract the beef with her hands, but upon meeting Xie Tian's gaze, she hesitated. Withdrawing her hand after a prolonged moment of uncertainty, Xie Tian recognized that despite her intense hunger, she had not relinquished the modesty expected of a young woman. For many girls, eating without regard for appearance in front of a man could be quite disconcerting. Thus, he gently advised her, Please eat. I will check upstairs to see if I can find a way to open the door of a nearby house for temporary refuge. Wait, the girl exclaimed. You do not understand the situation inside. What if the family has turned into zombies? Xie Tian smiled faintly, grasping his machete firmly. Fear not. Besides, even if there are zombies, it matters little. The outbreak has persisted for over a month, and those trapped inside have been deprived of sustenance since their transformation, rendering their strength considerably diminished. He added, You have not eaten in quite some time, so please do not rush or overindulge. It is best to eat in moderation. The girl nodded and softly cautioned, Please, take care of yourself. The girl had previously stated that she had thoroughly inspected all 22 floors, each apartment sealed tightly. Moreover, Xie Tian was not skilled in lockpicking, and given the current high quality of security doors, forcibly entering would be quite improbable. However, at that moment, Xie Tian's thoughts turned to his mother. From the time he could remember, despite the family's multiple relocations, his mother had consistently maintained a particular habit. She would always conceal a spare key in a discreet location by the door for emergencies. Xie Tian wondered if the residents of Yangqing shared such a practice, yet it was certainly worth a try. After a lengthy search, he finally discovered a security door key at the bottom of a storage cabinet in front of the eastern unit on the 16th floor. Before entering, Xie Tian drew his handgun from his waistband, gripping it firmly with his right hand while gently inserting the key into the lock with his left. He cautiously turned the key to unlock the door. As the door creaked open, he instinctively took 2 steps back, raising his gun towards the entrance, fearful that a zombie might suddenly burst forth. After patiently waiting for over a minute, silence prevailed within the apartment. Xie Tian kicked the metal security door, producing a series of loud clanks, and paused again. If there were indeed zombies inside, they would surely rush out at the sound. The prolonged stillness suggested that the apartment was likely unoccupied. Though he entertained this thought, Xie Tian remained vigilant, carefully entering with his gun raised. He first checked the foyer, dining room, and living room, finding no trace of zombies. He then proceeded to open each interior door, 2 bedrooms and a study, all confirming the absence of any undead presence. The closets in the bedrooms appeared quite disheveled, indicating that the previous occupants had hastily gathered some belongings before fleeing in a panic. Chapter 6. A temporary refuge at present. There exists no place more suitable for a temporary respite than here. Not only is it secure, but the former owner's economic standing is evident from the house's decor and furnishings, which exude an air of sophistication. The centerpiece, particularly, is the large and plush mattress, And were it not for the girl waiting downstairs, Xie Tian would have relished the opportunity to lie upon it and indulge in a well-deserved slumber. As Xie Tian descended the stairs, he found the girl had finished her canned meal. Upon seeing his return, she inquired softly, "Why did you take so long? How did it go?" With a smile, Xie Tian replied, "I managed to open the door to an apartment on the 16th floor. There are no zombies inside. We can rest there for a while." The girl, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, "That's wonderful." Xie Tian nodded and suggested, "Let us ascend. Given your frail condition, shall I carry you? It is the 16th floor, after all." "I can manage," she insisted, struggling to stand, her gratitude evident as she gazed at him and murmured, "You have already provided me with food and water. I am unsure how to repay your kindness." Noticing her trembling legs, Xie Tian shook his head in resignation and stepped closer. "Allow me to carry you. We wouldn't want you to faint." Without waiting for her consent, he hoisted her onto his shoulder, gently admonishing, "Do not move around." She responded with a faint acknowledgement, and Xie Tian began to ascend the staircase with her on his back. His strength had notably improved, and although the girl appeared slender, she stood nearly 1.7 meters tall and weighed at least 80 or 90 pounds. To his surprise, she felt almost weightless, and even climbing to the 16th floor was devoid of exhaustion. Once seated on the dust-laden sofa in the living room, Xie Tian curiously asked, "What is your name? How did you end up hiding in the stairwell?" After a moment of silence, the girl lowered her gaze and replied, "My name is Zhao Zai. 3 days ago, I was part of a group fleeing north, planning to traverse Yangcheng en route to the safe zone in Chang'an City. However, 2 days ago, we were attacked by a horde of zombies nearby, and most perished. The survivors scattered in panic, and I became separated. Fortunately, I found this place and escaped a dire fate." "Zhao Zai?" Xie Tian furrowed his brow, then blurted out, "You're not the host of the provincial television news program, are you?" The girl nodded slightly, saying yes. Xie Tian was taken aback, struggling to reconcile the dirty, indistinct features of the girl before him with the renowned young news anchor that had captured the attention of the entire province. Zhao Zai's breathtaking beauty was well known, and nearly every man in the province held her in high esteem. It was said that she had just completed her undergraduate studies when she joined the provincial station, quickly becoming one of its most prominent news anchors within mere months. Upon closer inspection, he noted that her figure resembled that of Zhao Zai, and her features, albeit obscured by grime, bore a familiar resemblance. Xie Tian found himself believing her story, although he was astonished that this goddess, revered by the men of Ji province, had fallen to such a state. Xie Tian cast a compassionate glance at her and said, "Regardless of the circumstances, you have managed to survive." As he spoke, he retrieved a can of fruit from his backpack and handed it to her, adding, "You should eat this as well. It will replenish some vitamins." Zhao Zi looked at Xie Tian with gratitude, wanting to reach out for it, but hesitating slightly. After a moment, she said, "Food is the essence of survival. You saved my life and are now offering me your provisions, yet I am utterly powerless and merely a burden by your side. Do not overthink it." Xie Tian insisted, pressing the item into her hands. "Merely relying on food will only extend our existence temporarily. There will come a day when it runs out. To truly survive, we must leave Yang City and reach a safe zone. We cannot linger here for too long. This is merely a temporary refuge. Are you willing to take me along?" Zhao Ziyi asked incredulously, her eyes wide as she gazed at Xie Tian. He smiled gently and replied, "If you're willing, we shall journey together in the future. Besides, even in death, I would rather not face it alone." Zhao Ziyi nodded in understanding. Indeed, dying alone seemed profoundly tragic. In this merciless world, encountering another living soul who posed no threat felt far more comforting than hoarding a trove of supplies alone. "By the way," Xie Tian continued with a slight smile, "I am Xie Tian, a senior at the Polytechnic University, and I believe we are of the same age. My 3 roommates are particularly fond of you." Zhao Zi smiled shyly, glancing at Xie Tian. She opened her mouth to speak but held back her words. Sensing her hesitation, Xie Tian quickly added, "In truth, I also quite like you, though I seldom watch television." Zhao Zi blushed and looked down, prompting Xie Tian to say, "Please sit for a moment while I check the kitchen and bathroom." Upon entering the bathroom and kitchen, Xie Tian inspected the water and gas supply systems. Unsurprisingly, both had been cut off, yet he discovered that the hot water pipes still had a substantial supply of water, and the temperature was quite high. Initially astonished, he soon recalled the current method of supplying hot and cold water in residential complexes and quickly came to terms with it. Nowadays, cold water pipes still provided tap water, while hot water was supplied centrally through large solar water heaters installed on rooftops for energy conservation. This eco-friendly system operated independently, requiring only a pump to transport tap water to the solar heaters. As the solar heaters were situated atop the building, They could deliver hot water without the need for electricity. Furthermore, given that it was summer, the water temperature was around 70 degrees, quite hot, indicating that there was likely an ample supply stored on the roof. Xie Tian thoroughly cleaned the bathtub and the bathroom and filled it with steaming hot water. He then stepped out to inform Zhao Ziyi, who was resting in the living room, "There is hot water available here. I have prepared it. It's quite hot. So please wait a moment before washing. The toiletries are all well stocked, likely left behind by the owner." Zhao Zai appeared somewhat embarrassed, acutely aware of her own unkempt state and the rather unpleasant odor that clung to her, which rendered her incapable of even glancing at Xie Tian. She merely emitted a faint sound, akin to that of a mosquito, and lowered her head in silence. Xie Tian then returned to the bedroom he had entered earlier, hoping to find suitable replacement garments for Zhao Zai. Her figure was quite standard. However, the clothes he found were a size smaller than ideal. Nevertheless, they were a significant improvement over her current filthy attire. He discovered a nightgown-like dress and a set of undergarments that the owner had yet to remove the tags from. Xie Tian placed these items on the towel rack in the bathroom and tested the water temperature, which was nearly perfect. Zhao Zai, clutching the clothes Xie Tian had procured for her, entered the bathroom with a flush of embarrassment, while Xie Tian settled onto the sofa, contemplating his next course of action. The sound of water trickling from the bathroom echoed in the stillness. Though it was distant, it was nonetheless distinctly audible due to the profound quietude surrounding him. This sound persisted for quite some time until the bathroom door creaked open, followed by the sound of footsteps. Xie Tian stole a glance and beheld a woman entering the living room, no longer the disheveled girl reeking of filth. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders in voluminous waves, adorned with droplets of water, and her face, illuminated by the light, was as pale as fine jade. A faint blush graced her cheeks, her eyes were strikingly beautiful, her nose elegantly sculpted, and her lips were a vivid crimson, presenting an enchanting visage. Xie Tian had previously believed that Zhao Zai's beauty on screen was largely a product of exquisite makeup and post-production editing. Yet he was astonished to discover that her natural appearance was even more breathtaking than on television, authentic and utterly flawless. The strappy dress she wore, though slightly snug due to being a size too small, accentuated her figure exquisitely. After discarding her oversized t-shirt, her alluring curves were fully revealed, despite her physique appearing somewhat slender and delicate. Yet, her proud silhouette remained prominent, creating a deep cleft that was hardly the sight one would expect in apocalyptic times. Such beauty was seldom seen even in prosperous eras. The snug fit of the dress caused Zhao Zai's cheeks to flush a deeper shade of red, and she dared not meet Xie Tian's gaze, feeling exceedingly self-conscious in front of a man while clad so revealingly. Xie Tian found himself momentarily entranced. Acutely aware of certain physical reactions, and hastily composed himself, helplessly stating, "The room contains mostly spring and autumn garments. Given the current heat and lack of air conditioning or fans, I refrained from bringing more. Perhaps you might find something more suitable on your own." Zhao Zai nodded gently and retreated into the room, emerging shortly thereafter, her voice tinged with embarrassment as she remarked, "There's nothing appropriate. The seasonal clothing must have all been taken. The lady of the house is of a smaller size, so I suppose I shall make do with this for now. I'll wash the clothes I've changed out of later." Having said that, Zhao Zai added, "By the way, I have prepared the water anew. You should take a bath as well, and I shall assist you with washing your soiled garments." Chapter 7. Candor. Xie Tian stood in the bathroom, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, unable to fathom how he had come to resemble this. The hair on his upper lip and chin had grown long. His complexion darkened, and he bore little resemblance to a 22-year-old. Instead, he exuded a somewhat weary and aged aura. Upon shedding his clothing, he realized that his physique had transformed significantly. The contours of his muscles were now more pronounced. Where once he had but a few muscles, he now possessed a well-defined physique, brimming with vitality, likely a byproduct of his previous accidental injury. Having not bathed in quite some time, Xie Tian reclined in the bathtub, feeling a profound sense of relaxation wash over him. After enduring a relentless pace of life, he could finally indulge in a warm soak. Relishing the comfort he had long lost, he meticulously cleansed himself and retrieved an electric razor from the bathroom cabinet, removing the stubble with precision. His hair had grown somewhat long, and after washing it, his bangs were long enough to obscure his eyes. His denim jeans were rigid, remaining upright even when removed, while his once white t-shirt had faded to a tattered gray, emitting an unpleasant odor. The male occupant's clothing was far too small for him. Estimating the owner's height at no more than 175 centimeters, he reluctantly donned a somewhat oversized bathrobe and stepped out of the bathroom. Much like when Zhao Ziyi had first seen him emerge from the bath, she now beheld Xie Tian's visage anew. After washing his face and shaving, he appeared strikingly handsome and radiant. Unlike the delicate types, Xie Tian's skin bore a sun-kissed hue, and his features were sharply defined. giving him the semblance of a soldier rather than a mere university student. This marked her first experience of witnessing a man exit the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, which, though somewhat small, failed to conceal his robust physique, leaving her feeling a touch embarrassed. Approaching Zhao Ziyi, Xie Tian held a pair of common household scissors and requested, "Miss Zhao, could you assist me in trimming my hair?" Zhao Ziyi waved her hands. "I have no training in this. I fear it may not turn out well." Xie Tian chuckled lightly, teasing, "In moments like these, who cares about appearances? Just cut it short and tidy." After a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced, "Very well. I shall do my best to make it look presentable." Xie Tian merely wished for her to shorten his unruly hair, regardless of whether it ended up in a wavy or haphazard style. However, Zhao Ziyi took the task quite seriously, moving cautiously around him with the scissors. Her presence enveloped in a delicate fragrance that was intoxicating. Each snip was executed with utmost care, while Xie Tian found his thoughts wandering, distracted by her proximity. After a considerable time, he realized she had skillfully crafted a perfect buzz cut. Why not take a look in the bathroom mirror and see if you were satisfied? Zhao Zai set down the scissors and spoke to Xie Tian. Xie Tian casually ran his hand through his slightly prickly hair and smiled, saying, "As long as it's shorter. I feel much more comfortable, thank you." Zhao Zai gazed at this man of her own age, smiled shyly, and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Xie Tian pondered for a moment and replied, "It's getting dark. Let's rest here for the night and seek an opportunity to leave tomorrow. The current supplies will only sustain us for a few days. We cannot linger here too long." Zhao Zai nodded and said, "By the way, I'll check the kitchen to see if there's anything to eat." "No need." Xie Tian waved his hand and said, "I've already looked. There's not a grain of rice. Nothing to eat, just some oil, salt, and vinegar." Zhao Zai had no choice but to say, "Then I'll go wash our clothes in the bathroom." As night fell, with no electricity in the oppressive heat, Xie Tian moved a chair to the balcony to cool off. Zhao Zai washed their clothes and hung them to dry on the balcony, then sat beside Xie Tian. He smiled faintly at her and gazed out at the eerily silent Yang city bathed in moonlight, asking, "Miss Zhao, do you have any relatives?" "I don't know." Zhao Zai's expression turned somewhat melancholic as she softly replied, "After the outbreak, I lost contact with my family." Xie Tian sighed and said calmly, "There are some things I need to clarify. I intend to do everything possible to leave Yang City and head north, not in search of a safe zone, but to return to Yinjing to see if I can find any trace of my parents. I can't predict the hardships and dangers that lie ahead. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? Of course, if we are fortunate enough to find a safe zone along the way. You need not continue the perilous journey north with me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zai's eyes sparkled with joy as she said, "Although I am from Hunan, I studied at Yinjing Media University. My parents moved to Yinjing long ago due to work. We came to Yang City because my father's old comrade was the former mayor, and my parents believed Yang City could better assist my career. If I have the chance to return to Yinjing and see my parents, I would be satisfied even if it cost me my life. I will go with you." However, Zhao Zai's expression quickly dimmed as she murmured, "But as a woman, I might just be a burden to you. If you prefer not to take me along, I would understand." Xie Tian gently nodded, remaining silent for a moment before speaking softly. "If you truly wish to return to Yinjing, we can journey together. You may also utilize my supplies. I will not be stingy in that regard. However, in a dire situation where you must be sacrificed, I cannot risk my life for you. After all, my primary goal is to survive and return to Yinjing. Do you understand this?" A flicker of surprise danced in Zhao Zai's eyes, not due to Xie Tian's words being too starkly realistic, but rather because she had not anticipated his unreserved candor. To Xie Tian, she held little intrinsic value. As a frail woman, she possessed nothing beyond her appearance and physique, rendering her a member of the most vulnerable demographic in this apocalyptic world. Many men sought to accompany women of appealing beauty, often motivated by a desire to exploit their physicality, necessitating that women offer their bodies in return. Yet, Xie Tian had never once insinuated that he sought anything from her in exchange. His words bore no trace of insincerity, although they might sound somewhat harsh upon closer examination. He not only expressed a willingness to take her along without expectation of recompense, but also offered to share his resources with her. Only when absolutely necessary would he consider relinquishing her. This declaration was, to Zhao Zai, the most genuine and touching she had encountered throughout her arduous existence in the wasteland. In comparison to Xie Tian, Zhao Zai's survival had been fraught with greater hardships. For an extended period, she had trailed behind various survivors, deliberately soiling and stinking herself to evade the predatory instincts of men driven to brutality under duress. In essence, she had actively undermined her sole advantage, her appearance. Stripped of any leverage, she could only accompany those survivors into perilous quests for resources. Though she had narrowly escaped danger time and again, she remained subjugated within the group, receiving a meager share of supplies, often insufficient to stave off hunger. Nevertheless, she persevered, cognizant that to survive, she must rely on her own efforts in such desperate times. No one could truly rescue her. Reflecting on this, Zhao Zai gently brushed her hair behind her ear, a faint smile gracing her lips, tinged with melancholy as she spoke. I am indeed a woman, and a delicate one at that. However, the fact that I have managed to endure through this catastrophe rests primarily on my unwavering reliance on my own endeavors to secure survival. If you are willing to take me along, I shall not be a mere beneficiary. My capabilities may be limited, yet I will exert every effort to ensure I do not hinder your progress. That is good, Xie Tian replied with a gentle nod. Recognizing that many truths must be articulated beforehand, even if they might be somewhat harsh for Zhao Zai to bear. Chapter 8 Encounter. Xie Tian drew the curtains tightly in the living room, ensuring that no light could penetrate through the blackout drapes. He then lit 2 homemade oil lamps on the coffee table, with wicks fashioned from twisted cotton threads and a splash of salad oil in teacups serving as fuel. The gentle flickering glow illuminated the living room. A few jars of canned goods and some compressed biscuits became the evening meal for the two. Xie Tian retrieved a seemingly valuable bottle of red wine from the original owner's wine cabinet and poured a modest amount into exquisite goblets for himself and Zhao Zai. Raising his glass, he declared, "This is the first time in a long while that I have enjoyed such a delightful existence. Regardless of the chaos outside, at least we need not worry about our safety at this moment. Come, Miss Zhao, let us toast." Zhao Zai smiled softly, lifting her glass as she replied, "There is no need to always call me Miss Zhao. Just call me Xiaoya or Yezi." "Very well, Xiaoya," Xie Tian nodded. The two clinked their glasses together. Zhao Zai took a small sip, while Xie Tian tipped his glass back, consuming the entire contents in one go. During the meal, Xie Tian finished nearly half the bottle of red wine, while Zhao Zai had 2 glasses, her cheeks beginning to flush. Xie Tian, possessing a commendable tolerance for alcohol, felt little effect and decided to manage the Scion's efforts in gathering more supplies. After finishing their meal, he instructed Zhao Zai, "You shall sleep in the master bedroom tonight, while I take the side room." Zhao Zai replied, "You should take the master bedroom instead." Xie Tian chuckled casually. "They're both silly beds, it makes little difference. The master bedroom has an ensuite bathroom, which would be more convenient for you." Zhao Zai nodded gently, no longer insisting otherwise. Xie Tian added, "It's quite warm tonight. Remember to open the window while sleeping. I'm a bit tired and shall retire now." In the side room, Xie Tian lay on the soft bed, hardly able to savor its comfort before his consciousness eagerly surged into the Scion's form. At that moment, the Scion was still lying in the police car, surrounded by a throng of zombies that had since dispersed, although many continued to wander outside. Upon exiting the vehicle, Xie Tian's first thought was to secure more food, and large supermarkets emerged as the most suitable locations in his mind. Their vast supplies meant that even if looted by survivors, it was unlikely anyone could carry away all the resources contained within. The Scion's location was not far from the city center, prompting Xie Tian to emerge from the car and prepare to walk towards the heart of the city. After all, the streets were teeming with zombies at night, rendering driving impractical. Under the moonlight, Yang City resembled a paradise for the undead as the Scion walked its streets, surrounded by a multitude of zombies that seemed to be leisurely strolling about. Xie Tian had gradually grown accustomed to such scenes, for he was now controlling the Scion. The proximity to the zombies was merely visually terrifying and posed no actual danger. Unlike the other zombies, Xie Tian possessed a distinct purpose. He needed the Scion to reach the city center of Yang City, once the most bustling area. Not only did he seek usable supplies for himself, but he also needed to find suitable food for the Scion. Passing by a mountain bike specialty store, Xie Tian boldly entered, selecting the finest sample bike. This mode of transportation would undoubtedly expedite his travels while conserving considerable physical energy. Most importantly, the bicycle's relative silence would not attract the attention of the zombies, and its agility made it an excellent choice for travel. He also took down a fitted cycling outfit from the wall to dress the Scion. As a zombie, the Scion posed no threat to himself. Yet the streets of Yang City were still scattered with numerous refugees, necessitating constant vigilance against potential dangers. The best strategy was to disguise the Scion to resemble a human. The cycling attire and gloves would envelop the Scion completely, concealing his decaying wounds and the faintly visible, eerie bones. However, his face remained terrifying. One side was devoid of flesh. After much contemplation, Xie Tian rode to a motorcycle accessory shop and procured a vibrant, mirrored motorcycle helmet. With this addition, no one would discern the Scion as a zombie. Furthermore, the unique scent that only zombies could detect ensured that there was little risk of being mistaken for a human. Achieving 2 objectives at once. One advantage of the apocalypse was that anything visible on the streets was essentially ownerless, allowing one to claim whatever they found. Even if it were an airplane, as long as one could fly it away, no one would interfere. Ginza, the largest shopping center in Yangtze, boasted 13 floors filled with malls and branded boutiques, alongside upscale restaurants. However, Xie Tian was most concerned with the expansive supermarket occupying the basement and sub-basement levels. This supermarket was the largest in all of Yangtze. The entrance remained open, and Xie Tian descended the escalator, which had long ceased operations. The interior of the supermarket was shrouded in darkness, yet zombies thrived in nocturnal environments. The Scion quickly adapted to the dim surroundings, and the objects around him gradually became clearer. To Xie Tian's astonishment, the supermarket was stocked with an immense quantity of supplies. The shelves of everyday items revealed that most of the original inventory remained intact. Strangely, there was not a single zombie in sight. Xie Tian found this perplexing. Zombies seemed to infest every corner of Yangtze, so why was there an absence of their presence in such a vast supermarket? The first basement level housed appliances and daily necessities, while grains and other foodstuffs were concentrated on the second basement level. Xie Tian traversed the first level, intending to descend to the second for a closer look. However, as he approached the staircase leading to the lower level, an odd sensation enveloped him. It was a deep-seated fear, as if the area was fraught with peril for the Scion. Yet Xie Tian was at a loss to understand the source of this instinctual trepidation. The further he descended, the more pronounced the feeling became. And Xie Tian was convinced that had he not been controlling the Scion, it would have fled in terror by now. As he descended the final flight of stairs, Xie Tian was about to turn towards the grain and oil section when a sudden, guttural roar echoed from within. The sound was profoundly deep and powerful, reverberating throughout the entire underground level, making it impossible to discern its true source. Almost immediately, a rapid succession of footsteps approached, growing increasingly near. A wave of panic surged through Xie Tian. The sound did not resemble that of a human, its speed was too swift, and the weight of each step caused the ground to tremble. Out of nowhere, a shadow leapt from behind a nearby shelf. Before Xie Tian could react, it was upon him in an instant, delivering a crushing blow that sent him flying. While Scions are impervious to pain, Xie Tian was nonetheless stunned. What on earth was this creature? It appeared human, but was significantly larger than an ordinary person, exhibiting astonishing speed and strength. Despite the Scion's impressive physical capabilities among zombies, the disparity between them was overwhelming. In that fleeting moment, an instinctual realization dawned upon Xie Tian. He was almost certain that this entity was an evolved zombie, specifically an E1, having undergone only one evolution. No wonder he had felt an innate sense of dread upon entering the supermarket's underground level. It was the creature's aura that instilled such fear. Evolved zombies possess a territorial instinct, and within their claimed domain, lesser zombies dare not intrude. Xie Tian crashed into an open freezer. As he attempted to rise, the shadow lunged at him once more, delivering a powerful punch to his chest, then hoisting him from the freezer and hurling him across the room with a deafening roar. After enduring a series of punishing blows, Xie Tian could feel multiple bones within his Scion body fracture. Those zombies are flesh and blood, lacking pain sensation, broken bones severely hinder movement and strength. Struggling to stand, he realized that his right leg was nearly incapacitated, likely due to a fracture, forcing him to flee like a wounded animal. The massive creature trailed closely behind, but seemed disinclined to pursue him to the death. It merely aimed to teach him a lesson and drive him away. Xie Tian crawled and rolled until he reached the staircase, grasping the railing to hoist himself up. The brute halted at the top of the stairs, and seeing Xie Tian escape, it refrained from following. Xie Tian managed to return to the first underground level, finding a hidden corner to conceal himself. He collapsed onto the ground and began assessing his injuries. Lifting his left arm, he discovered it hung limply, likely due to a broken wrist. Running his right hand across his chest revealed several sunken areas, indicating fractured ribs, while his right leg was also compromised, with a broken fibula. Tears of despair welled up. As I ventured forth in search of supplies, yet I found none. Instead, I was ruthlessly assaulted by an extraordinarily formidable brute. The current condition of the Scion's body is dire. I cannot ascertain whether the fractured bones will mend. Should they fail to heal, the situation would be dire indeed. While Scions are resilient to death, they are rendered incapable of fighting or fleeing. Even the mere act of utilizing the supplies he carries has become a daunting task. At present, I possess but this single controllable zombie. If he were to become incapacitated, what then would become of me? The profound sense of psychological deprivation looms, its restoration uncertain. If any misfortune were to befall the Scion, I fear I would be unable to command any other zombies in the foreseeable future. Chapter 9. The Trap E1's formidable strength stems from the continuous evolution of the zombie virus within its being. Xie Tian had once heard on the radio that foreign scientists claimed that zombies, given an ample supply of food, could achieve evolution through relentless feeding and nutrient absorption. Supermarkets, as unique locales, are often regarded as the material paradise most coveted by the surviving humans. Thus, the zombies within such establishments can procure far more sustenance than their counterparts outside, as there are always those who, undeterred by fear or driven by an urgent desire for resources, willingly present themselves. Let us entertain a hypothesis. Suppose there were previously a dozen ordinary zombies occupying this space. The physical capabilities of these zombies would vary due to the differences in their human forms. The stronger zombies would invariably secure more food, while the weaker ones would be relegated to mere scraps. Consequently, this disparity would perpetually widen with the varying amounts of sustenance consumed. Ultimately, if even one zombie were to evolve into E1, the others would no longer dare to linger, transforming this space into E1's personal dominion. Any human who ventured recklessly into this territory would become E1's prey. Xie Tian, unfortunately, had stumbled into E1's realm and was consequently subjected to a brutal thrashing. Currently, the Scion's physical condition was dire. Although he felt no pain, the severity of the blows rendered his movements unsteady. Frustration gnawed at him, and he resolved that he must eliminate E1. Only then could he access the food supplies on the second underground level and assuage his simmering resentment. While the intention was straightforward, execution proved to be significantly more challenging. The Scion's physical prowess paled in comparison to E1's, leaving him virtually powerless to retaliate, let alone deliver a fatal blow. Yet, Xie Tian possessed one distinct advantage: his intellect, a trait conspicuously absent in zombies. This notion resonated within him, akin to a hunter devising a method to capture prey far more powerful than himself, relying solely on humanity's unique wisdom. With this thought in mind, Xie Tian resolved to devise a trap for the E1 lurking below. Struggling to rise, he scoured the first floor of the supermarket for any usable items. The area was predominantly filled with household appliances and daily necessities. Considering E1's notably larger physique, inspiration struck him. He retrieved a large plastic barrel and proceeded to the daily goods section, pouring all oil-based substances into the container. Baby oil, various essential oils for skin care, and even lubricants intended for more unconventional uses were all emptied into the barrel. After considerable effort, he managed to transport the nearly full barrel of assorted oils to the staircase leading to the lower level. Based on his earlier observations, E1's understanding of its territory seemed confined to the second underground level. Once Xie Tian descended the stairs, he anticipated that E1 would charge towards him. Thus, he planned to pour the entire contents of the barrel at the foot of the staircase. This would render the floor exceedingly slippery with a layer of oil, making it quite difficult for E1 to maintain its balance and inevitably impairing its movements. However, the question remained: how could he ultimately vanquish E1? The most prudent course of action, of course, would be to sever his head from his body. However, the only weapons at Xie Tian's disposal were a collection of finely crafted kitchen knives and fruit knives. The E1's skin was both thick and resilient, and coupled with its immense strength, Xie Tian pondered how he could possibly approach and decapitate it. It was well known that a single punch from the E1 could shatter his bones. Although he had a handgun concealed on his person, he had no opportunity to hand it over to the Scion. After much contemplation, Xie Tian gathered a multitude of fire hoses. Once prepared, he carried a barrel of oil to the stairway, pouring its contents onto the ground of the second underground level. However, he refrained from descending, fearing that it might attract the E1 and subject him to a brutal beating. One end of the fire hose was fashioned into a slipknot, and a total of 4 such traps were created, which he then strategically placed at the stairway's entrance. Equipped with a set of sharp household tools, Xie Tian descended the stairs, standing once more on the floor of the second underground level. The thunderous footsteps echoed again. The E1, like a beast, would instinctively sense any intruders in its territory and rush to confront them. This time, Xie Tian was thoroughly prepared for its arrival. The E1's speed was astonishingly swift. Though Xie Tian was uncertain of its whereabouts, it soon manifested before him. The oil he had poured had spread extensively across the floor, and as the E1 charged forward, it lost its balance the moment it stepped onto the oil-coated tiles. With a thunderous crash, the E1 fell to the ground, propelled by its own inertia, sliding across the surface and colliding with a nearby freezer. The impact was substantial, and as the E1 struggled to rise, the layer of oil rendered each attempt to stand a slippery endeavor. Even if it managed to get up, it would quickly find itself tumbling back down at the first step it took. Xie Tian's gaze remained fixed on the 4 traps he had set. The E1 was singularly focused on attacking him. As it wrestled to its feet, it inadvertently stepped into one of Xie Tian's snares. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Tian swiftly yanked on the other end of the fire hose, ensnaring the E1's right foot and toppling it to the ground, where its precarious balance was compromised. Before the E1 could regain its footing, Xie Tian hurriedly tightened the hose and began to drag the colossal creature towards himself. Despite the E1's size, maneuvering it across the slick surface was surprisingly effortless. Subsequently, Xie Tian secured the hose to a sturdy pillar at the stairway's edge. The hose was remarkably resilient, and with the E1 currently incapacitated, it could not muster the strength to break free. In haste, Xie Tian grasped the other hoses and looped one around the E1's neck, yanking it towards the pillar. In just a few deft motions, he bound its neck to the column and then proceeded to ensnare the E1 entirely, securing its limbs and neck tightly. Despite its immense strength, the E1 was now bound so securely that it could not move, rendered utterly helpless. Now, the E1 has become a lamb ready for slaughter. Xie Tian, wielding a kitchen knife, gazes upon the furious beast before him, pondering how this time he might overcome it. Time is of the essence. He must swiftly eliminate this formidable creature and then venture inside to search for provisions. With a powerful swing, the sharp knife descends upon E1's neck, only to find the blow akin to striking stone. The immense recoil causes the knife to fly from his grip, and upon inspecting E1's neck, he discovers merely a shallow wound. To his astonishment, after evolving into E1, the zombie has not only grown larger, stronger, and swifter, but its flesh has also become remarkably resilient. Fortunately, E1 currently lacks the capacity for retaliation. Otherwise, with such physical prowess, even a handful of individuals would be no match for it. Without heavy weaponry, anyone standing before E1 would merely become its prey. To effectively combat zombies, one must target the head. Only by severing the skull can a zombie truly be vanquished. Even a decapitated head and torso can still sustain life in a zombie. Though this is Xie Tian's first encounter with E1, he deems it prudent to remove its head to ensure his safety. Like chopping wood, he directs the scion to relentlessly swing the knife, and after nearly 10 minutes, E1's head finally rolls to the ground. Xie Tian exhales in relief, contemplating how to carry as much food as possible from the entire underground level. Just as he prepares to step into the depths below, his gaze is unwittingly drawn to E1's severed head. Although Xie Tian's consciousness controls the scion, the innate instincts of the zombie remain intact. Just as he felt a primal fear upon entering the underground level, at this moment, he is overwhelmed by a profound hunger, an urgent craving for sustenance. Xie Tian begins to wonder why the scion harbors such an intense desire for E1's head. What is it about this skull that exerts an instinctual allure over the scion? Chapter 10. The crystal Xie Tian resolved to relinquish control over the scion, meaning that although his consciousness remained tethered to the scion's being, he would not impose any commands. Instead, the scion's instincts would dictate its actions. In a swift motion, the scion darted towards the cranium of E1 and exerted all its might. What followed was a scene that nearly induced nausea in Xie Tian, as the scion tore away E1's brainstem and pituitary gland, devouring them voraciously before regurgitating a crystal the size of a glass orb. Xie Tian was perplexed by the scion's fascination with E1's brain. Yet upon regaining control of the scion, he observed that its body was recuperating at an astonishing pace. It seemed as though its stomach was brimming with energy, which began to disseminate rapidly, first concentrating on mending the injuries the scion had previously sustained. Once its body was restored, the energy expanded throughout, fortifying its bones and flesh to a notable degree, while the decayed wounds on the scion's body began to heal. The half of its face that had been lost was rapidly regenerating new flesh. For Xie Tian, the entire spectacle was nothing short of miraculous. He remained motionless for an hour as the energy in its abdomen gradually dissipated. At this juncture, the scion's physical condition was entirely transformed. Although it had yet to reach the terrifying prowess of E1, its overall strength had significantly improved, and Xie Tian could sense the scion's newfound power and burgeoning stamina. The crystal on the ground piqued Xie Tian's curiosity, as he sensed some latent energy within it. He picked it up and stowed it away in his pocket. His primary objective had been to procure supplies, and with E1 now dealt with, it was time to relish the fruits of his labor. True to Xie Tian's expectations, the second underground level was replete with an abundance of resources. Some refrigerated food had long since spoiled, yet canned goods and instant meals remained unaffected, provided the packaging was intact and within the expiration date, making them safe for consumption. Xie Tian yearned to acquire rice and flour, for they represented the essence of sustenance. However, considering that neither he nor Zhao Zai possessed the means to process them, he reluctantly set that desire aside. Xie Tian scavenged the supermarket on the first underground level for a wheeled travel bag with a retractable handle, filling it with an array of canned goods and instant meals. Meat-based cans would supply protein, while vegetable and fruit cans would deliver essential vitamins. Canned rice was also practical, while he dismissed the junk food snacks from his mind. The selection of beverages was vast. In these times, drinking water was a precarious endeavor, fraught with the risk of contamination from the zombie virus. Thus, bottled water was the most reliable option and convenient for transport. Xie Tian found only two types of water: purified water and functional beverages. Despite the immense quantity of supplies available, Xie Tian did not intend to carry too much at once. Zhao Zai was a delicate woman. Once they prepared to embark, the burden of supplies would largely fall upon him. Human strength is inherently limited, and overburdening oneself with excessive supplies would only hinder progress. As long as they remained vigilant over this veritable treasure trove of resources, he could summon the Scion to retrieve what they needed at any moment. Dragging his travel bag, Xie Tian maneuvered through the streets on foot towards the secluded community where he had taken refuge. Despite the abundance of abandoned vehicles lining the roadside, the overwhelming number of zombies made driving a perilous venture, one that Xie Tian could not afford to risk. Thus, he relied solely on walking. Within the community, the wandering zombies were relatively few, and they displayed no interest in the Scion, not a single one casting a glance in his direction. Xie Tian mused that if the Scion could evolve to E1, life would become significantly easier, as ordinary zombies would instinctively steer clear of the scent emanating from an E1. He placed his travel bag at the entrance of the stairwell, tucking away the crystalline fragment he had acquired from the E1 into the side pocket of the bag. With a swift motion, he drew the kitchen knife he had brought from the supermarket and advanced towards a nearby zombie. Upon reaching the creature, he executed a clean strike, severing its head with ease. He contemplated the necessity of breaking out of the city and heading north. It was clear he could not remain hidden within this building indefinitely. By eliminating the zombies roaming the community, he would reduce the peril he faced upon his departure. After dispatching all visible zombies in the vicinity, Xie Tian guided the Scion to scout for a suitable place to rest. Many stairwells stood open, and he stepped into one building, discovering an unoccupied residence on the second floor with its door ajar. Finding it devoid of both occupants and zombies, he securely closed the door from the inside, allowing the Scion to rest in what he deemed a safe haven. Once the Scion was settled, Xie Tian hastily withdrew his consciousness from the Scion. Prolonged control over the Scion proved far more exhausting than managing his own body, leaving him utterly fatigued and beset by a throbbing headache, akin to having endured sleepless nights. He lamented the physical toll of controlling the Scion, acknowledging that even in his state of discomfort, he needed to rise promptly. There was still a substantial cache of supplies waiting downstairs, and he feared the consequences of delay. Emerging from the bedroom, the clock had already struck past 2 in the morning. He cautiously opened the door and descended the stairs. Each step sent jolts of pain through his skull, as if his brain threatened to shatter under the pressure. The arduous descent of 16 flights felt akin to an epic journey. Upon observing that no zombies lurked outside, he opened the iron gate and retrieved the large travel bag from outside, hastily shutting the door behind him. Although his physical condition had significantly improved since his last bout of unconsciousness, the exertion of controlling the Scion had rendered Xie Tian utterly drained, his head pounding mercilessly. The ascent back to his room while carrying the heavy bag of supplies was nearly as grueling as a long march. At long last, he returned to his sanctuary, closed the door firmly, and retreated to his bedroom, yearning for a restorative slumber. A bag brimming with supplies was thrown by Xie Tian to the bedside. He lay down on the bed, eager to rest, when he suddenly recalled the crystal he had obtained from E1's mind. Hastily, he retrieved the crystal and held it in his hand, wishing to observe it under the moonlight. However, he sensed that the crystal seemed to emit a peculiar energy. Clenching the crystal tightly, he felt a unique force beginning to flow into his brain, alleviating his headache almost instantaneously. Xie Tian realized he had stumbled upon a treasure and grasped the crystal even tighter. The energy radiating from it was gradually absorbed by him, evoking a sensation akin to being immersed in a hot spring, utterly delightful. It became evident that this crystal was extraordinary, harboring energy from E1. Reflecting on the past, Xie Tian discerned a profound connection that had formed between him and the zombies following his fainting spell. Not only could he manipulate the zombies, but he could also draw energy from the crystal of E1. Furthermore, the Scions could enhance their physical abilities by consuming E1's brainstem and pituitary gland. It was clear that in order for both himself and the Scions to achieve greater advancements, the evolved zombies from E1 were essential. With this realization, Xie Tian's previous thoughts began to shift. Now, he possessed the Scions and an abundance of unclaimed resources within the city. The residential building where he and Zhao Zai were hiding was remarkably secure. Thus, he could afford to remain there for some time, focusing solely on one objective, to devise every possible means to facilitate the evolution of the Scions. Additionally, he would have ample time to prepare for their departure, ensuring a safe journey northward. Elated, Xie Tian drifted into a deep slumber, the crystal still held tightly in his palm, its energy continuously radiating. This was the most restful sleep he had experienced since the outbreak, and he did not dream at all. His body and mind completely relaxed. When he finally opened his eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. Upon waking, Xie Tian rose from the bed, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort. The side effects from controlling the scions had vanished entirely, and he felt more invigorated than before. Looking at the crystal, it continued to emit a steady stream of energy. Xie Tian attentively sensed that the energy was no longer confined to his brain. It had begun to permeate throughout his entire body. Chapter 11. Stay. As Xie Tian emerged from his bedroom, he found Zhao Ziyi standing on the balcony. Hearing the sounds, she turned to him with a smile and remarked, "You've been sleeping for quite a while. You fell asleep as soon as it got dark yesterday and have been asleep until now. It's already noon. Is that so?" Xie Tian chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "I was just so exhausted that once I fell asleep, I lost all sense of time." "When did you wake up?" "About 10 o'clock. Zhao Ziyi replied with a shy smile. "I was quite tired too, so I slept for a long time." Xie Tian nodded, then spoke, "Xiao Yi, I think we should refrain from leaving here for the time being." Zhao Ziyi looked puzzled and asked, "Why? Didn't you say you would find every possible way to leave the city and head north to Yanjing?" With a calm smile, Xie Tian responded, "Going to Yanjing is certainly on the agenda, but not at this moment. If we set off recklessly now, whether we even survive the journey to Yanjing is a significant concern. We need to prepare ourselves first." Zhao Ziyi stepped back inside from the balcony. Her brow furrowed with worry as she said, "If we remain stagnant here, resources will become a major issue." Xie Tian waved his hand dismissively. "You needn't worry about the resources. I will find a way. Besides, we currently have enough supplies to sustain us for several days. If we ration carefully, a week shouldn't be a problem." Xie Tian could not disclose the secret of the scions, and thus he couldn't reveal the package of supplies acquired yesterday to reassure Zhao Ziyi. The scion's secret was indeed extraordinary, and in this apocalyptic world, he could only rely on himself. Therefore, it was best for Zhao Ziyi to remain unaware of those supplies for the time being. Zhao Ziyi could only nod gently and said, "Then let us conserve what we have." Xie Tian replied calmly, "You needn't fret about resources. I will find a way to procure more." Zhao Ziyi blurted out, "Take me with you." Seeing the extreme seriousness on her face, Xie Tian found it somewhat amusing and retorted, "What do you need to come along for?" Zhao Ziyi perceived the mischievous glint in Xie Tian's eye, feeling a bit petulant, said, "Now that we are both here, we are in the same boat. There is no reason for you to venture out alone. You are just a woman." Xie Tian glanced at her and stated matter-of-factly, "Some things are not meant for women." Stubbornly, Zhao Ziyi replied, "Why can't women do them? Women must survive too. Do you think every woman still alive is merely sacrificing her body, existing as a man's appendage to survive? I have lived to this day, and before I met you, every morsel of food, every drop of water was won at the cost of my own life." Seeing Zhao Ziyi growing more fervent, Xie Tian quickly interjected, "Please don't misunderstand me. I have no intention in that regard. Though you are beautiful and charming, and have been the goddess in many men's eyes, I am a principled person and would never force you into anything you do not wish to do." Upon finishing, Xie Tian noticed Zhao Ziyi was about to speak again, so he quickly interjected, "Let us not dwell on this topic. In any case, the supplies we have can sustain us for a few more days. There should still be a considerable amount of uncontaminated freshwater in the integrated solar system on the rooftop. Our water resources are sufficient. What we lack is merely food, but at least for the next couple of days, we need not worry about that." For reasons unknown, tears welled in Zhao Ziyi's eyes, her expression reflecting a profound sense of grievance and suffering, which stirred a twinge of guilt within Xie Tian. "Let us eat," he thought, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. He then proceeded to the dining area, retrieving some canned and packaged food from his backpack. However, Zhao Ziyi remained motionless in the living room, not responding for quite some time. After preparing the meal, Xie Tian called out to her again. Yet, upon seeing him, Zhao Ziyi suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Xie Tian, if you go out to search for supplies, please take me with you. I am not afraid of any danger. I cannot always depend on you and risk your life for my survival." Xie Tian shook his head with a bitter smile, surprised to discover that this seemingly fragile girl possessed a remarkably strong spirit. He was unaware of her past struggles, but he could clearly see her resilience and striving for independence. He spoke, "Imagine yourself as my girlfriend. However, do not equate me with other men. I shall not impose any inappropriate demands upon you. As my girlfriend, I will ensure that you face no dangers, and supporting you is my responsibility. We will have clearly defined roles, men working outside, women managing the home, without interference. From now on, laundry and cooking will be solely your domain." Zhao Ziyi hesitated, wanting to voice her thoughts. Xie Tian gently patted her shoulder, saying, "There are no buts. Let us eat." Xie Tian. Zhao Ziyi hesitated, feeling a pang of guilt as she said, "I apologize if my previous words upset you. I did not mean to liken you to those men." "I understand. Zhao Zai grew somewhat taciturn, yet at least she managed to eat a little. However, her portion was minimal. After just a few bites, she claimed to be full. Despite Xie Tian's repeated urging, he received the same reply, and he could only acquiesce to her wishes. Deep down, he comprehended that Zhao Zai was attempting to conserve resources for herself, yet he could not disclose to her that, to him, supplies held little significance. If he wished, he could remain here indefinitely, relying on the continuous influx of provisions from the Syots. Once Xie Tian had satisfied his hunger, he retrieved a can of fruit. After opening it, he walked into the living room, where he found Zhao Zai seated on the sofa, engrossed in the books left behind by the house's former owner. He placed the can before her, saying, "Given the sweltering weather, this can won't last long once opened. If I take a bite, I would be a fool. If you do not eat it, it shall simply rot and stink." Afterward, he added, "I will retreat to my room for a short nap. Remember, I am your nominal boyfriend now, so you must heed my words." As Xie Tian turned and entered the bedroom, Zhao Zai sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought for a prolonged moment. Upon returning to his room, Xie Tian immediately shifted his consciousness into that of the Scion. The Scion's physical condition was currently optimal, prompting Xie Tian to prepare for an expedition in search of usable supplies. Although he had managed to procure some food, venturing out of the city required more than mere sustenance. The paramount necessity was a suitable mode of transportation, one robust enough to maneuver through hordes of zombies. Ordinary vehicles would prove inadequate. Additionally, weaponry was of utmost importance. Possessing only a handgun, which sufficed for dispatching isolated zombies, was woefully insufficient in terms of firepower. Upon navigating the Scion onto the streets, Xie Tian casually selected a bicycle from the roadside, seeking the most fitting vehicle for his needs. Yang City, located in a prosperous southern region, was rife with affluence, and with most of its wealthy inhabitants having succumbed to the infection, their possessions lay abandoned. Luxurious cars were commonplace on the streets, even a Ferrari F430 parked nonchalantly at the curb. However, Xie Tian did not spare it a second glance. Such a vehicle was impractical in these dire circumstances. Should one become ensnared within a throng of zombies, escape would be nearly impossible. Ordinary vehicles lacking sufficient weight would soon falter in the midst of a swarm, as their power would inevitably wane. Moreover, zombies possess strength exceeding that of an average human. Even a Hummer could be easily overturned by a handful of them. Should the wheels fail to gain traction, only a grim fate awaited. In Xie Tian's estimation, the ideal solution would be to acquire a tank. Yet, although a military base was stationed nearby, it was not within the city limits. And even if a tank were accessible, he possessed no knowledge of its operation. Thus, the most pragmatic course of action was to locate a vehicle that was as high, heavy, and secure as possible. After careful consideration, a robust heavy-duty truck emerged as the most suitable option. Chapter 12. Heavy Truck in the Southern Region of Yaqing. Within the SCO district, there lies a vast construction site that has now transformed into a playground for the undead. Numerous zombies, clad in work uniforms and adorned with safety helmets, wander aimlessly across the desolate expanse. However, for Xie Tian, this poses no challenge, as he commands a Scion, rendering him the safest within this realm of the living dead. The construction site is home to an array of construction vehicles, with the bulk being cement mixers, concrete trucks, and heavy transport trucks. Xie Tian's gaze was fixated on these robust machines, particularly the heavy trucks, which he deemed advantageous due to their substantial weight. With merely a few protective modifications to the cab, these vehicles could be transformed into formidable mobile fortresses. Furthermore, the elevated cargo beds, fortified with thick steel plating, serve as ideal and secure storage for supplies or as resting quarters. Naturally, should he manage to add a roof to the cargo bed, it would enhance the vehicle's utility even further. After a prolonged search, Xie Tian settled on a solitary Volvo FMX Series 8x4 8-wheeled dumper truck. This vehicle is a true behemoth among heavy-duty dumpers, boasting a tire configuration of 4 in the front and 8 in the rear, far surpassing the domestic counterparts in strength and safety. With a staggering 13-liter engine that produces over 500 horsepower, it is lauded as the perfect truck capable of withstanding harsh conditions. Parked beside a pile of yellow sand and gravel, the truck's cab door stood ajar. Climbing up to inspect, Xie Tian was relieved to discover the keys still in place. Many vehicles on the street shared this fate, doors left open, keys untouched, likely abandoned by their owners in a frantic escape. He settled into the driver's seat and attempted to start the engine. In truth, he had only obtained his C1 driver's license the previous summer and had never driven a large vehicle before. Yet, the fundamental operational principles of vehicles remain consistent, regardless of their size. This heavy truck was equipped with numerous electronic aids, making it relatively straightforward to operate. With a bit of practice, Xie Tian successfully set the vehicle in motion. As the engine roared to life, The sound quickly attracted the attention of the scattered zombies around him. Unfazed, Xie Tian seized the opportunity to test the truck's ability to break through the horde. Flooring the accelerator and gradually shifting gears, he propelled the vehicle to a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Come on, you wretches. Xie Tian steered directly into the throng of zombies. The undead, oblivious to the impending collision, offered no resistance. The moment the truck plunged into their ranks, Xie Tian felt a violent jolt as the front of the vehicle collided with the mass. The speed slightly diminished, and the vehicle jolted, indicating that it had rolled over some zombies. Yet, despite the carnage, the weight of the truck rendered the bodies of the undead mere pulp beneath its wheels, allowing for uninterrupted travel. Unlike smaller vehicles, which would struggle to navigate through a pile of corpses, this heavy truck surged forward with ease. Xie Tian brought the vehicle to a halt, nearly exclaiming in excitement. It was evident from the cab that the truck was brand new. Coupled with the renowned reputation of Volvo's heavy-duty trucks for their robust performance and reliability, this vehicle was ideally suited for venturing out of the city. It promised to significantly diminish danger while allowing for the transportation of ample supplies. The truck's cab was equipped with a relatively comfortable resting berth, undoubtedly representing the pinnacle of contemporary dump trucks. This model had only recently entered the Chinese market, marking it as an exceedingly luxurious piece of engineering. Descending from the cab, Xie Tian surveyed the imposing white beast before him. He pondered that if he could procure a welding machine, he could reinforce the front glass and windows of the cab with steel bars. In such a scenario, even if he found himself entrenched in a horde of zombies, safety would be assured. However, while welding machines were relatively easy to find, the entire city had long been devoid of electricity. How then to resolve this dilemma? Without fortifying the vulnerable glass sections, the vehicle's safety would be gravely compromised. In contrast, armored cash transport vehicles, though exceptionally sturdy, lacked the mass and impact resilience of a truck. Xie Tian located a welding machine, welding rods, and an abundance of steel bars at the construction site. Even discovering a cutting machine, the only missing element was electricity. He recalled the small generators, but such devices were non-existent at the site, their power output woefully inadequate for construction needs. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He remembered that prior to the zombie outbreak, during a power line renovation near the school, the cafeteria had relied on a Yamaha diesel generator for power. If he could locate the generator, it would suffice to operate the welding and cutting machines. With this thought in mind, Xie Tian hastily loaded the welding machine, cutting machine, and all necessary materials into the truck's cargo bed. He then climbed aboard, started the engine, and prepared to drive towards the school. His alma mater was approximately 4 or 5 kilometers away, reachable in just over 10 minutes. The streets of Yangcheng had transformed into a zombie-infested territory, devoid of any human presence. Xie Tian understood that there must be numerous survivors, like himself and Zhao Zai, currently hiding in safe havens. As the truck hit the road, nearly all nearby zombies were drawn to its presence, recklessly charging towards the vehicle. Yet, for this heavy-duty behemoth, the zombies were insignificant. Accelerating, Xie Tian bulldozed his way through, the number of zombies he collided with becoming incalculable. After traversing several blocks, he finally beheld the open gates of his school, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Just a month ago, this place had been a sanctuary of knowledge and learning for the youth. Now, among the wandering horde of zombies at the entrance, he recognized several familiar faces from his former classmates. The truck journeyed to the third cafeteria of the school, where Xie Tian had previously encountered the generator. As soon as his vehicle came to a halt, the throng of zombies that had gathered promptly dispersed upon realizing there was no prey to be found. Xie Tian spotted a female zombie, seizing her wrist. She turned to face him, her bloodied mouth contorted into a grimace. In an instant, he recognized her as his department head, now tragically transformed into a mere shell of her former self. Releasing her, he allowed her to turn away, witnessing the haunting transformation of someone once familiar into a creature of the undead. Though his heart ached at the sight, he understood that circumstances had deteriorated beyond redemption. The only uncertainty that lingered was the well-being of his parents. Venturing into the interior of the cafeteria, Xie Tian scoured the kitchen for an extended period before finally discovering the diesel generator nestled in a corner. Beside it were 2 large yellow barrels, each with a capacity of 20 liters, still containing a substantial amount of diesel. With remarkable strength, characteristic of a scion, he moved the generator outside, followed by the barrels of diesel. Although he had never operated such machinery before and had never truly used a welding machine, he was aware of the fundamental requirements: connecting wires and properly installing the welding rods. The aesthetic of the welds was of little consequence compared to their durability. He unloaded a significant amount of rebar from the truck and connected the welding and cutting machines to the generator's terminal before starting it up. The generator's roar once again attracted the recently dispersed zombies. Devoid of intelligence, they were merely instinctively drawn to noise, which posed no threat to Xie Tian. If anything, it merely provided a larger audience for his inaugural welding endeavor. The cutting machine was simple to master. Once powered, he positioned the rebar beneath the cutting disc and applied slight pressure, swiftly severing a piece the thickness of his thumb. Measuring against the dimensions of the truck's windows and windshield, he cut a batch of rebar to appropriate lengths. The welding machine, however, presented a greater challenge. Faced with current settings on the machine, he hastily connected the welding clamp and inserted the welding rod, then took 2 pieces of rebar to test his technique. With a series of sparks erupting at the contact point, Xie Tian was undeterred by the risk of damaging his eyesight. After all, the zombies were nothing like humans. The connection points of the rebar were unevenly welded, but they held firm, and he eagerly attempted several more times, gradually mastering the selection of positions, force, and duration for welding. Subsequently, he moved the welding machine beside the truck and commenced the transformation of this metallic beast. In accordance with Xie Tian's vision, every glass surface would be reinforced with a steel rebar grid in a tic-tac-toe pattern, with each square measuring approximately 10 centimeters per side. This design not only served to protect the glass but also made it exceedingly difficult for zombies to reach inside, thereby enhancing safety for those within. The front windshield was similarly reinforced. While it might slightly obstruct visibility, it prioritized security without significantly hindering the vehicle's operation. Chapter 13. The Situation. Xie Tian devoted an entire afternoon to fortifying the cab of the Volvo heavy truck. He meticulously welded a protective mesh over the entire front windshield, ensuring that the doors and windows were securely sealed. Furthermore, he reinforced the front bumper with steel bars and, upon discovering that the metal sheet on the roof was rather thin, he employed the remaining steel bars to strengthen the roof. Thus, the safety of the cab was unequivocally assured. Even the formidable E1 would find it impossible to breach this ironclad defense. The rear of the heavy truck was open, which posed significant inconveniences for storing supplies. Xie Tian contemplated finding suitable materials to completely reinforce the roof and subsequently cover it with tarpaulin. However, sourcing the materials would require additional time, and it seemed unlikely that he would accomplish this task today. Nevertheless, he did not feel an urgent need to leave Yang City just yet. He proceeded to stow the welding equipment and generator diesel into the truck bed, then concealed the vehicle behind the cafeteria, removing the keys and securing the truck. Xie Tian's plan was to spend a week searching for various necessary supplies while also attempting to locate E1 within the city. If he could hunt down several E1, it would not only benefit the Scions but also prove advantageous for himself, as both he and the Scions needed to harness the biochemical crystals from E1 to enhance their capabilities. He had instructed the Scions to temporarily take refuge in the dormitory at the school, and only after confirming that the surroundings were safe did he withdraw his consciousness from them. Upon exiting the room, he found Zhao Zai engrossed in a book in the living room. However, the can of food on the table revealed that she had already consumed half of it, which brought him a sense of comfort. Zhao Zai, noticing Xie Tian's presence, felt a twinge of shyness, and neither spoke, leading to a somewhat awkward atmosphere. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Zai broke the silence, inquiring, "Have you heard any broadcast recently?" Xie Tian shook his head and replied, "I have been hiding in the drainage pipes, so there was no opportunity to listen to any broadcasts." Zhao Zai continued, "Although the world is in chaos, the situation in Yanjing has stabilized. The government has begun to reassert control over the situation, and while mobile communications have yet to be restored, radio signals were resumed a week ago. Many of the government's actions are being communicated nationwide via broadcasts. The last I heard, Yang City to the south has almost completely fallen. The nearest safe zone to Yang City is Shuyang, which is over 400 kilometers to the north. If we manage to leave the city, we should make our way to Shuyang." Xie Tian asked with curiosity, "Did the broadcast mention the current situation in other cities near Yang City?" "No," Zhao Zai replied. "Currently, the largest safe zone in the country is around Yanjing. The military has significantly dwindled since the outbreak of the zombie virus, and nearly all available forces are now stationed in the north to protect Yanjing. Aside from Yanjing, only a few scattered safe zones across the nation have military presence. Cities outside these safe zones are likely experiencing conditions similar to those in Yang City." In the desolate city, Xie Tian let out a sigh and remarked, "It is quite remarkable that the nation has managed to regain some semblance of functionality. After all, the outbreak of the zombie virus was exceedingly fierce, and the vast majority of people were unable to escape its grasp. Those who barely survived are now besieged by hordes of zombies, leaving the nation somewhat powerless." Zhao Ziyu managed a bitter smile and said, "Had I known, I would never have come to Yang City for work. It lies 2,000 kilometers from Yanjing. If I had heeded my father's advice and worked in Yanjing, I would not have had to endure such hardships and face such peril. Xie Tian shook his head in resignation and chuckled. In that regard, we are alike. Although I am from Yinjing and could have easily gained admission to a university there, I sought to distance myself from my parents for a sense of freedom, which led me to Yang City. Reflecting on it now, I truly regret my decision. Zhao Zi responded, my thoughts were quite similar to yours back then. With a sigh, he murmured, if only we had a radio. Xie Tian felt a pang of annoyance. He had been controlling the seance outside for so long that he had neglected to find a way to listen to the broadcasts. After all, it would have been as simple as commandeering a vehicle. It seemed that tonight, while controlling the seance, the first order of business would be to tune into the radio and comprehend the current state of the nation and its actions. Xie Tian had once experienced extreme fatigue from controlling the seance, but since acquiring the E1 biochemical crystal, that sensation had vanished. By nightfall, after Zhao Ziyi had returned to his room to sleep, Xie Tian also made his way back to his own chamber. Sitting on his bed, he scrutinized the crystal, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window. It had been a day since he obtained the crystal, and the special energy it emitted showed no signs of abating. The precise amount of energy contained within the crystal was unknown to him, yet it possessed a peculiar characteristic. It only began to radiate energy when he held it tightly. If he set it aside, he could distinctly feel the cessation of energy diffusion, as though a unique connection existed between his body and the crystal. Eagerly, he re-entered the mental realm belonging to the seance. In an instant, his senses were transported to the scion body. Xie Tian resolved that from this night onward, he would actively seek out E1 with purpose, aiming to expedite the scion evolution process. Exiting the dormitory, Xie Tian made his way to inspect his Volvo truck, which remained parked behind the cafeteria, seemingly untouched by other survivors. He opened the door, climbed aboard, and prepared to activate the vehicle's radio, attempting to capture the latest broadcasts. The radio automatically scanned for frequencies, and before long, it successfully locked onto a signal. The signal was somewhat weak, causing the sounds emanating from the speaker to be largely disrupted by electrical noise. However, Xie Tian could still faintly discern a woman's voice. Currently, the total number of survivors across the nation stands at 17 million, scattered across 22 safe zones of various sizes. This figure is the latest official statistic. Due to the fact that over 90% of cities have succumbed, the government cannot ascertain the exact number of survivors outside these safes. It is hoped that all those not within a safe zone will find a way to reach the nearest one upon hearing this broadcast, where they can receive protection from the military. Given the current drastic reduction in military personnel, the government is making every effort to relocate survivors and troops from other safe zones to the vicinity of Yinjing. Presently, Yinjing has already gathered 740,000 refugees, and its essential industries have resumed operations. 2 days ago, the State Council convened an emergency meeting and established protocols. In a dire situation, they may abandon the area south of the Yellow River, utilizing the natural barrier of the river to halt the migration of zombies from the south, thereby alleviating immense pressure on Yinjing's defenses, with the possibility of also retreating from areas north of the Great Wall. To reiterate, the current safe zones outside the Yinjing region include Western Shanghai, Eastern Nanjing, Eastern Suzhou, Northern Zhengzhou, Northern Nanchang, Eastern Jinan, Southern Changsha, Northern Shenyang, Eastern Xianying, and Southern Anshan. Xie Tian listened intently to the names of each city and realized that the closest to Yangcheng were Changsha and Nanchang, both at least 700 or 800 kilometers away. Previously, Zhao Zai had mentioned a safe zone in Shuyang, located over 400 kilometers north of Yangqing. Yet it was conspicuously absent from the broadcast. Could it have fallen? Xie Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Even the nearest safe zone was 700 or 800 kilometers away, and he couldn't fathom how long it would take to traverse that distance or the dangers that lay ahead. Moreover, the nation seemed powerless, unable to manage even the 20-plus current safe zones. If the government were indeed to begin gradually retreating survivors and troops from other safe zones to Yinjing, reaching Yinjing would likely become even more fraught with complications. Chapter 14. The survivor. The radio ceased to broadcast any new content, incessantly replaying the same phrases that Xie Tian had just heard. He leapt from the vehicle, contemplating that regardless of the nation's decisions, he must endeavor to reach Yinjing to find his parents and other relatives. Given the current situation, it appeared that Yinjing was the only sanctuary. The country would undoubtedly spare no effort to defend this vital region. Should Yinjing fall, the nation itself would cease to exist. The thought of the arduous journey ahead intensified Xie Tian's yearning for strength. He resolved to first arm the Scions and began his search throughout the city for E1 and even E2. When considering armament, his mind immediately turned to firearms. The terrifying physical resilience of E1 rendered knives trivial. Only powerful automatic weaponry could ensure the Scion's safety. Otherwise, encountering an E2 could spell disaster for them. 3 blocks from the school, a paramilitary unit was stationed. Xie Tian often passed by and knew it was a military-controlled area. The individual weaponry of the paramilitary forces rivaled that of the army, far surpassing that of ordinary police. He decided to try his luck there, hoping to procure some automatic weapons. To avoid unnecessary complications, he opted for a bicycle as his mode of transport, pedaling fervently to the entrance of the paramilitary compound. The gates stood wide open, suggesting no survivors remained inside. Ignoring the dormitory-like structures, Xie Tian was unfamiliar with the internal layout of the unit. Although he had no idea where the armory might be, the dormitories were not a feasible option. Thus, he resolved to investigate the central office building. As he approached, he noticed an increasing number of zombies clad in paramilitary uniforms, aimlessly wandering nearby. Among them, one zombie bore a black long gun, likely a Type 95 assault rifle. Xie Tian seized the zombie, violently extracting the weapon from its grasp. Having fired a Type 81 during military training, he possessed a basic understanding of firearms. He removed the magazine and, seeing it was loaded, felt a sense of relief. He reinserted the magazine, pulled back the bolt, disengaged the safety, and slung the rifle over his shoulder. Continuing towards the building, he observed 4 paramilitary trucks parked at the entrance. The area surrounding the trucks was stained with dried blood, shattered bones, and hair-clad scalps, creating a scene of gruesome carnage. Numerous decaying zombie corpses littered the ground, most having been shot dead, with firearms scattered about. It seemed he need not expend effort searching for an armory, as it appeared the paramilitary forces had armed themselves at the onset of the outbreak. However, judging by the horrific scene, it seemed that few had truly managed to escape. As discarded weapons lay strewn about, Xie Tian decided to take on the task of scavenging. He gathered every weapon he could find and began searching for magazines among the blood-soaked clothing nearby. In a short while, he managed to locate 6 Type 95 assault rifles, 3 Type 92 pistols, and a substantial amount of ammunition. Although he could have found more, the excess held little significance for him. He found a combat pack and filled it with as much as it could carry, preparing to ride his bike to the school. Considering that the Scion's greatest adversary was humanity, and now within this apocalyptic world where weapons were unregulated, Xie Tian contemplated acquiring a bulletproof vest for the Scions to wear. They had become his most precious resource, and he was unwilling to let them come to harm. After nearly half an hour of searching, he finally discovered the weapons depot of the armed police. The armory was in utter disarray, with most of the weapons having been previously taken. The chaotic scene revealed the turmoil of the moment. Yet Xie Tian managed to find numerous bulletproof vests and ammunition. It seemed that in the frenzy, the armed police had prioritized seizing firearms, neglecting the vests and boxed ammunition. Though humanity's primary threat was zombies, and the undead could not wield firearms, Xie Tian still took a few extra bulletproof vests. He outfitted a Scion with one and collected some ammunition before exiting the armed police building. He initially considered equipping the Scion with a police helmet, but concluded that a motorcycle helmet would be more practical, as the reflective visor could entirely conceal the Scion's face, obscuring his gray skin and crimson eyes. This way, it would be challenging for humans to discern whether the Scion was a zombie or a person. Xie Tian carried a Type 95 assault rifle and a Type 92 pistol himself, concealing the remaining weapons and ammunition within the cab of a Volvo truck. Based on his earlier experience with E1, he surmised that E1 would likely be found in locations with abundant resources, continually attracting those in search of supplies. Presently, supermarkets were undoubtedly the primary target for all survivors, and there would always be those unable to resist hunger, making the emergence of E1 highly probable in such places. Consequently, Xie Tian resolved to head to a Walmart supermarket not far from the school. In Xie Tian's view, no matter how formidable E1 might be, they remained flesh and blood, incapable of withstanding the devastating power of automatic weapons. Now equipped with such gear, he believed hunting E1 would be a relatively effortless endeavor. However, he was uncertain how many E1 had evolved within the city. If there were many, it could allow the Scions to evolve into E1 or even E2, which would be absolutely ideal. This Walmart was situated within a shopping mall. According to Xie Tian's memory, the supermarket occupied the 3rd and 4th floors, with the entrance located solely on the 3rd floor. He discarded his bicycle outside and ventured alone into the mall. Upon finding the staircase, he ascended, and as he reached the corner between the 2nd and 3rd floors, he discovered that the entrance had been completely obstructed by shelves. However, a narrow gap remained, suggesting that perhaps some humans were hiding inside. Xie Tian furrowed his brows. If humans were hiding within, it would signify the absolute absence of E1. Moreover, he had yet to perceive the distinct odor associated with E1, nor did he experience any inexplicable dread. It seemed evident that no trace of E1 could be found inside. At this moment, he was controlling a Scion, and should he encounter any surviving humans within, the potential for retaliation could yield dire consequences. Hence, Xie Tian prepared to turn away. Suddenly, a faint scream echoed from within. Hastily, Xie Tian returned to the narrow entrance, shrouded in darkness. The sound seemingly emanating from the fourth floor. Instinct compelled him to investigate. Utilizing the Scion's extraordinary vision, he cautiously traversed the third floor. At the far end, through the staircase leading to the fourth floor, he glimpsed a hazy light. Just then, a man's voice resonated from above. "Do not kill us. We will leave. Then be gone at once." Another man retorted viciously. "You are not permitted to linger on the third floor. Vacate the supermarket." A woman, in a tone of despair, exclaimed, "It is night now. The streets are teeming with zombies. If you force us out, we have no chance of survival. Shut your mouth, you wretched harlot. I care not whether you live or die. If you do not leave, your fate will mirror that of that foul boy. All of us are human. Surviving is already a challenge. Why must you inflict harm upon your own kind? Where do you derive such nonsense, you filthy harlot? The supplies here are scarce. And with your incessant chatter, my comrades and I will starve to death within a week." Another man's voice interjected, "To go out is to die. To remain is also to perish. I would rather meet my end here than be torn apart by zombies. I refuse to leave. Curse you, you seek death." The man snarled fiercely. Almost immediately, a sound akin to a knife-piercing flesh pierced the air, followed by a heart-wrenching wail. Xie Tian swiftly raised his weapon and charged upward. He despised those who would harm their own kind in such critical moments. The lives of such individuals persisted solely by preying upon the innocent. Xie Tian ascended the stairs with utmost caution, peeking around the corner. Ahead, not far away, 4 men wielded machetes and pistols, while 3 others crouched on the ground, 2 already laid to rest. The metallic scent of blood hung thick in the air, igniting the Scion's primal instincts. With a rapid succession of gunfire, Xie Tian emerged, aiming at the men who stood with their backs to him. He unleashed a barrage of bullets, the weapon's recoil significant, yet the strength of the Scion rendered it inconsequential. Each shot struck true, as the armed assailants shielded the crouching survivors, sparing them from harm. In an instant, the 4 men collapsed, and the 3 survivors screamed in shock, their eyes widening at the sudden appearance of Xie Tian. Chapter 15, Consumption. The sudden turn of events left the 3 survivors momentarily speechless. Xie Tian holstered his weapon and strode forward. One of the women fixed her gaze upon him, urgently inquiring, "Are you a soldier?" Xie Tian shook his head, attempting for the first time to manipulate the speech of a Scion. Logically, zombies should not possess the ability to speak, as they lack cognition, driven solely by instinct. However, zombies are merely the evolved remnants of humanity, thus, their organs remain similar to those of humans. The Scion's vocal cords were intact, and as he spoke, a sound emerged, albeit raspy and dry due to the absence of bodily fluids. "I am also a survivor, out seeking supplies. What is happening here?" Tears streamed down the woman's face as she replied, "We are all relatives. After the outbreak of the zombies, we lost most of our family and have been hiding in this supermarket for over a week, although it has been ransacked by other survivors. The remaining supplies were sufficient for us to survive temporarily. We 5 have lived here, but these 4 newcomers forced us to leave, demanding all our supplies. When we refused, they murdered my uncle with a machete and injured my cousin." As Xie Tian observed the woman's face, he noted that she appeared to be around 23 or 24, strikingly beautiful. In another world, she would surely have captivated countless men. "Big sister, Xiaolong is not going to make it," cried a frail young man, roughly the same age as Xie Tian. He was cradling another man, who was convulsing violently. A dagger lodged in his chest, blood pooling around them. The woman turned, crying out as she rushed to embrace the boy. But after only a few minutes in her arms, he ceased all movement, his life signs extinguished. The sight of the blood almost overwhelmed Xie. The Scion's instinctual craving for consumption surged within him, a primal urge he found difficult to resist. "Do you intend to remain here?" he asked, suppressing the fervent desire to feed. The woman nodded, sorrowfully stating, "We have nowhere else to go. Here is the only place we feel somewhat safe." Xie Tian regarded her thoughtfully and replied, "That may be so, but these bodies must be dealt with swiftly, lest they attract the attention of other zombies. Moreover, they might turn into zombies themselves. The 4 I shot are less concerning, but the 2 who were stabbed are a different matter. We cannot know if those wounds were inflicted by a zombie. If so, they could carry the zombie virus, and in a day or 2, those 2 corpses might rise again. Then let us dispose of them downstairs," suggested another young man. Xie Tian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "To ensure proper treatment of these bodies, I will assist you. You remain here while I take them outside." "But what about the zombies outside?" The woman expressed her concern. "Fear not," Xie Tian casually remarked, "I have my own methods." With that, he shouldered 2 corpses and strode down the stairs, under the watchful gaze of several onlookers. These bodies were vital sustenance for the scions, and food played a significant role in their evolution. Naturally, Xie Tian was reluctant to forego such a valuable opportunity. Although these corpses belonged to humans, the thought of cannibalism unsettled him somewhat. However, he reasoned that allowing the scions to instinctively feed would suffice, as he need not partake in the entire process. Upon exiting the supermarket, Xie Tian began to ponder where to take the corpses. Venturing outside was out of the question. After all, the streets were teeming with ravenous zombies, and he alone could not withstand such a horde. After much deliberation, he resolved to transport the bodies upstairs. The 6th floor of the mall housed a large cinema, a place he had visited before. Surely, no survivor would be foolish enough to scavenge in a movie theater, making it an ideal hiding spot for the bodies. Carrying the corpses upstairs, Xie Tian selected the most secluded screening room on the 6th floor, ensuring that it was devoid of both people and zombies. He laid the bodies on the vacant space beneath the screen. He then returned to the supermarket, making 2 additional trips to bring the remaining 4 corpses upstairs. As Xie Tian prepared to shoulder the last 2 bodies and exit the supermarket, a woman spoke up. "Sir, you have saved our lives. We are eternally grateful and wish to repay you. We have very little supplies left. Please take these." Xie Tian glanced over and noticed they had packed a bag of food for him as a token of gratitude. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You should keep your supplies. I can find more elsewhere." With that, Xie Tian drew a 92-style pistol from his waist and tossed a magazine from his bulletproof vest to them, stating, "This is for your protection. Do you know how to use it?" The young man, bewildered, received the gun and shook his head. "No." "Figure it out," Xie Tian advised. "And remember to secure the entrance on this floor to ensure your safety." "Sir." The woman looked at Xie Tian with urgency. "If possible, please take us with you. Staying here means only a delay in our demise. We wish to leave." Xie Tian regarded her, her eyes brimming with desperate hope. But he could only shake his head and reply, "I cannot take you with me, for I am not like you." He paused before continuing. "Surviving in this city will become increasingly difficult. You must find a way to leave. The government is currently concentrating its last resources on defending the north, while the south of the Yellow River is likely beyond their concern." Having said this, he hefted the last 2 corpses and departed. Though these individuals were temporarily safe here, the day their resources ran dry would force them into a desperate struggle for survival. In the bleak landscape of the apocalypse, any semblance of comfort was but a fleeting illusion. On this night of his first murder, Xie Tian found an unexpected tranquility within himself. The 4 lifeless bodies before him, their eyes wide open in death, still radiated warmth. Before their demise, they surely did not anticipate that retribution would arrive so swiftly. In Xie Tian's view, even in this apocalyptic era, devoid of law or moral constraints, humanity should still retain its essence. The act of slaughtering one's own kind for mere survival was no different from the existence of the zombies that thrived on human flesh. This notion was utterly unacceptable to him. Such individuals deserve their fate. The corpses were lined up beneath the screen in the screening room, and Xie Tian sat in the front row, gazing at the 6 lifeless forms. He found himself devoid of the energy to reflect upon the situation. The scion's desperate hunger had even begun to affect him, and he felt an unusual pang of hunger himself. Since the only proper meal he had managed to secure for the scion was a meager portion snatched from the mouths of other zombies, he was acutely aware of the physical needs that persisted. Although one's brainstem and pituitary gland had significantly enhanced the scion's constitution, even the mightiest of zombies could succumb to hunger, and the stronger the zombie, the greater its appetite. Xie Tian removed the helmet from the scion's head and withdrew his consciousness from its form. The scion possessed an innate drive to feed and would instinctively seek sustenance. Xie Tian had no desire to be a mere spectator to such a grotesque scene. Chapter 16. Imminent at this hour, deep in the night. Xie Tian emerged from his bedroom, retrieving a pack of premium cigarettes left by the previous occupant from beneath the coffee table in the living room. Xie Tian seldom indulged in smoking. It was a habit he only occasionally embraced during his school days when he would stay up late playing video games with his dormitory mates on weekends. In those moments of sleeplessness, a cigarette would often serve as a stimulant. Now, however, he craved a cigarette due to an overwhelming sense of unreality that had suddenly engulfed his mind. Lighting a cigarette, he stood on the balcony, gazing at the city shrouded in night. The landscape was devoid of any artificial lights, and as he reflected on the events of the past few days, he found himself wishing fervently that this was merely a nightmare. The cruelty he had witnessed was almost too much to bear, leading one to lose hope in life itself. Soft footsteps approached, and Zhao Zai, clad in her pajamas, stepped out of her room. She passed through the living room and stood behind Xie Tian. "Can't sleep?" she inquired softly. Xie Tian replied without turning, then asked her in a subdued tone, "Does humanity still have a future?" Zhao Zai offered a bittersweet smile and countered, "Why do you pose such sentimental questions?" "I don't know," Xie Tian laughed self-deprecatingly. I just suddenly feel a bit melancholic. Perhaps it's just boredom. Zhao Zai felt a moment of awkwardness before shaking her head with a light laugh. I, too, am sleepless. I was just pondering a question while lying in bed. What question? He asked. A multiple-choice dilemma. The first option is to die here without pain, while the second option is to die painfully on the road to hope, perhaps from starvation, illness, or even being torn apart by zombies, or worse, transforming into a soulless zombie myself. Xie Tian turned to face her, smiling. You truly are suited to be a host. Your words are so poetic. Zhao Zai chuckled, about to respond when Xie Tian's expression suddenly shifted to one of astonishment. In a moment of realization, he exclaimed, It's an airplane. What? Zhao Zai was taken aback by his sudden outburst, confused. What airplane? There's an airplane. Xie Tian grasped Zhao Zai's hand and dashed to the door, pushing it open with fervor as he pulled her along, racing upwards. At the iron gate leading to the rooftop, Xie Tian shook the door with wild intensity, almost as if possessed, causing Zhao Zai to gasp in alarm. The gate, constructed of steel rods as thin as a pinky, yielded to Xie Tian's vigorous shaking. The lock quickly fell away, and the door swung open. He once more seized Zhao Zai's hand, propelling them towards the rooftop. Zhao Zai, disregarding the fact that Xie Tian had taken her hand without permission, focused solely on keeping pace with him as they sprinted. On the rooftop, she could now discern the faint roar of an airplane, and her heart soared with excitement. Clinging to Xie Tian's arm, she shook him vigorously, exclaiming, Are we saved? A thunderous roar approached from the north, and before long, the two individuals observed two increasingly larger dark spots in the sky. As the aircraft entered the airspace above Yang City, it began to circle and fly low over the urban area. Xie Tian could discern that both planes were four-engine propeller aircraft, resembling military Y-8 transport planes. The aircraft commenced dispersing white paper fragments over the city, which, illuminated by the moonlight, descended in a flurry reminiscent of snowfall. The deafening roar of the planes passed overhead as Zhao Zai repeatedly leaped and shouted, We are here. Help. Xie Tian interjected, Stop shouting. It's futile. Indeed, the planes paid no heed to Zhao Zai's cries and soared away to other locales. However, many of the paper fragments they scattered landed atop the buildings. Xie Tian picked up one of the sheets and, upon reading its contents, was struck with horror. Zhao Zai, sensing a glimmer of hope, approached Xie Tian, asking, What do these flyers say? Xie Tian looked up at her and replied, We must leave within a week. Zhao Zai inquired, puzzled. See for yourself. Xie Tian handed her the flyer. By the light of the moon, Zhao Zai's expression shifted to one of increasing terror as she read, and upon finishing, she asked vacantly, Burning the city? The message on the flyer was straightforward. Burning the city. It stated that a multitude of zombies, drawn by food scarcity, were migrating north from various southern cities, placing immense pressure on the defenses of the three safe zones, Changsha, Nanchang, and Shanghai. The military, in a painful decision, resolved to conduct devastating aerial bombardments on the fallen southern cities, aiming to eradicate the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of zombies residing within the dead cities. The flyer further proclaimed that 1 week hence, precisely at noon on July 15th, the military would deploy bombers to deliver catastrophic strikes on Yang City using incendiary bombs. The infernal temperatures generated by these bombs would persist for at least an hour. The purpose of distributing the flyers was to inform the survivors within the city to evacuate before July 15th. Additionally, the flyer included a simple map detailing routes from Yang City to the nearest safe zones in Changsha and Nanchang, guiding survivors on how to reach these sanctuaries. Why must they do this? Zhao Zai pondered, gazing at Xie Tian. Isn't this inhumane? Xie Tian smiled faintly and responded, I find this decision rather prudent. Consider this. Over 85% of humanity was infected by the virus during the outbreak, with a national population of 1 per billion. What does 85 signify? Approximately 1.2 billion zombies exist. And how many humans remain? Most of those uninfected became food for zombies in the initial outbreak, while a small fraction turned due to blood contamination. Consequently, the number of living humans continues to dwindle. With such a vast horde of zombies, how else could we hope to eradicate them? Zhao Zai fell into silence, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xie Tian gently patted her shoulder, offering words of comfort. The nation must cling to its last thread of hope. Sacrificing pawns to protect the king may provide a chance to navigate through this crisis. In due time, the city can be rebuilt. I understand, Zhao Zai replied softly. Nodding her head, Xie Tian sighed and said, Rest now. We have only 7 days left, and time is of the essence. We must expedite our preparations. Given the imminent threat of citywide destruction, remaining within the city to assist the Scions would undoubtedly be a perilous choice. Fortunately, he had already procured a suitable vehicle, located a supermarket brimming with supplies, and amassed a considerable arsenal of weapons. The sole task remaining was to enhance the Volvo truck. Since the cargo bed would be used for storage, it was imperative to fortify it. He needed to weld the entire cargo area and required a substantial amount of rebar and other components. Once the vehicle was ready, accompanied by ample diesel, he and Zhao Zai could embark on their journey with confidence. Xie Tian contemplated the situation. With only 7 days to spare, the Scions possessed 6 corpses for sustenance. He wondered whether these 6 bodies would suffice for him to achieve E1 evolution. If so, that would be splendid. However, a daunting dilemma loomed. If they were to set out, what would become of the Scions? Bringing them along would inevitably raise Zhao Zai's suspicions. Moreover, the real concern was not Zhao Zai herself, but the potential for chaos that could ensue once the flyers were distributed, inciting hidden survivors throughout the city to take action. This could lead to a mass exodus, and if the identities of the Scions were discovered by other humans, it would spell disaster. Chapter 17. Proactive preparation. As dawn broke the following day, Xie Tian once again transferred his consciousness into the Scion. The Scion rested in a corner of the screening room, digesting his meal. His consumption was unrestrained. In just one night, he had devoured over half a corpse, leaving his stomach notably distended. However, the peristaltic movements of his stomach were swift, indicating an industrious effort to digest the food. Upon exiting the screening room, Xie Tian's first course of action was to head straight for the school, as perfecting his truck was of utmost importance. At that moment, the streets were strewn with flyers dropped from planes the previous night, yet not a soul could be seen. Xie Tian reflected on the fact that the population of Yang City had previously exceeded 10 million. Even if only 5% had survived, that would still amount to at least 100 to 200,000 people. Furthermore, even if most survivors had already fled the city, those remaining would not be fewer than 5 digits. In a matter of days, it was likely that scenes of humanity desperately trying to escape the city would abound. With the generator and welder operating, Xie Tian utilized the remaining steel rebar to begin welding a canopy over the truck's cargo bed. Given that the bed stood approximately 160 centimeters high, he welded parallel to the top, although he could not stand upright inside and had to bend down. The height was not particularly significant for a storage area. The rebar was running low, and after utilizing it all, he had managed to weld less than a third of the structure. Considering he had found the generator, he decided it would be prudent to drive the truck back to the construction site, where ample steel rebar and various other materials awaited him, along with numerous other trucks that could provide a sufficient supply of diesel. This time, as Xie Tian took to the road again, he continued to crush zombies beneath the wheels of his truck. However, this time, his vehicle attracted the attention of several survivors. Along the way, people would occasionally lean out of windows in high-rise buildings, shouting towards the speeding truck, "Take me with you. Please, take me. I'll do anything." Some even proclaimed, "I have $1 million in cash. I beg you to take me. The money is yours." Women pleaded, "Please take me. I will comply with any request." Had it not been for the Scion's keen auditory system, Xie Tian might have completely missed their desperate cries. This prompted him to reflect on the effectiveness of last night's flyers, which had evidently stirred the city's survivors into a frenzy. Xie Tian did not pause as he drove the truck into the construction site, where he continued his welding work, now equipped with a wealth of steel rebar. After several welding sessions, he had gained a measure of proficiency, producing joints that were far more even and completed at a considerably quicker pace. Recognizing that this was a storage area, he understood the necessity of leaving an entrance. Thus, he employed a handheld cutting machine to slice open the large iron gate of the warehouse. The iron sheet of the gate was approximately 2 to 3 millimeters thick. Yet with the reinforcement of rebar, it would become quite formidable. Xie Tian originally intended to weld a small door for access at the front of the truck, near the cab and ladder. However, considering the need to store larger equipment, such as generators, he realized the door must be larger. Ultimately, he decided to remove the warehouse's iron door and cut a 1-meter wide opening at the hinge side, matching the width of the truck's rear compartment. Maneuvering such a considerable piece onto the truck's 3-meter high top proved to be a laborious task. Xie Tian had to employ ropes and exert tremendous effort to hoist it up. The cut door, equipped with a pair of hinges, was perfectly suited for an outward swinging iron door. This required a degree of technical skill, and Xie Tian deliberated extensively before proceeding, wary of making mistakes or damaging the iron door. By noon, having completed the welding, Xie Tian noticed ample leftover iron sheets and contemplated constructing a metal box at the rear of the truck's bed. Given that the truck was a dump model, the tailgate could be pushed open from the inside. Thus, creating a metal box at the rear would allow the Scions to enter and exit through the tailgate. He planned to weld a simple latch inside the box, providing the Scions with an excellent hiding spot, secure and discreet, allowing for easy access without detection. As noon approached, Zhao Zai was puzzled by Xie Tian's unusual drowsiness. He had gone to bed early the previous night and had yet to rise even past midnight. Contemplating whether to wake him, she hesitated at the door multiple times but ultimately decided against knocking, fearing she might disturb his rest. Instead, she thought of returning to the living room to read. Just then, Xie Tian opened the door, startling Zhao Zai, who had been wavering at the threshold. "You're awake," Zhao Zai said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Xie Tian paused for a moment and asked, "Xiao Yi, why are you standing at my door?" Feeling somewhat awkward, Zhao Zai replied, "I wanted to wake you, but I was afraid to interrupt your rest." With a gentle smile, Xie Tian responded, "I've been a bit indulgent with my sleep lately. Besides, there aren't many good days left, so I might as well make the most of it." Zhao Zai smiled shyly and said, "I wish I had your mindset. I was thinking about the flyers all night. Life here feels so easy. Yet the thought of facing countless zombies outside sends shivers down my spine." Xie Tian chuckled and reassured her, "Don't worry. I will be thoroughly prepared before we set off." He then added, "By the way, we should aim to leave on the 6th day, not too early, nor too late. It's the most suitable time." "Why?" Zhao Zai inquired. Xie Tian explained, "Consider this. The survivors in the city must have seen the information on the flyers by now. There hasn't been any significant movement for a mass evacuation outside, indicating that everyone is likely busy preparing and gathering supplies and vehicles. After all, it will be much more challenging to find resources once we leave the city. We also need time to prepare. 6 days will suffice. And I believe others will choose to depart on that day as well." Zhao Zai quickly asked, "Are you planning to go out in search of supplies?" Xie Tian smiled faintly, saying, "You need not worry about this. I have it all under control." At present, there remained half of the provisions in Xie Tian's backpack, barely sufficient for 2 individuals to survive for 3 or 4 days. In addition, the substantial stockpile concealed within his room could ensure they would not need to venture outside for 6 days. However, explaining the supplies in the room to Zhao Zai would be rather challenging, yet when the moment arose, it would be imperative to utilize these resources. Furthermore, the modifications and reinforcements on the Volvo truck were nearly complete, with only the Scion's hideout yet to be finalized. Once this issue was resolved, the remaining time would be devoted to scouring for supplies, which could then be stored in the truck. This way, upon their departure from the city, they could simply retrieve the vehicle and set off. After having lunch, Xie Tian hurried back to his room to expedite the completion of the Scion's hideout. He welded the remaining sheet metal into a crude iron box at the rear of the truck bed, creating a rudimentary latch with rebar. Consequently, the tailgate could only be opened from the inside by the Scion. Even if others accessed the tailgate, they would merely find the iron box within, unable to enter the truck bed. Once the truck was completed, Xie Tian proceeded to a nearby driving school, where he removed 2 tarpaulins from a Liberation 141 truck to fully cover the steel frame he had welded above the truck bed. This would shield the supplies from the elements and prevent prying eyes from coveting their contents. If there had been sufficient sheet metal, he could have enclosed the entire area above the truck bed, but with limited materials remaining, he would have to devise another solution later. After much toil, the escape truck was finally ready. Xie Tian began to compile a list of essential supplies to seek. Food and water were paramount, followed closely by a substantial quantity of diesel, as both the truck and generator relied on it for operation. Additionally, he needed to procure clothing and other daily necessities. Recognizing that Zhao Zai, being a woman, would likely require a broader array of items, Xie Tian pondered silently, with only 6 days remaining. Regardless of his inclinations, he would soon embark on the journey northward. With each step taken toward the north, he drew ever closer to home. The thought stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. Once he had made all necessary preparations, he could set forth with peace of mind. Chapter 18. Assistance as night descended. Xie Tian maneuvered his Scion prowess to the supermarket where he had previously encountered E1. This location was replete with abundant supplies, akin to an untouched haven. From the subterranean level 2, Xie Tian selected a considerable assortment of provisions, primarily consisting of canned goods, vacuum-sealed meats, instant noodles, and ready-to-eat rice. The truck's ample capacity allowed him to include a significant amount of uncooked rice as well. However, upon transporting the mountain of supplies to the first-floor lobby, a dilemma arose. The distance to the construction site where his vehicle was concealed spanned several kilometers. Fearing an encounter with scavenging survivors, Xie Tian refrained from retrieving his heavy-duty truck. Consequently, the task of transporting these supplies back became a formidable challenge. The streets were teeming with zombies, driving would likely result in being encircled by the undead. After careful consideration, he concluded that locating a tricycle would be most suitable. After a brief search, he found a tricycle adorned with sanitation markings, hastily discarding the buckets and brooms it carried. He then mounted the vehicle and made his way to the building's entrance. With the supplies successfully retrieved, he felt no trepidation about being seen by other survivors. Instead, he harbored a hope that someone might discover this place and safely take some provisions, thus offering others a glimmer of hope for survival. The abundance of supplies remained untouched, suggesting that this site was regarded as a no-go zone by survivors, deterring them from scavenging here. Xie Tian loaded the tricycle to its brim, managing to convey only about a quarter of the total provisions. The sheer volume was overwhelming. Even with the Volvo truck, it would require multiple trips to transport everything. The creaking of the tricycle's chain and pedals failed to attract the zombies' attention, allowing Xie Tian to navigate through the throng without incident. Upon reaching the construction site, he opened the iron gate he had welded atop the truck, stowing all the supplies inside. He secured the gate with a robust U-shaped lock he had discovered at the supermarket before pedaling back to the store. A zombie clad in racing gear, a bulletproof vest, and a vibrant motorcycle helmet rode the tricycle amidst the undead, resembling a diligent tricycle driver. Xie Tian found the scene somewhat amusing. By the late hours of the night, the supplies Xie Tian had transported filled 1/5 of the truck's capacity, predominantly consisting of food and water, amounting to at least 1 or 2 tons. He also gathered a substantial quantity of other items, including underwear, t-shirts, and jeans, along with a large package of sanitary napkins, sufficient for Zhao Zai for an entire year. Satellite receivers and GPS devices were deemed essential. Xie Tian reasoned that regardless of the calamities on the ground, the satellites in orbit would remain untouched by the zombies. Having these tools on the road would prove invaluable. Walkie-talkies were also crucial, with the absence of wireless communication networks. They would facilitate easier contact with future companions on their journey. Fortunately, with 5 days at his disposal, there was no immediate urgency. After the final delivery of supplies, Xie Tian prepared to let the Scions return to the cinema to rest and eat, where 5 corpses remained, providing suitable cover for them. Suddenly, he recalled the 3 survivors in the supermarket downstairs, who, after the last incident, likely remained hidden in fear. Consequently, they might be entirely unaware of the flyers. And since the cinema they intended to return to was directly above them, it was only fitting to inform them, a task well within his capabilities. Xie Tian packed a large bag of food and water, then rode his tricycle to the mall below. Scattered flyers littered the ground, and he casually picked one up as he ascended the stairs. The entrance to the supermarket on the 3rd floor had been barricaded with shelves, but Xie Tian managed to push through a narrow gap, sufficient for him to slip inside. The 3rd floor remained shrouded in darkness, and he traversed the space until he reached the elevator leading to the 4th floor. The upper access had been blocked, and recalling that he had previously given them a handgun, Xie Tian shook the shelves and called out hoarsely, "Is anyone there?" Soon, he heard a noise, followed by a cautious voice from a woman. "Who is it?" Unsure of how to introduce himself, Xie Tian simply replied, "It's me," perhaps recognizing his distinctive voice. The woman quickly rose, switched on her flashlight, and approached confidently, illuminating Xie Tian's helmet with her beam, exclaiming, "Benefactor, what brings you here?" Xie Tian managed a wry smile, saying, "Please, don't call me Benefactor." The woman laughed excitedly. "Wait a moment. We locked the shelves to the handrail. I'll go get them to open it." Soon, the 2 young men were roused and came over. Upon seeing Xie Tian, they were inexplicably thrilled, hastily unlocking the shelves to clear the path, eagerly asking, "Benefactor, we never expected to see you again." Xie Tian joined them in their makeshift space and inquired, "Have you ventured outside recently?" "No," the woman shook her head, asking, "Benefactor, what brings you here? Are you searching for supplies? We still have some. Let us share with you." Xie Tian shook his head, thinking how kind-hearted the woman was. She had already offered supplies to thank him last time, and now, before he could even explain his purpose, she was ready to part with her own meager resources for his survival. "You probably don't know about the government's decision, do you? You likely haven't seen the flyers distributed a couple of days ago." "What flyers?" the woman asked, perplexed, and the 2 young men looked equally curious, asking, "Brother, is the government coming to rescue us?" Xie Tian pulled out the flyer and handed it to the woman, saying, "Take a look." The woman accepted the flyer, and the 2 young men leaned in, utilizing the flashlight to read its contents. Their faces turned ashen after comprehending the dire message. In despair, the woman exclaimed, "There are only 6 days left. How can the 3 of us escape the city before the bombing? It seems impossible." Xie Tian sighed heavily, removed his burdensome backpack, and handed it to her, saying, "These supplies are brought specifically for you." The woman stared at Xie Tian in astonishment, motionless. In response, he emptied the contents of the bag onto the ground, stating, "I came here out of concern that you might not have received the news and would be unable to evacuate before the bombing begins, so I wanted to inform you." Tears streamed down the woman's face, Unable to see Xie Tian's features, she fixated on the colorful visor of his helmet and said, "Benefactor. You can navigate the city with ease at night, so surely leaving should not pose a challenge. You should keep these supplies for yourself. If Young City indeed faces bombing, it will be difficult for you to find resources once you leave. We three do not require supplies. It would be best to wait here until the 15th and die without suffering. After death, we need not worry about becoming zombies." "You fool," Xie Tian scolded. "You still have 6 days to prepare. There is still hope. Do not give up easily. On the 14th, if you manage to leave the city, be on the lookout for a Volvo heavy truck with the license plate Dong AD 5608. The driver is named Xie Tian. He will assist you." "And what about you?" The woman pressed eagerly. "Will you not leave with that Xie Tian?" Xie Tian shook his head, replying, "I am accustomed to being alone." Rising to his feet, he reiterated, "Remember, the license plate number is Dong AD 5608. Benefactor." As Xie Tian was about to depart, the beautiful woman suddenly called out, filled with hope, "Could you let me see your face, or at least tell me your name? I've already told you not to call me Benefactor. It gives me goosebumps." Xie Tian replied with a sheepish smile, "I won't show you my face. I have scars that may be unsettling, and there is no need to share my name. We may never meet again. I am Xie Yufei, and this is my younger brother, Xie Xiaofei, along with my cousin, Liang. If there is a chance to meet again in the future, we 3 siblings will do everything in our power to repay your kindness." Xie Yufei's expression was sincere and fervent. Xie Tian merely nodded slightly, saying, "If you truly wish to repay me, then strive to survive." Chapter 19. Disappeared. For Xie Tian, saving the 3 siblings, Xie Yufei, was merely a fortuitous coincidence. Had he not previously embarked on a quest to locate E1, he would not have serendipitously encountered them under attack by nefarious individuals. As a fellow survivor, Xie Tian was more than willing to lend a helping hand, especially after determining through their 2 exchanges that the trio possessed inherently kind natures. After all, it was remarkable that they had voluntarily offered him their precious supplies on 2 occasions. Thus, should they manage to escape the city in the future and cross paths with him, they would indeed be trustworthy companions. In these times, finding individuals worthy of trust was an exceedingly rare endeavor. After bidding farewell to Xie Yufei and her siblings, Xie Tian exited the supermarket, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. He had been controlling a scion for an entire day, engaging in strenuous labor that had left the scion's body in a state of hunger. The cinema above offered ample food, and it was time for the scion to indulge in a hearty meal, allowing Xie Tian himself to relax and recuperate. Leaving the scion in the cinema screening room to dine, Xie Tian withdrew his consciousness from the scion's body. This prolonged control had imparted a unique sense of fatigue upon him. Hastily, he rummaged through his pocket for the crystal, only to find that it had lost its efficacy. The gentle energy it once radiated had vanished, suggesting that he had absorbed all its contained power. With the energy within the crystal fully absorbed, Xie Tian's own physical condition had seen a notable improvement. Apart from the adverse effects of controlling the scion, both his physical strength and sensory acuity had been enhanced. Coupled with the restful days spent in this refuge, where he was spared the burdens of constant toil and was well fed, he felt invigorated with boundless energy. His previous plan to hunt E1 had been thwarted by the government's bombing campaign, leaving him little time to act. Xie Tian resolved to gather all necessary supplies within the day, dedicating the remaining time solely to the hunt for E1. Beyond the city's walls, a multitude of dangers awaited him, and if the scion could ascend to E1's level before their departure, it would greatly benefit his safety and operations thereafter. As the deadline for the impending bombardment drew near, Zhaozai became increasingly anxious. She could not fathom Xie Tian's thoughts, as he appeared to spend his days merely eating and sleeping, seemingly unconcerned about their next steps. Little did she know of the considerable efforts Xie Tian was making behind the scenes to ensure their safe journey. During lunch, Zhaozai proposed, "Xie Tian, shall we venture out this afternoon to gather some supplies? The deadline is fast approaching, and we need to find a suitable vehicle. There will be much ground to cover once we leave the city." Xie Tian replied nonchalantly, "You need not worry about these matters. I have a plan." Zhao Zai's expression turned somewhat awkward as she glanced at Xie Tian, deciding not to press further. Yet, Xie Tian discerned the confusion in her eyes and reflected that it was no wonder Zhao Zai was anxious, after all. She could never imagine that he had a zombie minion working tirelessly for him outside. In order to reassure Zhao Zai, Xie Tian felt it necessary to clarify the origin of the truck and supplies. He began, "After we finish our meal, I will go out to find a vehicle and some resources. You should remain in the room and exercise caution." Zhao Zai promptly responded, "The more hands, the better." Xie Tian immediately countered, "You cannot go. We do not have the key to the entrance downstairs, which means only one of us can venture out. If a zombie or an intruder were to enter, it would create a significant issue." Zhao Zai found herself at a loss for words in response to Xie Tian's insistence. After a pause, she hesitantly remarked, "There haven't been any other survivors in the community. If we simply leave the entrance door ajar, the zombies will surely not come in." Xie Tian waved his hand dismissively. "We cannot take that risk. You will stay here, and that is final." Seeing Xie Tian's resolute demeanor, Zhao Zai reluctantly nodded, abandoning her request. Meanwhile, Xie Tian's mind was occupied with how to navigate the situation. He did not truly need to seek out supplies, as he had already prepared most of what was necessary. After some contemplation, he decided to head to another building within the community, the very place where the Scions had previously taken refuge. He intended to stay there for a day, using it as a ruse to appease Zhao Zai. This would provide him with a plausible excuse when they eventually set out, and he had little energy to concern himself with whether Zhao Zai would believe him. After their meal, Xie Tian tidied up briefly, securing his handgun for protection. He addressed Zhao Zai. "We still have a supply of food and water. My main objective is to find a suitable vehicle. I have the key to our door, and I will leave it unlocked when I step out. If you hear any noise or knocking, do not respond. If it is me returning, I will enter on my own." Zhao Zai nodded gently, gazing at Xie Tian with concern. "You must be careful." "I know," he reiterated. "Remember my words. Do not go anywhere, wait for my return, and do not open the door under any circumstances." "Rest assured, I will remember," she replied. Currently, the community posed no danger. The zombies had been eradicated by the Scions, and there had been no signs of other survivors. Both Xie Tian and Zhao Zai had remained indoors, devoid of any sin of prey that might attract zombies, even if a few were to wander in. Xie Tian's current strength rendered them insignificant. Upon reaching the ground floor, Xie Tian gently opened the unit door, secured the lock, and left it ajar. After ensuring everything was in order, he made his way to the building where the Scions had once hidden. The entrance door of that building remained open. Xie Tian ascended the stairs cautiously, drawing his handgun as he stepped inside. He discerned that he could now detect the scent of zombies. This apartment, having been occupied by the Scions, exuded a distinctly unique aura, yet he found no trace of other zombies. After a thorough inspection, Xie Tian confirmed his intuition. There were no zombies present. Xie Tian closed the door behind him and settled onto the sofa in the living room, resting against the cushion. Eagerly, he focused his consciousness once more on the Scion. The Scion remained in the screening room, and upon this new entry, Xie Tian noticed a significant transformation in the Scion's physical condition. Having consumed 3 corpses, the Scion's extraordinary digestive capacity allowed him to convert human flesh and blood entirely into energy. In the span of a single night, the Scion's physique had expanded, his muscles swelling and becoming as hard as stone. The wounds on his body had healed, now covered with a layer of gray skin that appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding flesh. Xie Tian could distinctly sense that this formidable strength had yet to reach the E1 level, but his intuition suggested that the Scion was not far from it, perhaps even within reach. He believed that in the coming days, before his departure from Yang City, the Scion would undoubtedly evolve into E1. The urgency of preparing supplies for the journey has become paramount. Xie Tian, controlling the Scion, exited the cinema and headed straight for the city center. Although the largest electronics market in Yang City was devoid of human presence, various goods remained neatly arranged on the shelves. With remarkable ease, Xie Tian located all the necessary electronic devices. He was merely lacking an adequate reserve of diesel. The heavy truck and generator both required diesel to operate, and with numerous gas stations in the urban area, fuel was not a significant concern for him. He swiftly discovered a fuel tanker at one of the stations, seemingly filled to the brim with diesel, yet it had not yet been transferred to the underground fuel depot. Judging by its appearance, there were at least 30 tons of unclaimed diesel available for his taking. Although fuel is critically important in the apocalypse, Xie Tian calculated that he would need no more than 2,000 liters of diesel. The Volvo heavy truck, carrying his supplies, would consume approximately 50 liters per 100 kilometers. And with a fuel tank capacity of 500 liters, it could travel 1,000 kilometers when fully fueled. Considering the unpredictable road conditions, preparing an additional 2,000 liters of diesel would ensure sufficient fuel even if he had to navigate to the northwest and return to Yanjing. Transporting the fuel posed a considerable challenge. Xie Tian could only utilize the large oil drums typically employed by gas stations as storage containers. However, each of the largest drums had a capacity of merely 50 liters. Lacking alternative methods, he resorted to filling one drum at a time, using a tricycle to continuously shuttle between the gas station and the construction site. After successfully transporting enough diesel, it was already past 6 in the evening. Reflecting on his day spent outside, Xie Tian decided it was time to return. He led the Scion back to the screening room, withdrew his consciousness, and opened the door to head home. On the way back, Xie Tian contemplated informing Zhao Zai that he had secured a vehicle. justifying his absence by expressing concern over attracting zombies. However, upon unlocking the door, he was astonished to find that Zhao Zai was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 20. Narrow Path of Enmity. After searching the house multiple times, confirming that Zhao Zai was not present, Xie Tian furrowed his brows in contemplation, pondering where Zhao Zai could have ventured. Within this unit, only this door could be opened. Aside from that, the only other place Zhao Zai might have gone was the rooftop. With that thought in mind, Xie Tian pushed the door open and ascended to the rooftop, hoping to find Zhao Zai there. As Xie Tian scanned the rooftop, he could not spot Zhao Zai anywhere, which ignited an inexplicable sense of urgency within him. He dashed around the rooftop, yearning to catch a glimpse of her, but after circling the entire area, he remained empty-handed. It appeared that Zhao Zai had ventured out alone. A wave of frustration surged through Xie Tian. Despite his fervent admonitions for Zhao Zai to stay put, she had brazenly slipped away. He longed to confront her and express his ire, yet at this moment, the priority was to ascertain her whereabouts. Xie Tian hurried downstairs and, upon opening the unit door, began his search throughout the community. He silently hoped that Zhao Zai had not exited the complex. If she remained within its confines, the danger would be significantly mitigated. However, if she had recklessly ventured outside, the consequences could be dire. The community was devoid of any signs of life. Not even a single zombie could be found. The corpses of several zombies previously dispatched by the Scions lay rotting by the roadside, contributing to the eerie silence enveloping the area. As he stepped onto the straight path leading to the community gate, everything seemed normal at first glance. A mix of anxiety and anger coursed through Xie Tian as he clenched his teeth, repeatedly reminding himself that if danger awaited beyond the gates, he must abandon the search for Zhao Zai. If she insisted on being reckless, she would have to fend for herself. To Xie Tian's astonishment, there was also an absence of zombies on the main road outside the community, which felt exceedingly strange. As dusk approached, this was typically the hour when zombies began to swarm, yet not a single one was in sight. Glancing around, he resolved to turn right at the upcoming intersection to assess the situation. Upon reaching the corner, he was met with a shocking sight. The street to the left was teeming with hundreds of zombies. It seemed that the nearby undead had congregated there. These zombies were gathered beneath a budget hotel, some attempting to breach the steel shutter door, while many others gazed upwards. Xie Tian took a closer look and was rendered speechless. Standing outside the fifth-floor window of the hotel was none other than Zhao Zai. Had it not been for his enhanced vision, he would have only been able to discern her silhouette from such a distance. Now, he could clearly see the expression of terror and helplessness etched on her face. She was precariously positioned between the fourth and fifth floor windows, standing on a narrow ledge less than 10 centimeters wide, one hand gripping the iron frame of the air conditioning unit while the other wielded a knife, desperately swinging it towards the window beside her. It was then that Xie Tian noticed movement within the fourth floor window. Moreover, there was not merely one. From this vantage point, two could be discerned. However, the dim light within the window obscured the distinction between the undead and humans. Suddenly, a man's head emerged from the window, brandishing a machete and hurling curses at Zhao Zai. "You little wench, if you do not obediently come inside, I'll send you down to feed the zombies." Damn, what a twist of fate. Xie Tian's gaze sharpened, instantly recognizing the man's features. Previously, when he had sought refuge in the sewer pipes, he had ventured out in search of supplies and, after much effort, had stumbled upon a few packets of instant noodles, only to have them snatched away by this very man and his band of thugs. Xie Tian vividly recalled that man's sinister expression, which mirrored his current threat towards Zhao Zai. At that time, he had been warned that if he did not surrender all the instant noodles, his life would be forfeit. Outnumbered 4-1, Xie Tian, being solitary and vulnerable, had no choice but to comply. Even then, the leader had been dissatisfied and attempted to strike Xie Tian down. Fortunately, he had been quick-witted, casting the noodles away and fleeing just in time. Otherwise, he might have met his demise at the man's hands. Now, it was indeed a case of bitter adversaries crossing paths, yet the man's focus was entirely fixed on Zhao Zai, rendering him oblivious to Xie Tian, who lurked several hundred meters away. Anger surged within Xie Tian, perplexed as to how Zhao Zai found herself ensnared with these scoundrels in a budget hotel. Yet, it was evident that Zhao Zai was in a dire predicament, having risked climbing out of the window to evade the men within the room. Though Zhao Zai appeared a fragile woman, she exhibited remarkable courage at that moment, wielding her machete with determination towards the window, causing the men inside to hesitate and draw back. The man continued to berate her. "You filthy harlot. Stop pretending to be innocent. If you had just let me and my brothers have our way, I might have spared your life. Instead, you scream and attract all these zombies, trapping me and my brothers in this hellhole. If you do not obediently come inside, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. Get lost." Zhao Zai retorted fiercely, "You scoundrel. If you push me any further, I will jump down. But mark my words, if I die, you will not escape either. These zombies will not spare you. Still defiant. Are we? The man, now infuriated, soon brandished a curtain rod from the window, pointing it menacingly at Zhao Zai. He spat, in all my life, I have never had a female host, let alone the most beautiful one in the province. Today, you have two choices. Either let me and my brothers have our fun, or I'll throw you down right now. Xie Tian's heart sank. Just moments ago, Zhao Zai had managed to fend off her assailant with her machete, but now, faced with the lengthy curtain rod, her weapon was rendered ineffective. Should the man truly desire to dispose of Zhao Zai, he could do so with ease. She had no escape. Time was of the essence. Xie Tian was uncertain whether his desire to save Zhao Zai outweighed his urge to exact revenge on an old foe. He had just admonished himself not to take risks for Zhao, prioritizing his own survival above all else. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, he found himself unable to remain idle any longer. The horde of zombies surrounding the front of the expression was dense, but their lack of intellect, coupled with Zhao Zai's precarious position hanging outside the window, had drawn their attention almost entirely to her. This presented Xie Tian with a potential opportunity. He promptly resolved to circumvent the inn and seek a way to enter through the rear. Time was of the essence. The man had not yet fully relinquished his nefarious intentions towards Zhao Zai, merely threatening her without taking drastic measures. Should he grow impatient, or if Zhao were to lose hope, the situation could become irretrievable. Xie Tian hastened through the intersection and approached the striking yellow structure of the express in via a narrow alley at the back. There was a wall behind the inn, likely enclosing a small parking lot. With remarkable agility, Xie Tian leaped high, grasping the top of the wall and peering cautiously over. A wave of relief washed over him as he noticed that the parking lot's gate was securely locked. No zombies lurked within. Moreover, the individuals with malicious intent toward Zhao Zai were all gathered at the front of the building, oblivious to the situation at the back, which was exceedingly advantageous for Xie Tian. He deftly scaled down from the wall, maneuvering around several parked cars as he stealthily approached the rear door of the inn. However, upon reaching the entrance, he discovered that although the glass door was shattered, the corridor beyond was completely obstructed by a pile of debris. Looking up, Xie Tian noted that the express inn boasted 6 stories, with only the first and second floors equipped with security grills. As he scrutinized the third-floor windows, a surge of excitement coursed through him upon realizing that several rooms had their windows wide open. Chapter 21. Snow Hatred. Xie Tian cautiously ascended the security window, inching his way upwards. The window bars served as an excellent climbing apparatus, allowing him to effortlessly grasp the ledge of the third floor. With a deft flick, he parted the curtains, ensuring the room was devoid of both humans and zombies before he gracefully climbed inside. It seemed that this building was free of the undead, and the energies of the men were likely focused on Zhao Zai. If he were to ascend to the 5th floor via the staircase, he could catch them unawares. With this thought in mind, Xie Tian turned the doorknob. The corridor was rather dim, flanked by guest rooms on either side, but his vision quickly adapted to the shadows. He had presumed that all of them would be gathered in the room behind Zhao Zai, yet upon entering the stairwell, he detected a faint aroma of tobacco. The scent of cigarettes wafted down from above, heightening his alertness. If his instincts were correct, someone was stationed in the stairwell to keep watch. Otherwise, the presence of smoke would be inexplicable. Drawing his pistol with utmost caution, he silently ascended the stairs, pressing his body against the wall. He mentally prepared for 2 scenarios. Ideally, he would dispatch the individual on the staircase quietly to avoid alarming anyone, but if circumstances demand, he would resort to gunfire before hastening to the room behind Zhao Zai to eliminate the rest. Armed and in a significantly improved physical condition compared to before, Xie Tian felt a surge of confidence as he climbed to the 4th floor. He discerned the sound of someone pacing above, punctuated by the occasional crack of a cigarette being puffed. It was evident that only one person occupied the upper level. Pausing momentarily, Xie Tian raised his firearm and cautiously retreated up the stairs. At the corner between the 4th and 5th floors, he suddenly emerged. Ideally, he would remain undetected. If spotted, he would shoot without hesitation. Fortunately, the individual leaned against the railing, oblivious to Xie Tian's presence. With measured steps, Xie Tian closed the distance, and just then, the man discarded his cigarette but, extinguishing it with his foot. Xie Tian was now merely 4 steps away. Summoning all his strength, he propelled himself forward with remarkable agility, launching himself at the man. Sensing a shift in the light behind him, the man instinctively turned around, but it was too late. As he observed the other's complexion shift from crimson to azure and then to violet, Xie Tian felt not an ounce of compassion. Since the fateful day he inadvertently rescued the siblings, Xie Yufei and her brothers, in the supermarket, he had discerned the depths of human nature amidst the apocalypse. In such dire circumstances, legality and morality had long been cast aside by those willing to resort to any means. Faced with such individuals, he resolved to show anyone deserving of death would receive it without exception. The other's struggles grew increasingly feeble until all signs of life ceased. Only then did Xie Tian release his grip. Rising from the body without casting another glance, and strode into the corridor of the fifth-floor guest rooms. In the hallway, he heard the frantic voice of the man. Zhao Zai, right? I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. If you don't comply and come in after 10 seconds, you'll be feeding the zombies. 10 seconds? Xie Tian scoffed, believing he could impart a taste of despair far sooner. 10, 9, 8, 7. The man's voice resonated with agitation, accompanied by the jeering of others who exclaimed, "Hey girl, I've been infatuated with you for quite some time on the screen. Don't be so stubborn. Come in and entertain the brothers. We'll take care of you, ensuring you have food. And you won't have to risk your life scavenging alone anymore. How does that sound? A splendid proposal. I assent it? Huh." Zhao Zai spat defiantly. "I would rather be torn to shreds by zombies than allow scum like you to touch me." No sooner had Zhao Zai spoken than the instigator among the men declared, "Lu Gu, I think this foul woman is resolute. Let us take her down." As his words fell, Xie Tian appeared at the door of the room. These men were overly arrogant, having stationed only one guard at the stairwell, leaving the door wide open. Bang, 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 bang. Xie Tian fired 4 shots, striking 2 men standing by the window. They fell lifelessly, unable to utter a single cry before meeting their end. Meanwhile, the man wielding a pole, poised to drag Zhao Zai down, remained oblivious to the gunfire until Xie Tian's bullet struck his thigh. The bullet pierced his right thigh, causing him to lose his balance and collapse to the ground, clutching his leg in agony, the pole slipping from his grasp and falling outside the window. "Do you remember me?" Xie Tian inquired coldly, a smirk gracing his lips as he stood before the man. The man gazed at Xie Tian in terror, as if desperately trying to recall something. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he blurted out, "Brother, what happened last time was merely a misunderstanding. Please, don't act impulsively. Everything can be negotiated." "Negotiated?" Xie Tian furrowed his brow and burst into laughter. "With your current state, what do you have to negotiate? Do you even have the right?" The man hastily replied, "It's just a few packets of instant noodles. There's no need to resort to such brutality. We are all human, and surviving is no easy feat for anyone." Xie Tian retorted with a mocking smile, "When you initially seized my belongings and intended to take my life, did you possess such thoughts? Just moments ago, when you threatened my woman and contemplated casting her down to feed the zombies, where was this line of reasoning? Your woman?" The man, initially taken aback, quickly grasped the situation. Despite enduring excruciating pain, he knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in regretful supplication. "I was blind to the truth and did not recognize that she was your woman. Please, in your magnanimity, spare my life." The man's previously grotesque visage transformed into that of a weeping wretch, eliciting a wave of disgust from Xie Tian. Xie Tian spat disdainfully, his voice cold as ice. "You must remember that to be human, one should possess a modicum of humanity." The man, mistakenly believing he had been pardoned, hastily continued, "Thank you for your immense kindness. I shall strive to be a better person." Xie Tian responded with a chilling laugh, "I met in your next life." With that, he pulled the trigger, and a bullet shattered the man's skull, erupting a spray of crimson and ivory. Surveying the 3 corpses in the room, Xie Tian felt as if he had finally exhaled a breath of pent-up rage. This could be deemed a measure of vengeance, settling both old and new scores. Their demise a fitting retribution. As Xie Tian stowed his weapon and leaned out of the window, Zhao Ziyi was already in tears, gazing at him, rendered speechless. After a long pause, she sobbed with profound remorse, "Xie Tian, I am so sorry." Once the words escaped her lips, she could no longer hold back her emotions and wept openly. Xie Tian's expression darkened, yet upon witnessing her near collapse, he calmly said, "Come inside. Extend your hand to me." Zhao Ziyi discarded the machete she had been holding and reached out to him. Xie Tian grasped her hand firmly, drawing her closer until she stood before him at the window. With a gentle yet swift motion, he pulled her inside and tossed her onto the large bed in the room. Pointing an accusatory finger at her, he exclaimed, "Do you lack common sense?" Zhao Ziyi, too intimidated to meet his gaze, could only weep, repeatedly apologizing. Xie Tian's irritation stemmed not solely from the trouble she had caused him, but from the reckless manner in which she treated her own life. "In the future, you will do as I instruct. Anything I advise against must be strictly avoided. Do you understand?" Zhao Ziyi nodded vigorously, her sobs punctuating her words. "I understand. I am truly sorry, Xie Tian. I really am." At that moment, much of Xie Tian's anger dissipated. He took a deep breath and said, "Stop crying. Let us return." Zhao Ziyi choked on her words. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I have brought you trouble. There are so many zombies outside. It is I who have endangered you. Enough with the endless lamentations. Xie Tian, both exasperated and helpless, retorted, I have my methods to safely lead you away. If I lacked the confidence to succeed, I would not have risked my life to rescue you. Chapter 22, Special Needs with a multitude of zombies besieging the entrance. Zhao Zai felt an inescapable doom alongside Xie Tian. Her display of guilt before him stemmed from her awareness that her own recklessness had not only endangered herself but also Xie Tian. However, when Xie Tian mentioned a way to escape, she was taken aback and blurted out, with so many zombies, how can we possibly leave? Xie Tian, scratching his nose and glancing out the window, observed that the zombies, unable to perceive Zhao Zai, were now violently crashing against the ground-level netting. If the netting were to give way, the glass door within would be utterly insufficient to contain the onslaught of the undead. His expression shifted, and he declared, we must hurry. With that, Xie Tian seized the corpse of the leading man from the ground and thrust it out of the window. Hey, he shouted downwards, instantly capturing the attention of the zombies. He then inverted the body, allowing blood and brain matter to ooze from the gaping wound atop its head, cascading onto the ground below. This spectacle incited a frenzy among the zombies, their hungry gazes fixated on the grisly offering like a pack of crocodiles awaiting their meal. Go. With a powerful heave, Xie Tian hurled the corpse into the horde, the force of his throw sending it soaring in an arc before it landed behind the mass of zombies. The moment it struck the ground, a spray of blood sent the zombies into a ravenous scramble, each one vying to reach the fallen body. Xie Tian repeated this tactic, tossing out the other two corpses from the room along with one from the staircase. Now, the zombies were thoroughly distracted, with nearly 100 of them surrounding each corpse, oblivious to the steel door they had previously battered. Quickly, for bodies won't suffice to satiate this many zombies, we must leave before they finish, Xie Tian urged, grasping Zhao Zai's hand and pulling her towards the exit. Zhao Zai hastily retrieved a shoulder bag from the foot of the bed, muttering, I risked my life to find these. How dare you even mention contributions? Xie Tian retorted sharply as he took the bag from her, slinging it over his shoulder. We cannot go through the main door. We must climb out of the third-floor window. Zhao Zai's expression faltered at his words, stammering, I'm afraid of heights. Xie Tian furrowed his brow and inquired, when you stood outside the window just now, I didn't perceive any fear. I thought you were fearless. I truly am afraid of heights. I only did it to evade those men, Zhao Zai replied, her demeanor one of profound distress. Xie Tian waved his hand dismissively, stating, no more idle chatter. You must jump. Startled by his intensity, Zhao Zai could only nod gently, her eyes glistening with tears as she murmured, then I will jump. As Xie Tian and Zhao Zai stood before the window of the third-floor room, she visibly trembled with trepidation. Undeterred, Xie Tian calmly instructed, I will go down first and catch you. You must be quick. As soon as the words left his lips, Xie Tian swiftly leaped out of the window and, with a few agile movements, landed effortlessly on the ground. He then turned to the still-dazed Zhao Zai and urged, hurry up. I'll only wait 30 seconds. Reluctantly, Zhao Zai steeled herself and crawled out, finding herself perched precariously on the ledge outside the window. She grasped the windowsill, repeatedly attempting to lower her legs onto the second-floor security bars, but to no avail. Xie Tian exclaimed, if you can't climb down, just jump. Zhao Zai cast a lingering glance at him, and with a determined bite of her lip, she closed her eyes and leapt down. Although it was the third floor, the actual height was merely that of 2 stories. Believing she was destined to crash into the ground, she was unexpectedly caught securely in Xie Tian's arms. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself nestled in his embrace, her face flushed crimson, rendered speechless and unable to meet his gaze. Despite Xie Tian's consistently brusque demeanor toward Zhao Zai, a mere means of imparting a lesson, he would never stand idly by and let her fall. Xie Tian hoisted Zhao Zai onto his shoulder, instructing, stay still, you won't be able to climb that wall. Complying, Zhao Zai lay obediently against his shoulder until he carried her to the corner of the wall. There, he effortlessly lifted her above his head by supporting her feet with both hands. With the nearby zombies distracted by the commotion at the entrance of the budget hotel and preoccupied with fighting over scraps, they remained oblivious to Xie Tian's and Zhao Zai's return along the same route, allowing them to re-enter their residential complex without incident. Once the door was closed, Xie Tian and Zhao Zai sat across from each other on 2 single sofas. He extracted a cigarette, lit it, and inquired, now, tell me what happened. Zhao Zai, her expression laden with guilt, began, in a few days, we are set to evacuate. I feared you would struggle alone to find transportation and supplies. So I thought I might venture out to gather some resources, contributing in my own way. I was exceedingly cautious when I left. I have always been careful during my previous scavenging expeditions. I noticed that the nearby supermarkets and shops had been thoroughly looted. So I figured the budget hotel might still have some instant food and water. When I entered the hotel, I was not detected by any zombies. However, just as I was about to leave with some supplies, I unexpectedly encountered 4 men in the corridor. The moment they spotted me, they charged forward, and instinctively, I dashed back to my room and locked the door. They kicked it open with ease, leaving me no choice but to escape through the window, which, unfortunately, attracted the zombies. Then you arrived. After recounting the entire ordeal, Zhao Zai expressed her profound regret, saying, "I'm truly sorry, Xie Tian. I didn't heed your advice and ended up causing you a great deal of trouble, nearly putting you at risk. From now on, I promise to listen to you. Whatever you say, I shall do." Xie Tian removed his shoulder bag, unzipped it, and emptied its contents onto the coffee table. Zhao Zai instinctively reached out to stop him. But his actions were so casual that everything spilled out, and he didn't even glance at her as he retorted, "Was it worth risking your life for these items? They're just food and water, after all. Although our current supplies are limited, they are sufficient to sustain us for a few more days. As for water, we are even better off." Just then, Xie Tian's gaze fell upon a small square object on the table, its pink plastic wrapping labeled with the word Sophie. Xie Tian was momentarily speechless. Zhao Zai's face flushed crimson as she quickly snatched the package of sanitary pads and concealed it behind her, her expression one of profound embarrassment. Well? Xie Tian also felt a twinge of awkwardness, momentarily at a loss for words. He changed the subject, saying, "I've already located the vehicle, but I haven't brought it over yet for fear of attracting zombies. It is currently hidden away. Before we set off, I will retrieve the car. Moreover, I have been exceptionally fortunate. The vehicle already contains a considerable amount of supplies, and I managed to procure some additional items. With this, we won't need to worry about resources for our journey." "Oh." Zhao Zai's voice revealed no trace of joy. She kept her head down, obscuring her expression from view. After a prolonged hesitation, Xie Tian awkwardly suggested, "Let's move past this incident. No one should mention it again. However, if you ever find yourself in similar circumstances in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I can assist you in resolving such matters." Chapter 23. Encountering E1 again. It was evident that Zhao Zai had truly absorbed the lessons of the past. Her demeanor in front of Xie Tian had undergone a profound transformation. Previously, while she harbored gratitude towards him, she considered herself his equal, believing that she could accomplish what he could. Despite her outward fragility, her spirit was resolute. However, now she presented herself as a delicate woman, scarcely daring to raise her voice in Xie Tian's presence. Each time she spoke, her tone was laced with caution, and a mere glance exchanged with him could cause her cheeks to flush involuntarily. Xie Tian regarded this change as a positive development. Although he had indeed been somewhat harsh with Zhao Zai before, he found himself relieved by her newfound demeanor. Women, regardless of the apocalypse, ought to focus on their roles as long as there are men around, engaging in household chores like laundry, cooking, and cleaning, while occasionally preparing a warm bath for themselves, embodying the essence of a homemaker amidst the chaos. With 3 days remaining until evacuation, Xie Tian had already made thorough preparations. His primary focus would now shift to the scions, ensuring they were nourished and in search of E1. He himself was in urgent need of E1's crystallization to further enhance his abilities. As night fell, Xie Tian awakened in the cinema screening hall from the perspective of a scion. Only one corpse remained. It appeared that after the scion's significant improvement, its appetite had surged. It was likely that within a day, this remaining body would be consumed. Xie Tian placed the helmet back on the scion and ventured once more onto the zombie-infested streets. He scoured several supermarkets, yet E1 remained elusive. The apocalypse had only commenced a little over a month ago, and it seemed that evolved zombies were still exceptionally rare. Reflecting on this, Xie Tian suddenly recognized a flaw in his habitual thinking, having encountered E1 in a supermarket before. He had fixated on such resource-rich locations as the primary places to seek it. Undeniably, areas abundant in supplies held great allure for humans, and the likelihood of zombies evolving into E1 was higher within them. However, for zombies, merely waiting in ambush might not yield fruitful results. Upon further contemplation, Xie Tian concluded that he should explore the locales where humanity had congregated prior to the outbreak. The prison. This term suddenly surged in Xie Tian's mind. In the wake of the zombie virus's sudden eruption, the government had been overwhelmed. Schools, hospitals, and even governmental institutions were preoccupied with their own survival, leaving prisons even more neglected. Within those walls, a multitude of defenseless inmates were confined, unable to escape or evade the onslaught of zombies. Such an environment was ripe for the emergence of E1. With this realization, Xie Tian promptly recalled information about the prisons in Yang City. To the west, there lay the provincial prison, and to the south, the provincial women's prison. At that moment, these two large facilities likely housed tens of thousands of zombies, and for the Scion, the greater the number of zombies, the safer it would be. Riding a dilapidated electric scooter he found by the roadside, Xie Tian's first destination was the provincial first prison. At this moment, he was fully equipped with an array of firearms, a bulletproof vest, and a helmet, making him well prepared to confront E1. However, the imposing walls of the prison barred his entry, and the heavy gates were firmly shut, making it difficult to find a way in. Undeterred, Xie Tian commandeered a bus, maneuvering it to rest against the high wall. The walls of the men's prison typically exceeded 5 meters, not including the high-voltage electric fence above. Yet, with the bus serving as a makeshift launching pad, the daunting wall posed no challenge for the robust Scion, who easily vaulted over it, rendering the electric fence a mere illusion. Upon leaping down from the wall, Xie Tian's gaze fell upon the expansive courtyard, where a handful of zombies clad in armed police uniforms roamed aimlessly. Paying them no heed, he hastened towards the prison building where the inmates resided, the very place that could potentially give rise to E1. However, Xie Tian underestimated the scale of the prison. There were over 20 structures resembling dormitory buildings. The most daunting aspect was that each one was a fully enclosed structure, fortified with solid iron doors and welded iron windows. Gaining entry proved to be an extraordinary challenge, and the armed police who were supposed to guard the gates had long since either succumbed to zombification or become meals for the undead, making the prospect of finding keys little more than a pipe dream. Xie Tian attempted to force open the massive iron door of one building with his bare hands. But the door was impenetrably strong, with a lock thicker than his thumb. Although the Scion had grown significantly stronger since his previous encounters, breaking through such an iron door with sheer strength was still beyond hope. Frustration welled up within him as he contemplated the multitude of buildings. Realizing he would have to enter each one individually, each housing numerous secure cells with their own formidable iron doors. Was he truly expected to search each room painstakingly? A moment later, Xie Tian berated himself for his foolishness, having forgotten an essential characteristic of E1. The previous E1 he encountered possessed a strong territorial instinct and exuded a distinctive scent that deterred lower-tier zombies from approaching. All he needed to do was locate that unique aroma to ascertain the presence of E1. With renewed determination, Xie Tian, controlling the Scion, began to meticulously circle around each building. At long last, upon passing Building 16, he detected the familiar scent once more. The Scion had grown substantially stronger since his last encounter with E1, and the fear that scent previously invoked had diminished considerably. If he had not been so diligent, he might have easily overlooked it. The exhilarating thrill of rediscovering E1 surged within Xie Tian. He was confident that by consuming the brainstem and pituitary gland of his E1, he could achieve the next stage of evolution. Now, what lay before him were merely a few iron doors. He would open the gate to Building 16, confirm E1's location, and then breach the final door to eliminate E1 with his firearm. With eager anticipation, Xie Tian's eyes fell upon an Iveco escort vehicle parked in the distance. The power of that vehicle far surpassed the flesh-and-blood form of the Scion. If he could procure a few lengths of fire hose, the iron door would be rendered utterly inconsequential. The fire hose is undoubtedly one of the most readily available robust materials in contemporary times. This flat, sturdy hose boasts remarkable durability, and it can be easily found in nearly every building. Although access to prison cells is restricted, the administrative offices within the prison remain accessible. The Iveco vehicle was locked, yet that poses no concern. In such a vast prison, numerous vehicles abound. Xie Tian made his way directly to the prison's administrative building, where a multitude of diverse vehicles was parked in front. Several of them were left unlocked, with keys still inserted, offering an enticing array of choices. The entire building was devoid of any living soul, even if Xie Tian were to declare that this prison now belonged to him. Not a single person would dare to object. Everything visible was his. Whatever he found could be utilized at his discretion. Those who opposed him could be ruthlessly eradicated. For in this realm, there exists no legal system, no constraints, and no distinction between wealth or social status. Here, power reigns supreme. This is the essence of a world in ruin. Although it has been over a month since the apocalypse began, filled with relentless hardships and numerous dangers, Xie Tian now realizes that he has increasingly developed a fondness for this new world. Chapter 24. The aberrant zombie. Xie Tian selected a Toyota Scott, securing 2 fire hoses twisted into a makeshift rope to the hitch at the rear of the vehicle, while the other end was tethered to the steel reinforcement in the center of an iron gate. Subsequently, Xie Tian settled into the car, ignited the engine, and pressed the accelerator with fervor, causing the automobile to surge forth with a sudden jolt. The fire hoses were drawn taut by the immense force, and as Xie Tian continued to accelerate, a sharp crack resonated, and the previously stationary vehicle catapulted forward. The steel gate, constructed of welded rebar, could not withstand the momentum of the car. Xie Tian leaped from the vehicle, brandishing his firearm as he rushed inside. The sin of E1 was growing increasingly potent. Despite the layers of iron doors separating him from the source, the ordinary tricircle locks proved ineffective against Xie Tian's resolve. He smashed through each barrier. Guided by the keen sense of smell characteristic of science, inching ever closer to the elusive E1 he had yet to encounter. On the third floor, at the fourth room. As Xie Tian stood before the barred door, he caught sight of a hulking figure squatting in the center of the cell through the grating. The garment it wore had burst at the seams, revealing a mass of gray-black muscle that dwarfed even the largest scion he had previously encountered, being significantly larger than the E1 he had seen before. The room was devoid of any other presence, littered with human bones. As though the floor was encrusted with coagulated blood, a perplexed thought crossed Xie Tian's mind. Could it be that this colossal creature was the first to transform into a zombie, eliminating all others in the process? Otherwise, there ought to be at least some ordinary zombies present. In an instant, the hulking figure turned its gaze upon Xie Tian. And within moments, the zombie became frenzied, charging at him with alarming speed. Its massive form collided with the iron door with a thunderous crash, causing the entire chamber to tremble as concrete debris rained down from the junction of the door and the surrounding walls. After a failed attempt, the zombie prepared for a second assault, this time with even greater force, striking the same spot on the iron door, which was now visibly beginning to warp. Xie Tian's astonishment grew. This creature was truly aberrant. Was it a grotesque product of evolved zombies? The look in its eyes was not akin to the previous E1, which had merely sought to drive them away. No, this creature regarded him as potential prey. Damn it, as a zombie now. Could it be that this aberrant had taken to consuming its own kind? After enduring the trials of the apocalypse for over a month, this was the first time he had encountered such a creature. Boom, boom. The zombie seemed intent on breaching the iron door, baring its teeth menacingly at Xie Tian through the grating. In the past, the sight would have instilled terror in any scion, however. The current Xie Tian was a near E1, a formidable figure in the vast realm of zombies. Damn, do you wish to intimidate me? Observing the creature's reckless fury, Xie Tian, in a fit of desperation, unslung the assault rifle from his back, chambered around, disengaged the safety, and thrust the muzzle through the grating, unleashing a barrage of shots at the zombie's abdomen. Even an evolved zombie was still flesh and blood, and no matter how immense its strength, it could not withstand the onslaught of automatic weaponry. After firing a barrage of bullets, although aiming for the head would have been more effective, Xie Tian's primary objective was to penetrate the zombie's cranium. Thus, he directed the gun's muzzle towards the lower half of its body. The bullets lodged themselves within the creature, creating a series of bloody punctures in its abdomen. One bullet struck its right knee, significantly impairing its mobility. However, the zombie remained impervious to pain, despite its injuries. Its fury remained unabated as it charged repeatedly against the iron door, which had begun to warp under the force of its assaults. Xie Tian marveled at the formidable nature of this zombie. The numerous bullets had inflicted little harm. If his reasoning held true, the more powerful the zombie, the more beneficial its pituitary gland and brainstem would be to a scion. Seizing the moment when the creature momentarily retreated to gather momentum for another charge, Xie Tian aimed at its legs, unleashing the remainder of his ammunition. This time, the damage was substantial, apart from a few missed shots. The majority of the bullets struck its legs, rendering them incapable of supporting its robust frame. As it prepared to charge once more, Xie Tian heard a crack, followed by the creature losing its balance and collapsing to the ground, one leg completely fractured. With a cold smirk, he thought that no matter how strong it appeared, it could not rival the lethality of metal bullets. He swiftly reloaded, firing at the door lock, exerting considerable effort to pry open the deformed entryway. The zombie attempted several times to rise, but found its legs incapable of bearing its weight, each effort culminating in failure. Entering the room, Xie Tian disregarded the overwhelming stench and the metallic scent of blood, aiming his gun at the creature's limbs and firing repeatedly. Its knees and elbows were shattered by the bullets, and with a look of seething rage, the zombie glared at him, howling in fury, yet it could no longer rise. Xie Tian did not hasten to sever its head, but instead scrutinized this peculiar specimen. Standing at least 190 centimeters tall, its muscles were explosively developed, each bulging muscle intimidating in size. The torn fabric of its clothing suggested that it had not originally exceeded 170 centimeters in height. Thus far, the scions had only experienced enhancements in their physique, gaining breadth without an increase in height. What could account for this rapid transformation in the zombie's stature? It was a perplexing mystery. However, Xie Tian was no scientist. Though he recognized the anomaly, he could not fathom the underlying cause. Drawing a dagger, he prepared to decapitate the creature. He thrust the blade with force, aiming for its neck, but to his surprise, the skin proved too resilient, resisting penetration. After several unsuccessful attempts that left him somewhat vexed, he resorted to shooting a hole in its neck. Following this incision, he sawed through the flesh with the dull blade, exerting great effort until he finally severed the zombie's head. Upon opening the cranial cavity, Xie Tian could distinctly sense the innate impulses and desire. He removed the helmet, allowing the scion to enter a state of vacuity. The scion, familiar with the process, deftly extracted the brainstem and pituitary gland, disregarding the connecting blood vessels and cerebral matter, and unceremoniously shoved them into his mouth. Xie Tian harbored concerns that the scion might consume the crystalline structures within. Yet the scion promptly expelled a small orb and continued to chew and swallow voraciously. After indulging in the long-coveted brainstem and pituitary gland, the scion's abdomen roiled, his expression contorted in discomfort. He settled onto the ground, remaining utterly still. Xie Tian attempted to perceive the scion's condition through his consciousness and discovered that, at that moment, the scion's stomach felt as though it had ingested a fireball, brimming with energy to a degree that even the scion found challenging to. A sense of unease crept over Xie Tian. He worried that the energy contained within the zombie's brain might be excessively volatile. Should the scion be unable to withstand it, the consequences could be dire. Thus, he refrained from exerting control over the scion, nor did he dare to retract his consciousness. Remaining in a state of detachment beside the scion, hoping fervently for his swift digestion of that formidable energy. Chapter 25. A hasty departure. Xie Tian had kept vigil over the scions throughout the night, witnessing their remarkable transformation firsthand. The zombies had evolved to E1, experiencing a qualitative leap in their physical capabilities. Their strength, speed, and acuity far surpassed human limits. Their muscles swelled once more, becoming as solid as rock. And every inch of their skin, including old scars, radiated a new, grayish sheen. The evolved scions possessed the ability to emit a distinctive scent through their pores to mark their territory, yet this release could be subjectively controlled at will. Xie Tian had contemplated the advantages of this E1 trait, envisioning a means to deter ordinary zombies, which would greatly benefit his future endeavors. However, while repelling a few zombies seemed feasible, it would likely be insignificant against a horde. He pondered whether this scent might attract unforeseen dangers. Since he had not yet set forth, he refrained from utilizing this newfound ability of the scions. The prison teemed with countless zombies. Yet Xie Tian had not encountered any additional evolved ones, indicating that such transformations were exceedingly rare, akin to precious treasures that one could only hope to stumble upon. With this realization, Xie Tian felt a sense of relief. He had prepared thoroughly and was merely awaiting the moment to embark on his journey. In the cinema's screening room, a solitary corpse remained. Xie Tian instructed the scion to return to the cinema, contemplating the possibility of visiting the provincial women's prison that night in search of an E1. As he withdrew his consciousness from the scion's body, Zhao Zai had already prepared breakfast. However, the outside world was no longer as tranquil as before. Xie Tian's keen hearing detected the distant roar of automobiles. Initially, it was a mere murmur, but the sound grew increasingly distinct, eventually audible to Zhao Zai as well. Exchanging glances, Zhao Zai inquired, could it be that other survivors are preparing to leave the city? Xie Tian furrowed his brow and replied, given the noise, it seems so. But the deadline is the day after tomorrow. Why would they set out so early? I'm not sure. Zhao Zai shook her head thoughtfully, then suggested. Could it be that they fear the chaos of departing on the last day? There are only 2 routes north out of the city. Xie Tian nodded contemplatively, his voice grave. If that is the case, it could pose significant complications. With so many zombies in the city, these individuals heading north will likely attract a multitude of them to the northern area. Consequently, when we attempt to leave 2 days from now, escaping will become even more challenging. Having said this, Xie Tian rose and declared, I will go check the rooftop. I will accompany you. Upon reaching the rooftop, the cacophony of engines became even more pronounced, the sounds of automobiles resonating from all directions. The zombies, lacking any intelligence, were clearly being stirred by the survivors. The view from the rooftop was considerably broader, allowing Xie Tian to glimpse cars darting about like headless flies in the streets and alleys. While a dense throng of zombies surged northward, numerous small vehicles found themselves increasingly ensnared by the relentless assault of the undead. Once a car was surrounded, the occupants were left with little hope of escape. A sudden crash resonated through the air, prompting Xie Tian and Zhao Zai to gaze in the direction of the sound. Not far from the neighborhood, at the intersection, they discerned 2 SUVs that had collided. One lay overturned while the other, disregarding the chaos, swerved sharply and sped eastward. Panic ensued as 3 individuals scrambled from the overturned vehicle, neglecting to assess their injuries, desperately striving to right the toppled SUV. However, before they could succeed, nearly 100 zombies surged towards them. Damn it! Xie Tian cursed, gritting his teeth. We must leave today. Today? Zhao Zai was taken aback by his words and after a moment inquired, You mean, today? Yes, Xie Tian affirmed with a nod, if this chaos continues. We might find ourselves trapped with no way out. It's prudent to exit the city sooner rather than later. Zhao Zai regarded Xie Tian thoughtfully. Then how shall we proceed? Without hesitation, Xie Tian replied, You stay and gather our belongings. I'll fetch the vehicle. As soon as it arrives, we shall depart. Zhao Zai's expression reflected reluctance, yet she consented with a gentle nod. Be careful out there. It's quite chaotic. Xie Tian, too, was disinclined to leave in such haste. But with the situation spiraling into disorder, he felt compelled to exit the city while there was still a semblance of order, though most survivors had yet to mobilize. The commotion from the vanguard would undoubtedly spur many to seek an escape. Those familiar with traffic jams understood that a mere 2 or 3 vehicles encountering issues could completely obstruct a road, regardless of the length of the queue behind. The predicament they faced transcended a simple traffic jam, should they fail to exit before the deadline. The military's bombers would show no concern for any remaining survivors within the city. Once the incendiary bombs were unleashed, both humans and zombies would meet their demise together. At that moment, the truck remained parked at the construction site. Xie Tian instructed Zhao Zai to remain in their quarters to organize the remaining supplies and their belongings, emphasizing that she must not venture outside until he returned. With that, he descended alone, making his way into the building where the Scion had previously taken refuge, promptly shifting his consciousness into the Scion's form. The Scion had only recently returned to the screening room. Currently savoring his last morsel in the face of the onslaught by the horde of undead, Xie Tian felt a semblance of confidence. After all, this Volvo heavy-duty truck was not merely substantial in size, but also powerful, having been reinforced throughout. It was akin to a colossal meat grinder as it barreled through the massive zombies with ease. Other vehicles, upon witnessing the truck, instinctively followed in its wake, hoping to carve a path to safety. Xie Tian could not deter their pursuit and thus concentrated on driving back to the residential complex. He maneuvered the truck directly in front of the building where he had taken refuge. As he brought the vehicle to a halt, he noticed through the rearview mirror that 2 cars had followed him in, a Jeep and a Mitsubishi Pajero. Previously, a dozen or so vehicles had trailed behind him, their intent clear, to escape the city by clinging to his rear. However, most had ceased their pursuit upon his entry into the complex, yet these 2 vehicles dared to enter, prompting a sense of wariness in Xie Tian. The 2 cars parked beside the truck, and 8 individuals disembarked in one breath. 6 of them wielded machetes, and among them was a stout, bald man in his 30s who pointed menacingly at Xie Tian in the driver's seat, snarling, "Get out of the vehicle." Xie Tian was incensed. Their intentions were unmistakably to commandeer his truck. These ruffians, having benefited from his protection as they fled, now sought to betray him. Perhaps fearing that Xie Tian might flee, 3 or 4 of them quickly ascended the truck, with one individual standing on the running board, striking the truck's welded steel mesh with his machete, yelling, "Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear my brother? Get out, or I swear I'll kill you." Infuriated, and aware that the truck's cargo area was filled with valuable supplies hidden beneath tarpaulins, Xie Tian knew he had to act swiftly. He pressed the button for the electric window, lowering it, while discreetly retrieving an assault rifle from the sleeper compartment. As he chambered around, he thrust the muzzle out of the window. Damn it, he has a gun. The previously boisterous man yelped in panic and immediately leapt down, prompting the others to scramble away from the vehicle. Xie Tian aimed at the ringleader and fired 3 quick shots, striking him in the right thigh. The man collapsed, wailing in agony as blood pooled beneath him. Xie Tian shouted in a gravelly voice, "Get lost, or I'll kill you all." The remaining assailants, now terrified, hastily dove into their vehicles. As both cars roared to life and sped away, the so-called leader lay on the ground, crying out for help. Yet none came to his aid. Soon, the 2 vehicles vanished from sight. Chapter 26. Breaking Through, Part 1. Indeed, it is the end of the world. What remnants of humanity can be found in these survivors, who were solely preoccupied with preserving their own lives? Xie Tian gazed at the rotund figure on the ground, wailing incessantly, and remarked coolly, "Perhaps I should liberate you after all." As he spoke, he aimed the gun at his head and fired twice. In that fleeting moment, Xie Tian contemplated eliminating all of them. However, he ultimately suppressed that urge for slaughter. He understood just how conspicuous his modified Volvo truck was on the perilous journey through the apocalypse, and he was acutely aware of the countless individuals who would soon covet it. Killing would never suffice. This minor encounter prompted Xie Tian to reevaluate his plans for the road ahead. He resolved that once he left the city, he must avoid traveling alongside a multitude of survivors. Otherwise, relying solely on his vehicle, laden with supplies, he would become a target for scorn, inciting envy and theft among other survivors. Regaining his composure, Xie Tian hastily descended the stairs, commanding the scion to disembark before taking his place inside the vehicle. He then seized the key to the heavy iron gate from the scion and carefully stored the crystalline object acquired the previous night. He promptly directed the scion to the rear of the vehicle. The scion, possessing immense strength, effortlessly lifted the metal flap of the truck's cargo bed. Beneath it lay a specially crafted metal box for the scion, who swiftly entered and secured the makeshift lock from within, rendering it a sanctuary during their escape. After finalizing the vehicle exchange, Xie Tian drove to the base of the building where Zhao Zai was hiding, honking twice. Within moments, Zhao Zai dashed down, clutching 2 large bags. Confirming from the entryway that it was indeed Xie Tian inside, he hurriedly opened the door and rushed out. Xie Tian swung open the front passenger door, and with remarkable agility, Zhao Zai tossed the bags into the vehicle, grasped the handrail, and gracefully vaulted into his seat, forcefully shutting the door behind him. As Xie Tian navigated the car around the residential building toward the exit, he remarked to Zhao Zai, "The number of survivors leaving the city is increasing, and the situation is growing more chaotic. We must act swiftly." Zhao Zai, slightly perplexed, inquired, "Where on earth did you manage to find such a formidable vehicle?" It resembled something out of Transformers. Xie Tian casually remarked that it was from a nearby construction site. Zhao Zai glanced at the pile of firearms stacked on the bunk behind him, astonished, and inquired, They were already in the vehicle." Xie Tian feigned nonchalance. Whether Zhao Zai believed him or not was of no concern. As the car exited the community, the streets lay in utter disarray, with zombies frenziedly attempting to intercept the vehicle, some even rushing directly towards the wheels. Turning north at the intersection, a horde of zombies immediately surged towards the truck. Zhao Zai, terrified by the sight of the overwhelming mass of the undead, turned pale. Xie Tian simply instructed, "Hold on tight," before accelerating fiercely into the fray. The heavy truck easily plowed through the throng of zombies, yet the scene was grotesquely bloody. The foul, dark blood of the zombies splattered everywhere, coating the vehicle's windows. The windshield wipers were set to their maximum speed as the tires relentlessly crushed the corpses. The audible cracks of bones and the explosive sounds of skulls and abdomens resonating in the air. The truck carved a bloody path through the mass, and after breaking free from the horde, Xie Tian continued driving for several hundred meters. Suddenly, a Land Rover SUV approached head-on, and the driver waved at Xie Tian, gesturing towards the rear, indicating that passage was blocked. Xie Tian slowed down, and the other driver did the same. The driver, a man in his 30s, called out, "Hey, brother, the road ahead is impassable. We're planning to detour to another street eastward before heading north. Would you like to join us? Your vehicle is heavy and can clear the way." The man appeared quite sincere, and his vehicle held 4 individuals, all seemingly in their 20s to 30s. Sensing that he was not being jested with during such dire times, Xie Tian nodded and replied, "I'll turn around. You can follow behind me." The man smiled slightly and responded, "That would be great." Xie Tian drove forward a bit, executed a U-turn, and accelerated in the opposite direction, with the Land Rover closely tailing him. Whenever they encountered zombies obstructing their path, Xie Tian unflinchingly rammed through. The vehicles proceeded eastward onto another street, where the traffic conditions were somewhat better than on the previous road, heading north for several kilometers. Xie Tian could hardly keep track of how many zombies he had flattened. More vehicles began to trail behind him, forming a long convoy. Although he wished to avoid such a situation, he was ultimately in a state of flight, compelled to press onward. As for who was quietly following behind, he thought it best not to concern himself, considering it a good deed of sorts. Upon reaching the main road, Xie Tian resolved to take the inner ring road, as this route would allow for a quicker exit from the city's western side than traversing the entirety of Yang City before heading out from the north. At least dozens of vehicles were now blindly following him, which could be advantageous in the city, in the event of danger or the need to clear a path. Having a larger group would provide both safety and convenience. In what usually appeared as a ghost town, Yang City had erupted into chaos, with survivors emerging from their hidden corners, responding to the initial turmoil. Meanwhile, the zombies, typically less active during the day, were provoked by the influx of humans, leading to widespread disorder throughout the city. Xie Tian contemplated that if he took the airport expressway, he could exit the city at a much faster pace. The newly constructed expressway featured 8 lanes in both directions and was entirely elevated, offering great convenience. Just as he was nearing the entrance to the airport expressway, the Land Rover seemed to sense his intention, signaling to overtake him and driving alongside. A portly man in the passenger seat rolled down the window and shouted, "You can't take the elevated road." "Why not?" Xie Tian called back loudly. In a moment of impatience, the man exclaimed, "We are completely unaware of the situation on the elevated bridge. With so many vehicles ascending, should we become ensnared, we would be utterly doomed." If we cannot utilize the airport route, from where shall we exit the city? Xie Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating the logic behind the man's words. The elevated bridge loomed at least 15 to 20 meters above the ground, with exits only at intervals. If an incident were to occur on the roadway above, a multitude of vehicles would be rendered immobile. We should head northwest along Provincial Road 361. We can cross the river from there. If the provincial road proves challenging, we can always switch routes. Once we ascend the elevated bridge, however, any complications would leave us with no alternative. Xie Tian nodded in agreement and declared, I am unfamiliar with the route. You shall guide us ahead. Should we encounter a horde of corpses, simply steer clear, and I will charge through. Very well. The other readily assented. The vehicle accelerated past Xie Tian, then slightly decelerated in front of him, ensuring both cars maintained a synchronized speed as they altered their course, circumventing the airport route, and proceeded northwest from beneath the elevated bridge. Chapter 27. Breakthrough, Part 2. The Land Rover surged ahead, maintaining a distance of less than 100 meters from Xie Tian. The elevated cabin of the Volvo truck afforded Xie Tian an unobstructed view, allowing him to navigate the road without hindrance. Whenever a horde of corpses appeared ahead, the Land Rover would immediately veer to the side and decelerate, enabling Xie Tian to accelerate and take the lead by swiftly barreling through the mass of undead. Zhao Zai quickly acclimated to the gruesome scene. Initially, the sight of crushing zombies had been nauseating and terrifying, but now it barely stirred her emotions. She began to observe her surroundings, noting the elevated expressway to the upper right. After a moment of contemplation, she exclaimed, Xie Tian, look, there are people on the bridge. Xie Tian cast a glance and distinctly saw numerous individuals scrambling on foot across the bridge, which appeared to be obstructed by several vehicles. The survivors were climbing over various cars, and it became evident that the perspective of those in the Land Rover was indeed accurate. If they had driven onto the bridge only to be trapped, they would have no choice but to abandon their vehicles. Grateful for his circumstances, Xie Tian had no inclination to concern himself with the survivors on the bridge. The provincial road ran nearly parallel to the elevated expressway, and only after several kilometers would they diverge. The airport expressway stretched northward, while the provincial road led westward out of the city. As they distanced themselves from the bustling urban center, the number of zombies began to diminish noticeably. The Land Rover led the way, and soon the vehicles were approaching the base of the elevated bridge, preparing to turn northwest. Here, there was a semicircular exit that gradually descended from the bridge to connect with the provincial road. Xie Tian could see over 20 survivors fervently waving at the convoy from beneath the bridge. These individuals must have descended from vehicles on the elevated expressway, now rendered helpless without transportation, making their escape from the zombies exceedingly difficult. As they neared the intersection, the Land Rover showed no signs of slowing down. Xie Tian, unwilling to delay for the sake of rescuing others, planned to follow closely behind the Land Rover for a quick passage. However, just as they were about to cross the junction, a woman suddenly dashed out, waving frantically in front of the vehicle. Xie Tian recognized her as Xie Yufei and, startled, slammed on the brakes. To his surprise, she had also managed to escape. Following her, two young men burst forth from the crowd, revealing themselves to be Xie Yufei's brothers. As Xie Tian's truck came to a halt, the Land Rover and the other vehicles behind it also stopped. Other survivors rushed forward, pleading with each driver to take them along to safety, but almost no one opened their doors, evidently. They were too preoccupied with their own survival to assist others in such dire circumstances. Seeing Xie Tian's truck stop, Xie Yufei hurried to the cab, looking up at him with urgency. Are you Xie Tian? A man in a colorful helmet saved us before and told us to find you if we managed to escape the city. Xie Tian nodded and replied, You three. Quickly get in through the passenger seat. Having said that, he turned to Zhao Zai and remarked, Xiao Yi, please bear with it for a moment and take a seat in the bunk at the back. Zhao Zai promptly complied, rising to ascend to the rear bunk, swiftly clearing away the firearms and ammunition stacked above. Xie Tian hurriedly pushed open the door to the passenger seat, while Xie Yufei ushered her two younger brothers to board first before hastily climbing in herself. As the door closed, Xie Tian quickly pressed the accelerator, setting the vehicle in motion. Observing this, the other vehicles behind immediately followed suit. The survivors, who had gathered around their vehicle pleading for a chance at salvation, were soon left behind in their wake. Thank you, Mr. Xie. We never dared to hope we would encounter you, yet here we are. Xie Yufei expressed her heartfelt gratitude from the passenger seat, gazing at Xie Tian. Xie Tian, with a slight smile while driving, replied, Old Sai has mentioned your circumstances to me. There is no need for such gratitude. Eagerly, Xie Yufei pressed on. Is your benefactor's surname Sai? No, Xie Tian awkwardly deflected. I am not certain of his full name. I simply call him Old Sai. Xie Yufei, filled with immense gratitude, remarked, were it not for him, My brothers and I would not have survived to this day. Why did he not accompany you out of the city? Xie Tian chuckled. He is quite a solitary individual. He ventured out alone yesterday. Xie Yufei nodded thoughtfully, then turned her gaze to the back, suddenly catching sight of Zhao Zai and inquired in astonishment. You couldn't possibly be Zhao. Zhao Zai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interjected, I am Zhao Zai. Xie Tian glanced back and noticed that Xie Yufei's two brothers were rather reserved, with Xie Yufei seated on the left side of the bunk while they awkwardly squeezed in on the right, leaving nearly half a meter of space between them and Zhao Zai. With palpable excitement, Xie Yufei exclaimed, Miss Zhao, before the outbreak of the zombie virus, our family were your fans. Who would have thought we would meet you in person today? You are even more beautiful than on television. Zhao Zai offered an awkward smile, saying, I was merely a host before. Now, like you, I am just a survivor seeking refuge. Please, do not refer to me as a fan. I truly do not deserve such admiration. At that moment, Xie Tian interjected, How did you all end up here? Xie Yufei explained, We found a small truck and followed some vehicles out. Initially, we intended to take a shortcut via the airport expressway, but the overpass was completely blocked. Consequently, we had no choice but to walk from the overpass to the exit we just left. We were worried about not finding a vehicle to leave the city, but unexpectedly, we encountered you. Your license plate number and name were provided to us by our benefactor. Xie Tian chuckled casually. Please, you need not address me so formally. Just call me Xie Tian. The tall young man sitting behind gazed at Xie Tian with admiration and inquired, Brother Xie, we share the same surname. My sister and I are also surnamed Xie. By the way, Brother Xie, how did you acquire this vehicle? This is indeed the most advanced road dump truck currently available, which was just released not long ago. If I remember correctly, he should be Xie Xiaofei, the younger brother of Xie Yufei. Curiously, he asked, Do you have an interest in trucks? Xie Xiaofei nodded, a bit shyly responding, My academic performance has not been stellar. I left middle school to attend a technical school for automotive repair, and I have been in this profession for several years now, primarily working on dump trucks. Xie Tian expressed his delight, saying, That is truly wonderful. I am utterly clueless when it comes to car repairs, so having you around alleviates my concerns. Xie Xiaofei chuckled and assured him, Brother Xie, you need not worry about this vehicle at all. The quality of Volvo is unparalleled, with very few issues arising. Even minor problems can be resolved effortlessly. I will take charge of the maintenance and repairs from now on. He then patted the shoulder of the young man beside him, stating, Brother Xie, this is my cousin, Li Yang. Xie Tian turned slightly to nod at Li Yang before resuming his focus on driving. Li Yang spoke up, Brother Xie, while I am not skilled in car repairs, I am studying electronic engineering at school. Although I have just completed my second year, I possess a solid foundation in circuitry, communications, and digital signal processing. Additionally, I have trained in Taekwondo for 2 years. Wherever my skills can be of use, just say the word, and I, Li Yang, will do my utmost to assist you. You have saved us twice before, and now you have saved us again. Henceforth, our lives are in your hands. Xie Xiaofei eagerly nodded in agreement, declaring, Brother Xie, if I ever hesitate in the face of danger, I will no longer deserve the surnames. Both Xie Xiaofei and Li Yang were merely in their 20s, yet Xie Tian was assured of their sincerity. This was precisely the outcome he desired. What he lacked was not material resources, but trustworthy companions. This was also the reason he had advised them, in his capacity as a member of the Isaiah, to seek to leave the city if possible. Xie Tian had long contemplated that in order to successfully journey north to Yanjing, relying solely on himself would be insufficient. It was crucial to gather a team of capable and loyal individuals, as their support would be immensely beneficial. Above all, he must establish his own team. Volume 2, The Northward Journey. Chapter 28, Companionship. The convoy journeyed northwest, and after nearly 20 kilometers beyond the city, the Land Rover came to a halt at the roadside. Xie Tian began to decelerate and parked on the opposite side of the road, perhaps due to the harrowing and bloody experiences they had just endured. The more than 20 assorted vehicles trailing behind also came to a steady stop, forming a lengthy line. Some individuals emerged to catch their breath or replenish their supplies of food and water. A middle-aged man stepped out of a Land Rover. He was of average height, approximately 175 centimeters, yet remarkably robust. Striding over to Xie Tian's vehicle, he knocked on the door and said, Brother, I thank you for your assistance on this journey. Xie Tian smiled faintly and replied, No need for thanks, we help each other. Without your reminders, I might have blundered onto the overpass. The man nodded and inquired, The flyer presents 2 routes, one leading to Changsha and the other to Nanchang. May I ask what your plans are? Are you headed to Changsha or Nanchang? Xie Tian responded, Let's go to Changsha. It is over 100 kilometers closer than Nanchang. If fortune smiles upon us, we might reach Changsha before nightfall. Arriving before dark? The man chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Young brother, you underestimate the situation. The most significant issue we face is the uncertain road conditions. The flyer provides only a rough route, but each path may present its own challenges. Previously, we experienced a collective retreat, and most highways and national roads are in disarray. We can only navigate small paths northward, and traveling at night is perilous. We must restrict our movements to daylight, and we are not always advancing northward. Much of our time may be spent in detours. Covering over 100 kilometers in a day would be commendable. Yet how much of that distance truly advances northward is a matter of chance. It is possible that our actual northward progress may not even reach 10 kilometers. Xie Tian, taken aback, asked, "May I know your name, brother? How are you so well acquainted with the road conditions?" The man sighed and replied, "My name is Song Hui. I was previously on a mission in the south with several comrades, 2 vehicles in total. However, one vehicle became separated from us due to an ambush by a horde of zombies before we entered Yacheng. Our experiences along the way have been similar to what I've just described. I am Xie Tian," he introduced himself, surprised to learn that the other was a soldier. He then asked, "Are you planning to go to Changsha or Nanchang?" "Nanchang," Song Hui replied without hesitation, although it is over 100 kilometers farther than Changsha. Nanchang has significant advantages. The military presence there is greater, and it possesses a military airport. I believe the government will place more emphasis on Nanchang, and its proximity to Shanghai and Nanjing is far closer than that of Changsha. Xie Tian, contemplative, nodded thoughtfully. He was uncertain about where to proceed first. But after hearing the other party's analysis, it indeed seemed more prudent to head to Nanchang. Furthermore, if they were to continue their journey northward later, they would be closer to other safe zones. Seated behind him, Zhao Zai leaned towards Xie Tian and whispered, "Xie Tian, let us go to Nanchang. If we can establish contact with my family there, it will greatly assist our return to Yanjing." Curious, Xie Tian inquired, "Really?" Zhao Zai nodded gently, her expression earnest. After a moment's reflection, Xie Tian recalled that Zhao Zai had mentioned her reason for working in Yancheng was due to her father's old comrade, who happened to be the mayor of Yancheng. This suggested that Zhao Zai's family background was undoubtedly remarkable. If they could indeed connect with her family, it would significantly aid their journey to Yanjing. At that moment, Song Hui outside asked, "So, young brother, shall we travel together?" Xie Tian nodded and readily agreed. "All right. Let's go together." Song Hui smiled slightly, stating, "That would be splendid. Your vehicle is extraordinary. With you alongside us, we stand a better chance against a horde of zombies." With that, Song Hui retrieved a handgun from his waist. Instinctively, Xie Tian thought he might have ulterior motives and was about to discreetly draw his own weapon. However, Song Hui, holding the gun by its barrel, offered it through the window, saying, "Take this for your protection. We only have one walkie-talkie in our vehicle. It would be beneficial to have another." Realizing the goodwill behind Song Hui's gesture, Xie Tian relaxed and decided against revealing that he possessed a substantial arsenal. He lowered the window and accepted the handgun, a Type 92, of which he had collected several, considered one of the finest among domestic firearms. "I have a walkie-talkie here. I'll synchronize frequencies with you later." "Oh," Song Hui replied with a smile, "that would be excellent. To locate our previously lost comrades, we've maintained our walkie-talkie frequency at 409. 9,000 without change." "Understood." Xie Tian nodded, then glanced at the long convoy reflected in the rearview mirror, asking, "What about those people behind us?" Song Hui also cast a glance back. The vehicles varied in style, but there were few high-performance off-roaders. Most were sedans and ordinary SUVs suited for urban roads. Song Hui understood that while numbers mattered, quality was paramount for their northern expedition. The more people there were, the harder it would be to maintain control of the situation. "I'll speak to them shortly. Those willing to accompany us to Nanchang, we cannot prevent others from trailing behind. It depends on their individual willingness." Xie Tian nodded. Song Hui returned to his Land Rover, while Xie Tian turned to the front passenger seat where Xie Yufei sat, instructing, "Please keep an eye on the situation behind us. If anyone approaches, notify me promptly. I need to retrieve something from the back." Xie Yufei promptly agreed, saying, "All right, I understand." Xie Tian secured a pistol at his waist, then opened the car door and deftly climbed to the ladder of the high cargo bed. The elevated rear compartment was so lofty that even those standing nearby could not glimpse the abundant supplies within. Nevertheless, Xie Tian exercised utmost caution, lifting a corner of the tarpaulin to unlock the heavy padlock. He slipped inside, promptly covering the iron door along with the tarpaulin, and began to search for a flashlight. From among the myriad supplies, he selected a walkie-talkie and its corresponding vehicle charger. Anticipating that GPS navigation might prove beneficial on the road, he took a set of that as well, wrapping a package of food and water in a black bag before emerging once more. He meticulously locked the iron door and ensured the tarpaulin was securely fastened. Upon returning to the driver's seat, Xie Tian handed the walkie-talkie and GPS to Li Yang, saying, Li Yang, you are adept with these devices. Please synchronize them with their walkie-talkie. You remember the frequency he mentioned, correct? Li Yang nodded, accepting the items from Xie Tian, and replied, Rest assured, Brother Xie, this is child's play. He then powered on the walkie-talkie, adjusted the frequency, and returned it to Xie Tian, stating, Press the talk button, and you can communicate with them. Xie Tian took the device, pressed the talk button, and inquired, Is this Song Hui? Soon, Song Hui's voice resonated through the walkie-talkie. It's me, Xie Tian. Do you have enough food and water over there? We still have some left. Let me know if you need any. Xie Tian noted Song Hui's straightforward nature, having known him for only a short time. He had already provided him with a firearm for protection and was now offering food and water. Yet, upon reflection, Xie Tian surmised that Song Hui must believe he was of some utility, which alleviated his concerns. He responded, We currently have no issues with supplies, but I appreciate your offer. Understood, Song Hui replied. I will inform the others behind us. The Land Rover soon roared to life, reversing into the midst of the vehicle convoy. Xie Tian heard Song Hui's voice echoing through the car's speakers. Everyone. The government's leaflet presented 2 routes leading to the safe zones of Changsha and Nanchang, approximately 50 kilometers ahead. There is a fork in the road. Proceed north for Changsha, or veer northeast for Nanchang. Ultimately, the choice of destination lies with you. After delivering this message, the Land Rover maneuvered back alongside Xie Tian's vehicle. Song Hui communicated via the walkie-talkie, given that most of them are likely reluctant to take the longer route to Nanchang. The pressure should be somewhat alleviated. Xie Tian acknowledged with a sound, glanced at the time, and declared, Let us depart in half an hour. We should aim to cover as much distance as possible before nightfall. Chapter 29. The dead town. Xie Tian produced a selection of provisions, canned goods, compressed biscuits, luncheon meat, ham sausages, and some functional beverages. He arranged them neatly in the remaining space on the bunk and addressed the group. Let us partake in some sustenance. We must resume our journey in half an hour. Xie Yufei hurriedly retrieved her bag and remarked, We still have quite a bit of food left, most of which was given to us by our benefactors. Let us share it together. If we need to procure more supplies in the future, the 3 of us will manage just fine. Xie Tian nodded with a smile. In his perspective, Xie Yufei's supplies were hardly significant, especially since he was the one who had originally provided them for the trio. Moreover, his own truck was stocked with enough provisions to last them a considerable duration, rendering it unnecessary for Xie Yufei and her companions to risk searching for more supplies. However, given that they were to embark on this journey together, fostering a sense of belonging within the team was essential. Sharing resources would significantly enhance the bond among the 5 of them. Compared to other survivors, the meals for Xie Tian's group were simply impeccable. After dining, Xie Tian adjusted the radio but received no new updates. It continued to broadcast information from various safe zones, urging survivors in other locations to seek refuge. As the half-hour respite concluded, Xie Tian took up the walkie-talkie and stated, Song Hui, we are setting off. You lead the way, and as before, should any situation arise, I will take the front. Song Hui promptly responded, Understood, we are departing now. No sooner had he spoken than the Land Rover roared to life, and Xie Tian started his engine, following closely behind. Observing this movement, the other survivors also began to mobilize. Having already exited the city, zombies were scarce, and they encountered no immediate danger. After approximately half an hour, the convoy reached a fork in the road. The Land Rover unhesitatingly veered northeast, heading towards Nanchang, with Xie Tian closely trailing. However, at this juncture, the group of survivors began to split into 2 factions. Over 10 vehicles opted not to turn northeast, but continued straight northward, evidently unwilling to travel an extra 100 kilometers to Nanchang. Behind Xie Tian, around 8 or 9 vehicles followed suit. The trailing vehicles maintained an orderly formation, lined up behind Xie Tian's vehicle, spaced a few dozen meters apart, all adhering to the pace of the leading vehicle, moving in unison. Li Yang, could you check if the GPS navigation is operational? Xie Tian inquired. Certainly, Li Yang replied, activating the navigation device. After a brief calibration, he exclaimed, Brother Xie, the navigation satellites are functioning properly, and the positioning is accurate. That is reassuring, Xie Tian acknowledged. While the utility of the navigation system was somewhat limited due to the unknown road conditions, it could at least serve as an electronic map, ensuring they were always aware of the vehicle's location and direction. The walkie-talkie crackled to life as Song Hui queried, Xie Tian, in approximately 20 kilometers, we will reach Xiaobei town. This provincial road runs through the center of Xiaobei town. We should attempt to locate additional gasoline. Is your vehicle's fuel sufficient? Xie Tian replied calmly, Sufficient, enough for me to drive all the way back to Yanjing. Song Hui responded, That would be ideal. Once we enter Xiaobei town, we must find a way to acquire some gasoline. It might cause a slight delay, but it won't take long. No problem. As they progressed, the road conditions began to deteriorate, with numerous abandoned vehicles lining the roadside. Occasionally, solitary zombies could be spotted. As they approached Xiaobei town, Xie Tian was unaware of the situation within. However, he knew that densely populated areas would likely harbor many zombies. Thus, he cautioned the 4 individuals alongside him, saying, "Once we enter Xiaobei town, do not exit the vehicle casually. Let us wait until they procure some gasoline and then promptly continue our journey." Xie Xiaofei chuckled, drawing the 92-style pistol that Xie Tian had previously given him from his waist, and said, "Brother Xie, we all have weapons, and this Volvo is quite sturdy. It should pose minimal danger, right?" Xie Tian smiled and replied, "As long as we remain inside, we should face little peril." The Land Rover maintained its speed, with Xie Tian trailing behind in synchronization. However, within the convoy, 2 vehicles pulled over to the side, and several individuals disembarked to scavenge for supplies in the abandoned cars. Xie Tian paid them no mind. Those who wished to follow could do so, and those who did not could part ways. As they were about to enter Xiaobei town, Song Hui communicated via the intercom, "We need to find a way to replenish our fuel in town, which will slow our pace somewhat. Xie Tian, please keep an eye on the situation behind us and any other survivors." "Understood," Xie Tian replied, adjusting the vehicle's speed to around 30 kilometers per hour as they entered Xiaobei town. In towns that rely on provincial roads for survival, the most bustling areas are typically flanked by these roads. However, at this moment, the town appeared utterly deserted, resembling a ghost town. A handful of wandering zombies posed little threat to the robust Land Rovers. Seated within the vehicle, Xie Tian observed the surroundings. Restaurants, hotels, and shops were all devoid of life. Some survivors, unable to resist, parked their vehicles in front of a supermarket and ventured inside in search of supplies. At that moment, Song Hui spotted a gas station, prompting their Land Rover to slow down and cautiously enter the station. Throughout their approach to the town, they had not encountered a significant number of zombies. Only a few aimlessly roamed the streets, which felt somewhat unusual to Xie Tian. Upon entering the gas station, he parked at the entrance and communicated via the intercom, "I'll keep an eye on the outside situation. You all move quickly." Song Hui acknowledged this, and 3 individuals exited the vehicle, each carrying a fuel canister. They swiftly ascended to the top of the small gas station's tank, expertly removing the seal from the tank's lid. One of them then inserted a long hose into the tank, while another below vigorously siphoned the gasoline into the canisters. Xie Tian reclined in his chair, closing his eyes to rejuvenate, yet his consciousness had already shifted to that of a scion. The scion's senses were far more acute, and its ability to detect zombies surpassed his own significantly. The moment Xie Tian's awareness entered the scion's body, he was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming aura of kinship. How curious. Upon entry, there had been no sight of a considerable number of zombies. Why, then, did the scion perceive such a strong presence of its kind in the surroundings? In haste, Xie Tian urged the scion to begin secreting the distinctive E1 scent. Believing this might mitigate future challenges, he swiftly returned his consciousness to his corporeal form and retrieved a walkie-talkie, addressing Song Jun and the others. "Hurry up. Something feels amiss here." Meanwhile, Song Hui had filled a barrel with gasoline, and one of the group hastily secured the lid and placed it back into the trunk of their Land Rover. Just as they were preparing to pour the second barrel, an overwhelming tide of zombies surged forth from the alleys on both sides of the street. "Run!" Xie Tian shouted into the walkie-talkie, promptly starting the vehicle, readying for immediate departure. Many survivors found themselves unable to evade in time, becoming ensnared by the encroaching horde, with some already succumbing to becoming the zombies' next meal. It appeared that the number of zombies was in the thousands. Perhaps the entire town's undead had converged upon this location. Initially, a few zombies hesitated as they approached Xie Tian's truck, but this uncertainty quickly vanished as the multitude behind them surged forward, surrounding the heavy vehicle. Fortunately, these zombies posed no threat to the truck itself. Xie Tian inwardly cursed the zombies for their absurdity. A minority of them had shown fear upon detecting the scion's E1 scent, but as their numbers swelled, this fear was swiftly cast aside. Did the instincts of the undead also adhere to the principle that strength lies in numbers? Chapter 30. The road is blocked. Xie Tian promptly communicated with Song Hui, who was inside the gas station, saying, "A horde of zombies has surged onto the street. We must retreat immediately, otherwise, if we are surrounded, your vehicles will find it exceedingly difficult to break free." Song Hui and his companions, demonstrating remarkable decisiveness, abandoned the second barrel of fuel that was on the verge of being filled, neglecting even to retrieve the fuel canisters. They hastily returned to their vehicle and swiftly started the engine, driving out of the gas station. Xie Tian accelerated abruptly, and the zombies blocking the path of the heavy truck were utterly incapable of impeding his progress. Once out, he surged forward, with Song Hui and his group closely trailing behind, confronting the horde. As long as they were not hindered by the zombies, the vehicles could gain speed, making it exceedingly difficult for the zombies to pursue. For additional vehicles managed to break free from the encirclement, following closely behind the heavy truck, while the rest were ensnared in utter chaos, beyond any hope of escape. The vehicles sped onward, and Xie Tian contemplated a swift exit from Xiaobei town. The speedometer climbed to 100 kilometers per hour. However, as they emerged from Xiaobei town, Xie Tian despondently discovered that the road ahead was utterly obstructed. The dual carriageway had become congested with dozens of vehicles, and most perilously, a semi-trailer lay overturned across the road, completely sealing off passage. While individuals might squeeze through the gaps, no vehicle could possibly navigate the blockade. With a sudden break, the vehicles behind him came to an abrupt halt as well. Xie Tian, holding the walkie-talkie, announced, "The road is impassable. We must turn back." Turn back? Song Hui hesitated momentarily before responding. "There are thousands of zombies closing in from behind. This truly is a headache." Xie Tian refrained from elaborating further and immediately executed a U-turn. The multitude of zombies continued their relentless pursuit. Having created a sufficient distance previously, he was still able to accelerate away, but if the horde managed to surround them, attempting to break free would prove exceedingly difficult. Even if he could force his way through with the heavy truck's robust build, it would be nearly impossible for the others to escape the encirclement. Realizing Xie Tian had already turned around, Song Hui and his companions understood that hesitation was futile. While the road ahead was completely blocked, the rear, though beset by thousands of zombies, still offered a glimmer of hope. In this convoy, only the heavy truck right behind Xie Tian had a chance for survival. For Xie Tian, breaking through the zombie horde was not a daunting task. Even if he could not break free, he possessed a distinct advantage in enduring the onslaught. However, the others were not as fortunate, and Xie Tian did not wish to be the sole survivor on the road. After this brief encounter, he recognized the commendable qualities of Song Jun and his companions. Having such allies made every aspect of this perilous journey considerably safer, and thus he resolved to do everything in his power to lead them to safety. The vehicle collided head-on with the horde of zombies, but as both sides continued to close the distance, Xie Tian's speed barely reached 60 kilometers per hour before he crashed into the throng. Had it been a mere wave of zombies, it might have sufficed. But before him loomed thousands of the undead. The truck's momentum dwindled instantly upon impact, and as more zombies surged forth, the vehicle's speed diminished further. The slower the speed, the lesser the force of impact. The welded bumper had already warped, and the truck could barely maintain a velocity of 20 kilometers per hour. Xie Tian maneuvered the truck, carving a narrow passage through the mass of corpses, with the vehicles behind him following closely. However, a multitude of zombies flanked them on either side, attacking the smaller vehicles and rendering their progress arduous. Most perilously, the strength of the zombies surpassed that of humans. Even Song Hui's top-tier Range Rover could be easily overturned by a mere dozen of them. Nevertheless, Xie Tian remained assured, even surrounded by zombies. It was impossible for this 20-ton behemoth to be toppled. Through the intercom, Song Hui inquired, "Xie Tian, how many zombies are ahead? Can you accelerate a bit more?" Xie Tian glanced ahead and replied, "I can't ascertain their numbers, but there's still a good 30 to 40 meters left. I'm trying my best, but once the speed drops, accelerating amidst the horde becomes exceedingly difficult. The zombies simply do not evade." Resigned, Song Hui said, "All right, the pressure on our flanks is overwhelming. We must resort to gunfire." Before long, Xie Tian heard a cacophony of gunfire erupting from behind, pistol shots and automatic rifle fire, indicating that Song Hui and his crew possessed formidable firepower. As long as they could alleviate the pressure on their sides, they would be able to break free from the onslaught. After enduring the 30 to 40 meters of peril, Xie Tian finally burst through the horde, closely followed by Song Hui and his team. Without hesitation, Xie Tian accelerated, glancing in the rearview mirror to see, apart from Song Hui's group, 2 other vehicles managing to escape, while the rest had been consumed by the swarm, disappearing without a trace. The road ahead was blocked. Where should they go? Xie Tian, unfamiliar with any routes other than the highway, could only ask Song Hui and the others for guidance. Song Hui suggested, "Let us try to circumvent Xiaobei town. Our map only details this provincial road, and I am uncertain about the alternatives. Perhaps we can find a road heading east." From the back, Li Yang examined the GPS and remarked, "Brother Xie, there is a small road not far ahead. Traveling east for about 40 kilometers will lead us to the national highway." With a sigh, Xie Tian responded, "If the provincial road is impassable, the national highway is likely to be even worse." Initially, the fleeing crowd would have prioritized the highway and national routes. Li Yong countered, if we avoid the national highway, we could take the small road east and then another small road north to bypass Xiaobei town. Xie Tian nodded in agreement, stating, let us give it a try. We can't possibly head back to Yangcheng. He shared his plan with Song Hui, who, having no better alternatives, consented. Their combined fuel reserves were sufficient for at least 300 kilometers, making the deed feasible. Xie Tian finally comprehended why Song Hui had remarked that traveling a few hundred kilometers to Nanchang could take several days. If they continued to meander in this manner, it would indeed be fortunate to arrive within a few days. Upon discovering the small path mentioned by Li Yong, Xie Tian felt quite disheartened by its condition. This path could barely be classified as a rural road. It was exceedingly difficult for two vehicles to traverse side by side, and the surface was merely dirt, riddled with potholes. While the Land Rover managed somewhat better on such terrain, it posed a significant challenge for him, forcing him to drive at a cautious speed. Fortunately, the road was flanked by abandoned farmland, with no houses in sight, allowing for a clear view of the surroundings. After 10 minutes, Song Hui communicated via the intercom, stating, Xie Tian, there appears to be a village not far to the south. Xie Tian glanced in that direction and indeed spotted the faint outline of agricultural buildings in the distance. He replied, we certainly cannot enter the village, let us continue forward. Song Hui suggested, why not take a look? Even if we cannot find suitable supplies, it might provide us a place to rest. It will not be long before darkness falls, and it is advisable to avoid traveling after sunset. Xie Tian responded, the transportation here is inconvenient, and the village is relatively isolated. If the inhabitants have fled, that would be one thing. However, if they have not, we might encounter a horde of zombies, which is unsafe. After pondering for a moment, Song Hui conceded, very well, let us press onward. If all else fails, we can park the vehicle by the roadside and endure a night in the car. Xie Tian rolled down the window and began to survey their surroundings. With his superior eyesight, he could see much farther than the others. The area within several dozen kilometers was predominantly farmland and villages, relatively flat. Yet, in the distance, he discerned a towering structure shrouded in haze. It is a coal mine, Xie Tian exclaimed. Chapter 31. The coal mine. Xie Tian recognized the structure before him as the coal mine's headframe, faintly discerning the immense steel cable drum above it. He exclaimed, let us proceed southwest. There lies a coal mine. A coal mine? Song Hui, after a moment's pause, queried in astonishment, why did I not see it? The others were equally perplexed, unable to perceive any sign of a coal mine, and were at a loss as to why Xie Tian claimed there was one in the southwest. Trust me, I am not mistaken, Xie Tian asserted. A coal mine is far safer than a village. You should have observed a simple pattern. Zombies tend to congregate in residential areas. Remote industrial sites will not harbor many zombies. Logically deducing, at the onset of the outbreak, most uninfected workers would have fled home in panic. And the coal mine should provide resources not available in the residential areas. The density of zombies correlates almost directly with the population density prior to the outbreak. The more populated the area before, like cities and towns, the more zombies there will be. Conversely, in desolate outskirts where human presence is scant, one naturally will not encounter zombies. Situated in the suburbs, the coal mine's workforce likely comprises villagers from nearby towns. In a crisis, the majority would opt to return home to weather the storm with their loved ones rather than remain to face the peril of the mine. This is why Xie Tian favored the idea of heading to the coal mine. Very well, Song Hui nodded, stating, let us follow Xie Tian's suggestion and seek out the coal mine. Before long, the vehicle arrived at a fork in the rural road, circumventing the village ahead and veering southwest. As they progressed, the others gradually began to discern the outline of the coal shaft. When they were less than 10 kilometers away, the overall structure of the coal mine became visible. It appears to be a small coal mine, Song Hui remarked. That is advantageous, with fewer workers. There should be a limited number of zombies. Nestled amidst the fields, the coal mine was devoid of any human presence within a 10-kilometer radius. Not a single building in sight. A westward-facing concrete road seemed to connect the mine to the national highway. The iron gate of the coal mine was locked, but Xie Tian, with ease, used the heavy truck to force it open. Although the interior of the mine appeared chaotic, there were no signs of corpses or zombies. Xie Tian breathed a sigh of relief, declaring, let us hasten our search for any usable supplies and scout for a suitable place to spend the night. All vehicles entered the open area inside the mine's gate. In addition to Xie Tian's and Song Hui's vehicles, 2 others belonging to survivors followed suit. Xie Tian cautioned Zhao Zai and his sister, Xie Yufei, saying, I will meet with them and assess the situation here. You 3 stay in the vehicle for now and do not exit. After the previous incident, Zhao Zai had largely acquiesced to Xie Tian's directives, yet at that moment, her expression was somewhat awkward. She looked at Xie Tian, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. Noticing her hesitation, Xie Tian feigned nonchalance and addressed everyone. If anyone needs to use the restroom, it would be best to hold it for now. We shall determine the safety of this place first. Zhao Zai gently nodded, casting a grateful glance at Xie Tian, who then tucked his pistol into his waistband, pushed the door open, and stepped out beside the Land Rover where Song Hui and the others stood. Simultaneously, the doors of the Land Rover swung open, revealing 4 imposing figures, each towering around 6 feet tall. Among them, Song Hui was the eldest, while the others appeared to be in their mid-20s. Each man bore a firearm at his side, exuding a distinct military demeanor in their movements. Xie Tian nodded in acknowledgement to the men and proposed, "Let us scout the area. If it appears safe, we shall rest here for the night and search for any usable supplies." "Very well," Song Hui replied, gesturing towards a slightly portly individual beside him. "This is my comrade, Lu Mu." He then pointed to a tall, lean man, stating, "This is Zhu Jinxie." Finally, he introduced another, saying, "And this is Ma Jiqing." Xie Tian exchanged greetings with each individual before declaring, "I will investigate the situation of the 2 vehicles behind us." The group of 2 vehicles, comprising 7 individuals, 5 men and 2 women, descended as Xie Tian approached. Without hesitation, he stated, "If you intend to travel with us, I would appreciate the assistance of the 5 gentlemen. Please check the mine for any zombies and search for usable materials." The 5 men readily agreed, having followed Xie Tian through thick and thin, and they understood the necessity of contributing during such a critical time. To ensure stability, Song Hui assigned Zhu Jinxie and Ma Jiqing to each lead 2 of their men, while he and his comrade Lu Mu took one. Xie Tian called forth Xie Xiaofei and Li Yang, resulting in 12 men being neatly divided into 4 groups, each tasked with inspecting different areas of the coal mine for resources. Xie Tian's interest in materials was minimal. His primary concern was finding a secure place to rest, especially with 5 people in his vehicle. Song Hui's group headed toward the living quarters, while another set of individuals ventured to the materials warehouse of the coal mine, and yet another proceeded to the office area. Xie Tian, along with his brothers Xie Xiaofei and Li Yang, took charge of the mine vicinity. The ground near the mine was enveloped in a thick layer of coal dust, rendering other colors nearly invisible. Outside a workshop, a small blackboard bore faintly visible white chalk inscriptions, "Per superior orders, close the coal mine by 6 p.m. tonight, all workers to evacuate by 5 p.m. The noted date was May 29th. Li Yang murmured, "Brother Xie, it seems the workers have long since left. There shouldn't be any zombies, right?" "Let us hope so," Xie Tian replied, cautiously drawing his handgun and pushing open the workshop door. Inside, they discovered a rear 8-wheeled dump truck undergoing repairs, its tires still awaiting replacement. Pointing to the tools and tires discarded beside the left rear wheel, Xie Tian remarked, "This vehicle should still be operational." Xie Xiaofei exclaimed with excitement, "Oh, Brother Xie, if we can repair this vehicle, we will have another mobile fortress. Though it may not compare to your Volvo, its horsepower is still quite impressive. Let me take a look." The 5 of them felt somewhat cramped in the cab of the heavy truck. Xie Tian also hoped to find a suitable vehicle for the 3 siblings, Xie Yufei. However, given that they already possessed one heavy truck, was it truly necessary to acquire another? Moreover, both trucks would require refueling with diesel. His current diesel reserves sufficed for 1 vehicle, but 2 might prove rather burdensome. "Brother Xie," Xie Xiaofei clambered into the driver's seat and addressed Xie Tian, "The keys are still here. This truck seems to be in the midst of a routine tire change. Let me start it up and see." Xie Tian nodded in agreement, and Xie Xiaofei turned the ignition. The engine roared to life, indicating that the vehicle appeared to be in good condition. He then disembarked to inspect the tires that had yet to be replaced. After confirming that everything was in order, he concluded that once the tires were installed, the truck would be operational. Xie Xiaofei clicked his tongue, gazing at the domestic 8-wheeled truck. "If only we had electricity and a welding machine. I could reinforce this truck just like your Volvo, Brother Xie." An idea struck Xie Tian. If they could weld the entire truck, the cargo area could serve as a resting place. The ample space within could be furnished for comfort, and should they later acquire additional supplies, they could store them in this truck, thus minimizing the risk of exposing the plethora of materials within his Volvo. With this thought in mind, Xie Tian patted Xie Xiaofei's shoulder and smiled. "I have a welding machine and a generator. I can bring them down for you to use at your leisure. For now, let us explore other locations to see if we can find anything useful." Chapter 32, Death for Wealth. 3 individuals emerged from the workshop. Adjacent to this automotive repair facility was another workshop dedicated to rail-mounted mining carts. The trio ventured inside for a brief inspection, yet found nothing of utility before resuming their search. Charging room, Xie Tian pointed to a sign on the door of a single-story building and suggested, "Let us take a look inside." Li Yang nodded in agreement, forcefully kicking open the locked wooden door. Inside, they discovered 3 rows of racks specifically designed for charging mining lamps, most of which were equipped with lamps intended for miners. Xie Tian approached, removed one of the lamps, and switched it on. The dazzling beam illuminated the charging room, prompting him to exclaim with a smile, "These lamps must be fully charged. They are far superior to flashlights. We should take a few back with us." After an extensive search, Xie Tian, alongside Li Yang and Xie Xiaofei, found little of practical use. However, they had not encountered any zombies along their journey, and considering the absence of nearby villages, they felt assured of their safety. Carrying an armful of charged mining lamps, the 3 returned to their parking area, where the others had yet to arrive. After waiting for a brief moment, Songhui and Lu Mu were the first to return. Songhui informed Xie Tian, "The staff dormitories are merely single-story buildings, devoid of useful supplies. However, we did find 2 cigarettes in the mine manager's lounge, and his room was relatively tidy, featuring a comfortable mattress. We could allow the lady in your vehicle to rest there tonight." Xie Tian nodded, sharing. "We didn't uncover much either, but we did find a rear 8-wheeler that we planned to modify for our journey." Songhui frowned, cautioning, "That vehicle consumes fuel at an alarming rate. The road ahead may pose challenges, and fuel will be a significant concern. You must consider this carefully." Xie Tian smiled, replying, "This is not a major issue. I have plenty of diesel in my truck." "Very well," Songhui responded with a slight smile, producing a pack of cigarettes and offering one to each person. Shortly thereafter, Zhujinsi returned with 2 survivors from the materials warehouse, addressing Songhui, "Boss. The warehouse contains a substantial amount of industrial explosives and an abundance of brand-new protective clothing, made from pure cotton and looking quite decent. Should we procure some?" Songhui turned to Xie Tian, asking, "Your truck can carry cargo. Do you think we should bring the protective clothing?" Without hesitation, Xie Tian replied, "Yes. Let us take it. It may be challenging to wash clothes in the future, and exposed water sources could be contaminated by the zombie virus. While the protective clothing may not be the most aesthetically pleasing, it is preferable to remain perpetually dirty." He then inquired, "Should we consider taking the explosives?" After consulting Zhujinsi about the type of explosives, Songhui remarked, "These explosives are very safe. They can only be detonated with a detonator. Let us take them along. Ma Jiqing is skilled in demolition, and we may find an opportunity to utilize them later." Moments later, Ma Jiqing returned, carrying 2 bags of rice, his face brimming with excitement. From a distance, he waved at Songhui, exclaiming, "Boss, I found 2 bags of rice behind the cafeteria, weighing around 100 pounds. This should sustain us for quite some time." Songhui nodded with a smile, declaring, "Rice is indeed the most economical choice." He then turned to Xie Tian, suggesting, "Why not load the rice into your truck?" Grateful for the agreement, yet the 2 survivors accompanying Ma Jiqing appeared rather discontent. One of them spoke up, "Brothers, we discovered this rice. Surely, you could spare us a bag?" Lu Mu, somewhat portly and with a rather intimidating presence, darkly retorted, "What do you mean you discovered it? Resources found together are to be shared collectively. Do you understand the essence of teamwork?" Unyielding, the man replied, "In this apocalyptic world, these are unclaimed goods. Whoever finds them rightfully possesses them. My brother and I, along with your companion surnamed Zhu, discovered this 100 pounds of rice. Logically, we should receive 2/3 of it. We are merely asking for half, which is quite generous. Wouldn't you agree? Have you forgotten how you managed to escape? Here you are, haggling with everyone." Lu Mu snarled, seizing the man by the collar with a fierce countenance. The man, flustered, attempted to push Lu Mu's hand away, retorting, "We made it out not because of you. You followed behind the Volvo just like us." Fuming, Lu Mu drew his pistol, pressing it against the man's forehead, gritting his teeth, "Since it's the end of the world, murder is no crime. If you wish to die, I shall oblige." Upon seeing the weapon, the man instantly wilted. At that moment, Songhui interjected, "Lu Mu, put the gun away. If they want a bag of rice, let them have it. They should leave quickly." "Did you hear that?" Lu Mu forcefully pushed him away, bellowing, "Take your things and get lost." The man stumbled but regained his footing, muttering, "Fine, we'll leave. 50 pounds of rice can sustain us for quite some time. Running with you lot might lead us to danger instead of safety." His companion hesitantly whispered, "Aliong, let us just go with them. At least it's safer. And we can split the rice as they say. Do you understand nothing?" The man sneered, "Being full is our priority now. Think back to the times we fought for a morsel. This 50 pounds of rice is enough for us 4 for half a month. In that time, do you really think we won't find a safe zone? Conversely, if we starve before reaching safety, what is the point?" Another companion, seemingly swayed by the argument, nodded. Lu Mu, visibly displeased, shouted, "If you're going to leave, then hurry up." The 2 men no longer hesitated, grabbing a bag of rice and hastily returning to their vehicle. Accompanied by two women, they whispered among themselves for a moment before departing from the coal mine. Damn, scoundrels. Boss, if you don't stop me, I'll take them out one by one. Lu Mu spat angrily onto the ground. Song Hui waved his hand dismissively, stating, let us not forget our identity. The government is still operational. Though we cannot communicate with our superiors, we must adhere to our principles. With a resigned sigh, Lu Mu replied, fine, I shall disregard it as if it were nothing. Xie Tian, somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Mu, stepped forward to mediate the situation, stating, people perish for wealth, and birds for sustenance. In these apocalyptic times, such scum is abundant. Their absence diminishes our threats. For if we were to discern their true nature in critical moments, we might find ourselves in dire straits. After this, Xie Tian added, it is getting late. Let us arrange for dinner. Among the remaining survivors were three men, who had been visibly anxious ever since Lu Mu drew his gun. Upon hearing Xie Tian mention dinner, they eagerly chimed in, we have some food, we will fetch it right away. Xie Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, do not touch your own provisions. We have a sack of rice, let us start a fire and cook some rice tonight. There are no zombies here, and there is little to fear. I will gather some canned goods as well. Song Hui remarked, we also have some canned food. Jinxi, go and bring some. One of the survivors, a man nearing 40, urgently interjected, I used to be a chef. I am quite adept at cooking. I noticed a pressurized water well near the staff quarters. And the water there should be fine. I will search for clean utensils and bowls. Leave dinner to me. Xie Tian nodded in approval, saying, you all make the necessary arrangements while I drive my vehicle to the workshop. I have a generator and a welding machine in my truck. And I'll ask Xiao Fei to reinforce that rear eight-wheeler. By the way, did you mention there is a spring mattress in the mine manager's lounge? Song Hui affirmed. Indeed. Xie Tian smiled slightly, replying, I shall retrieve it later and place it in the rear eight-wheeler. There are two girls in my vehicle. I will send them over to rest. Chapter 33. Prepared as Xie Tian settled into the driver's seat of the Volvo, Zhao Zai was already in a frenzy. Bashfully and awkwardly inquiring, Xie Tian, may I go to the restroom now? Inside the vehicle, besides Xie Tian, was Xie Yufei. It seemed that Zhao Zai, overwhelmed with urgency, could no longer afford to be coy. Recalling a rudimentary restroom adjacent to the workshop he had passed earlier, Xie Tian replied, I will drive the vehicle into the workshop. The restroom is right beside it. I will take you there shortly. Zhao Zai nodded eagerly, and Xie Tian maneuvered the vehicle into the workshop, parking beside a domestically manufactured 8-wheeled truck. He then escorted Zhao Zai to the nearby restroom. At the entrance, he advised her, I haven't checked this place before. Please wait a moment. Let me inspect it first. Xie Tian entered the vacant restroom and, finding no issues, emerged to reassure Zhao Zai, you may go in. I will stand guard outside. Call for me immediately if anything arises. Zhao Zai's face flushed crimson at his words. She cast a furtive glance at him before hastily averting her gaze elsewhere, then steeled herself to enter. Although Xie Tian's statement held no malice, she couldn't help but ponder the embarrassment of calling him and should an issue occur, especially given the nature of her visit. If it were a shower instead, perhaps she could muster the courage. After a few minutes of waiting outside, Zhao Zai emerged, her cheeks still aflame. The notion of having a man on guard while she attended to her business was indescribably awkward. Meanwhile, Song Hui and the others busied themselves with transporting labor protection gear and explosives, while three unnamed survivors prepared dinner. Xie Tian brought several cans of meat, which, when paired with rice, constituted a rather sumptuous meal, especially after days without the comforting warmth of a steaming bowl of rice. Xie Tian unloaded the generator, welding machine, and rods, while Xie Xiaofei and Li Yang scoured the area for steel bars and beams, intending to reinforce the domestic 8-wheeled truck. Xie Tian encountered Song Hui, and the two ventured to the coal yard behind the coal mine to assess the situation and discuss the potential direction of their group. Song Hui, intrigued by Xie Tian, expressed surprise upon learning that he was merely a college student prior to this ordeal. It is rare to see someone so composed and methodical in such perilous circumstances. Your preparations exceed those of our entire group combined. None of us even considered seeking a larger, heavier vehicle with greater cargo capacity. And you have even brought along a walkie-talkie, generator, and welding machine. Xie Tian mused to himself that had it not been for the seance, he would not have maintained such poise. Moreover, all these supplies had been procured through the efforts of the seance, for most. Even the thought of seeking such resources would be more aspiration than reality. With a sigh, Song Hui continued, we have encountered numerous challenges since departing from Yangtze. To this day, we have yet to find a proper route. The journey to Nanchang, spanning several hundred kilometers, may prove more arduous than the long march of yesteryear. Xie Tian nodded in agreement and chuckled. We initially intended to head northeast, but unexpectedly found ourselves traveling southwest for this coal mine. It seems your earlier words were indeed quite accurate. The road ahead is fraught with peril. Song Hui glanced at Xie Tian and remarked, moving forward. We must collaborate closely if we wish to venture further. I hope we can reach a consensus. This path cannot be traversed by any one individual alone. Substantial cooperation is essential. Xie Tian nodded, stating, from now on, any issues should be discussed collectively and resolved democratically. My experience is limited. The circumstances outside the city differ significantly from those within Yang City. Song Hui smiled. Indeed, life in Yang City is probably more manageable. Here, one merely needs to seek out a secure location and remain stationary while daring to forage for supplies. He continued. I hope we can attract more capable individuals to join our team. You wouldn't oppose that, would you? Of course not, Xie Tian replied without hesitation. The more capable individuals we have, the better. However, it is best to refrain from extending kindness to those who are useless. Agreed, Song Hui affirmed, then inquired. When do you think we should depart? After a moment's thought, Xie Tian suggested, the day after tomorrow. It will soon be dark. And that 8-wheeled vehicle requires time for reinforcement. If your Land Rover also needs fortification, you may consult Xiao Fei for assistance. Song Hui had no objections to resting for another day. Upon their return, they discovered that the 3 survivors had prepared dinner. The middle-aged cook had constructed a rudimentary stove from bricks and ignited coal using branches and paper. The delightful aroma of rice wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone present. Even during his previous concealment with Zhao Zai in the residential complex, Xie Tian had not had the chance to savor a bowl of steaming rice. This time, his wish was fulfilled. The cook had also sought Ed several dishes with the found salad oil, and after his culinary touch, the canned goods and luncheon meat were elevated in flavor. The group gathered in a circle in the open space by the workshop door, and Xie Tian counted a total of 12 individuals. Lumu retrieved 2 bottles of Mount I from the vehicle and cheerfully addressed the group, under normal circumstances. I couldn't even afford a sip of this 30-year-old Mount I. It seems we are fortunate to have it in this apocalyptic era. If time permitted, I would love to clear out that renowned liquor store. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Lumu's straightforward character displayed the unmistakable traits of a northern man. As everyone enjoyed the delicious hot meal and fine liquor, the 3 initially reserved survivors gradually relaxed. They shared that they were all employees of a large hotel in Yang City, hailing from out of town. Out of more than 40 individuals in the staff's dormitory, only these 3 had managed to escape. The eldest, who introduced himself as Lao Zhang, exuded an air of sincerity and honesty, while the other 2, though slightly younger, also displayed a genuine demeanor in their mannerisms. As the conversation turned to Zhao Zai, the atmosphere reached a pinnacle of vivacity. Unsurprisingly, everyone present was a regular viewer of the news hosted by Zhao Zai. With such a luminary in attendance, compliments flowed freely, as if a shared topic had been unearthed. As darkness fell, the others prepared to return to their vehicles for rest. However, Song Hui and his companions decided to take turns keeping watch. Xie Tian initially suggested that Zhao Zai and Xie Yufei retire to the mine manager's lounge for a good sleep, but both declined. Ultimately, they had to squeeze together on the sleeper of the Volvo. Xie Xiaofei was busy reinforcing a rear 8-wheeler, which was quite dirty from frequent coal hauling and required cleaning before the mattress could be set up for resting. Fortunately, there was also a sleeper in the cab of the rear 8-wheeler. Xie Tian instructed the youngest, Xie Xiaofei, to sleep there while he and Liang made do on the seats for the night, as Xie Xiaofei had a demanding workload ahead. With Liang already asleep beside him, Xie Tian retrieved the crystal from his pocket, clasping it tightly in his palm while absorbing the pure energy it contained. This crystal was significantly more potent than the first he had acquired, brimming with energy. The energy continuously converged throughout his body, reminiscent of the invigorating sensation described in novels, bringing immense comfort. With no disturbances around him, Xie Tian slumbered from 8 in the evening until 6 the next morning, an uninterrupted 10 hours. Upon awakening, Xie Tian felt invigorated, both mentally and physically, in an unprecedented state of well-being. If this continued, he believed it would not be long before he could undergo an upgrade. After Xie Xiaofei, he began reinforcing the rear 8-wheeler. Once the cab was fortified, he drove the vehicle outside the employee shower room to utilize the wastewater stored in the tank to clean the truck bed thoroughly. The group then moved the 1.8-meter-wide mattress from the mine manager's lounge onto the truck, along with other supplies they had gathered. Xie Xiaofei's welding skills surpassed Xie Tian's by leaps and bounds. He crafted an arched steel frame for the entire truck bed, covering it completely with tarpaulin, leaving only an iron door at the rear for entry and exit. This door could be locked from the inside, ensuring that anyone resting inside could do so securely. Song Hui's Land Rover and the Mitsubishi Pajero driven by Lao Zhang and his team also underwent Xie Xiaofei's reinforcement. This day was primarily occupied by Xie Xiaofei's diligent efforts from start to finish. With everything ready, Xie Tian and Song Hui decided to rest for the night, planning to set off at dawn. Although the uncertainties and dangers ahead were daunting, this path of survival, no matter how arduous, was one that must be traversed. Chapter 34. A small windfall. As the expedition commenced, Xie Tian felt a renewed sense of confidence in the team. Xie Xiaofei had transferred all the repair tools from the workshop onto his 8-wheeled vehicle, ensuring that any mechanical issues could be swiftly resolved with his presence. Xie Tian produced 2 walkie-talkies, distributing one to Xie Xiaofei and Li Yang, while the other was given to Lao Zhang and his companions. Naturally, Xie Yufei boarded the 8-wheeler. For both Xie Xiaofei and Li Yang were her brothers, their sibling camaraderie rendered the journey more relaxed. In contrast, Xie Tian's vehicle reverted to its initial arrangement of 2 occupants, himself and Zhao Zai. The convoy set off with the Land Rover leading the way, followed closely by the Pajero, while Xie Tian's Volvo truck trailed in 3rd place, and Xie Xiaofei maneuvered the 8-wheeler at the rear. As the quartet of vehicles departed the coal mine at dawn, they resolved to seek a nearby small road heading north. Although the concrete path at the mine's entrance was somewhat narrow, it was in excellent condition. However, once they ventured onto the smaller road, the pace of the convoy diminished significantly, equipped with vehicle-mounted chargers. The occupants of the 4 cars engaged in light-hearted banter over the walkie-talkies to alleviate the bumps of the journey. The convoy skillfully navigated around several villages, aiming to bypass Xiaobei town and rejoin the provincial road. After nearly a morning of jostling, GSP finally indicated they had left Xiaobei town behind. The convoy then turned eastward, intent on returning to the provincial road. Each individual hoped for an unencumbered route north of Xiaobei town, but upon arrival, they discovered the road conditions were equally dire. With an interminable traffic jam stretching ahead, vehicles obstructing the path without a single person in sight. Xie Tian parked their vehicles on a side road about a kilometer from the provincial road, and everyone found themselves at a loss. It seemed the provincial road was not an option. Xie Tian switched the walkie-talkie to an open state, placing it on the console and connecting it to the vehicle's charger for easier communication with Song Hui and the others. Indeed, we must explore alternative routes, Song Hui replied, his tone tinged with disappointment. Should we venture over to scavenge for usable supplies? With so many vehicles abandoned here, there must be a wealth of resources, Lumu suggested. It is rather unsafe, Song Hui countered. To search for supplies within the vehicles, we would need to disembark and navigate among them on foot, which could be perilous should we encounter any zombies. Let us search, Xie Tian proposed. If we abandon the provincial road, resupplying in the future will become increasingly inconvenient. We have 2 heavy trucks, we need not fear an abundance of supplies. Let us turn around and backtrack to the intersection to scout for resources, remaining close enough to retreat should the situation demand it. Reluctantly, Song Hui acquiesced, saying, very well. The 2 heavy trucks first executed a turn before slowly reversing to the T-junction. Once they came to a halt, Xie Tian left the engine running, shifted in neutral, and exited the vehicle, instructing Zhao Zai, please wait inside the car. Zhao Zai nodded, while Song Hui and the others disembarked. Song Hui surveyed the situation on the provincial road and directed Lu Mu, climb atop the 8-wheeler and keep watch for any movements in the vicinity. Report back if anything arises. Understood. Lu Mu readily agreed, swiftly climbing onto the roof of Xie Xiaofei's 8-wheeled vehicle. With a couple of agile steps, he positioned himself atop the driver's cabin. Song Hui emerged from the Land Rover, retrieving an assault rifle before tossing it to Lu Mu, perched on the vehicle's roof. Use this, it will help maintain control in critical moments, he advised. Lu Mu nodded, chambering around and disengaging the safety. The ammunition is scarce. I usually refrain from using it, he remarked. Song Hui approached Xie Tian, patting him on the shoulder. The Type 95-1 assault rifle is our nation's finest. Lu Mu is an exceptional marksman. Within a range of 500 meters, he can ensure that the zombies do not approach us. Xie Tian smiled faintly, pleasantly surprised by their formidable weapon. He immediately suggested to Song Hui, you go left, and I'll go right. Don't stray too far, Song Hui cautioned. Xie Tian turned to Lao Zhang and the others, instructing, Lao Zhang, see if you can find some gasoline among the vehicles nearby. Lao Zhang nodded, confident that with so many cars around, acquiring some fuel should not pose a challenge. Each of them donned an empty rucksack and began their search. The provincial road was choked with an overwhelming number of vehicles, and Xie Tian was not astonished. In the chaos of a panicked exodus, accidents or several cars running out of fuel could easily lead to such a traffic jam. Given the multitude of vehicles, it was reasonable to expect a bountiful supply of resources. While the pavement bore remnants of corpses gnawed upon by zombies, no undead figures were in sight. Xie Tian managed to pry open a Volvo S80, discovering various clothing items and cash within the driver's compartment, though food was conspicuously absent. They already had an ample supply of clothing from the work uniforms procured from the mine. In another vehicle, he stumbled upon an electric razor, which would prove useful as he had not shaved in quite some time. He also found a bag of snacks, diverse in selection, which he added to his rucksack. A home first aid kit filled with essential medications, proving quite beneficial, several bottles of unopened beverages, a few cans of fruit, and a laptop. Essentially, anything that appeared useful was stuffed into his rucksack, even items that seemed trivial but piqued his interest. Before long, the rucksack was brimming, and Xie Tian had ventured less than 200 meters. He returned the collected items to the 8-wheeled vehicle before resuming his search. A tobacco company? Xie Tian furrowed his brow, fixating on a green medium-sized van. He yanked open the side sliding door and was taken aback by the sight. The rear was packed to the brim with various unopened cigarettes, nearly filling the entire compartment. While tobacco could not substitute for food, all the men smoked, and he occasionally indulged as well. In these times, acquiring tobacco was no trivial matter, prompting Xie Tian to call Ma Jiqing and Zhu Jingxing over for assistance in transporting the tobacco. "Hey, I've discovered a treasure trove," Xie Tian teased over the radio. Instantly, a cacophony of voices erupted, inquiring about the nature of his remarkable find. Dozens of double leaves, dozens of auspicious days, dozens of Marlboro, dozens of Lacune, dozens of Dahong Ying, dozens of Yushi, dozens of Shuangxi, Nanjing, Suyin, soft and hard Dijonhua, giant panda, Jiatianxia, and various yellow crane towers. My goodness, nearly everyone has gone mad. In these times, the only solace for the masses is tobacco. Thus, upon hearing that Xie Tian had discovered such an abundance of tobacco, Ma Jiqing and Zhu Jingxi hurried over. The cigarettes were all packed in large bundles sealed in plastic bags, each adorned with a label, presumably meant for distribution to various sales points. It remains unclear whether the driver of this vehicle was fleeing for their life or delivering cigarettes, yet who cares in such times? In this era, good fortune belongs to whoever finds it. Each person shouldered several hefty bags and began their trek back. It took the trio several trips to completely empty the vehicle, each filled with the same exhilarating thought: this is our stroke of luck. If the world were devoid of hope, I would smoke all these cigarettes and succumb to lung cancer. Lu Mu, wielding an assault rifle with one hand, excitedly exclaimed over the radio. This is, without a doubt, the most exhilarating occurrence of this apocalyptic age. Chapter 35, Burden. After depleting the tobacco supply, Xie Tian prepared for one last trip. However, this time he found little of value. He decided to gather all the box tissues from each vehicle. As he noticed that his military pack was still not full after walking quite a distance, he began to stuff in anything that caught his eye. Suddenly, Lu Mu's voice crackled over the intercom, urging, Xie Tian, you ventured too far. Come back. Xie Tian acknowledged with a simple "oh" and turned to retrace his steps. Just then, a gunshot echoed, and something fell heavily behind him. He turned to see a female figure, bare from the waist up, lying lifelessly on the ground. Yet, this woman was a grotesque sight. A bullet hole gushed dark blood from her forehead, her skull shattered in the back, and half her face was torn apart, exposing jagged teeth. Her shoulders, abdomen, and ribs bore the marks of vicious bites, creating a ghastly image. Cursing under his breath, Xie Tian realized he had been so focused on the intercom that he neglected his surroundings. He had no idea how this zombie had emerged. Thankfully, Lu Mu had spotted it in time and shot with remarkable accuracy. Come back quickly. The gunfire has attracted numerous zombies from the north, Lu Mu warned. Xie Tian hurried back, only to find several solitary zombies lurking about. These creatures, originally hiding from the sun in various corners, were disturbed by the gunshot and began to rise. Fortunately, their numbers were sparse and posed little threat. Nonetheless, it was not a suitable place to linger. As Xie Tian raced back, he encountered Song Hui returning as well. The zombies were still at a safe distance, but there were slightly more approaching from Song Hui's direction, about a dozen or so, several hundred meters away. The two men stowed their military packs in the rear compartment of the 8-wheeled vehicle before returning to their respective cars and driving away. Old Lu, you truly saved me. If it weren't for you, I would have been in serious trouble, Xie Tian remarked over the intercom as he drove. Lu Mu's cheerful voice responded. My shooting skills are not to be underestimated. Nodding, Xie Tian replied earnestly. Thank you. There's no need for thanks, Lu Mu replied. We are all in this together. Helping one another is our duty. We are comrades now. With the provincial road impassable, Xie Tian and his companions began to navigate small paths that were often unmarked on electronic maps. Their sole focus was to journey north, gradually moving closer to the Yangqing area. Through constant exploration and occasional misdirection, the convoy traveled an entire day, covering merely a few dozen kilometers northward. Fortunately, they had replenished their supplies on the provincial road, and old Zheng Es's efficiency was commendable. He pried open several luxury car fuel tanks, acquiring a substantial amount of 97-octane gasoline. They filled 2 SUVs to capacity and managed to collect over 100 liters of gasoline and empty drink bottles. As dusk descended, Xie Tian conferred with Song Hui via intercom. With fields lining both sides of the road and the nearest village far behind, they decided to rest for an hour after driving further. They would set out again at dawn, a decision that met with unanimous agreement among the group. The convoy traveled at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour for nearly 20 minutes when suddenly 2 individuals emerged from a BMW X6 parked by the roadside, joyously waving at the convoy. The unexpected appearance of these 2 startled me. Old Zheng's voice resonated, expressing, "I thought that was an abandoned vehicle and was considering approaching it to see if there was anything of value." Lu Mu, frowning, murmured into the intercom, "In such a desolate place, how could there be anyone?" Song Hui, driving a Land Rover, halted the vehicle in front of the 2 figures, followed closely by the other cars. Under the illumination of the headlights stood a man and a woman, both in their 20s, the man slightly older, around 25 or 26. They appeared disheveled and ragged, resembling beggars. "Help us, please, kind sir. Take us with you." As soon as Song Hui stopped the car, the man dashed to his side, desperately pleading through the window. Song Hui inquired, "How did you end up here?" The man hastily responded, "We originally had 6 vehicles traveling together from the provincial road, but we were attacked by zombies in Xiaobei town. Only the 2 of us managed to escape. Our vehicle has run out of fuel, and we have been stranded here for 2 days and 2 nights. He then introduced himself, saying, "I am Han Wenkai, and this is my cousin, Han Wenxuan." "Thank goodness. Old Zheng, what do you think?" Song Hui hesitated for a moment before asking over the intercom. Old Zheng replied, "I see we are all seeking a way to survive in this apocalypse. If we can help, we should. However, the final decision rests with you." Xie Tian picked up the intercom, stating, "I am not in favor of this, and besides, our 2 heavy trucks have no extra space." Old Song, "The decision is entirely yours." From beside Song Hui, Lu Mu's voice could be heard saying, "Boss, let us not bother with these people. We had all reached a consensus before that only those who are useful should remain in the team. Look at this man and woman. They are frail and appear incapable of contributing anything of value. Please, please." The man, Han Wenkai, upon hearing Lu Mu's words, immediately knelt down, weeping. "We are all fighting for survival. My sister and I have been stranded here for 2 days, and at last, we have encountered living souls. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a pagoda. I implore you to take us with you." The girl beside him, tears streaming down her face, timidly added, "We beseech you, if you refuse to help, we will face certain death." After a moment of contemplation, Song Hui spoke into the intercom, "Old Zhang, your vehicle has 3 people, there is room for 2 more. Why not let them ride with you? It is not right to turn a blind eye to their plight. At the very least, we should transport them to a place where they might find resources and allow them to fend for themselves. We cannot simply watch them perish here." Old Zheng had no objections and replied, "All right, let them board our vehicle." Xie Tian suggested, "Old Song, perhaps we should give them some fuel, allowing them to follow us in their own vehicle." After a moment of contemplation, Song Hui grasped Xie Tian's intention. Realizing that Xie Tian was likely still reluctant to accept the 2 individuals, he addressed them, saying, "I will provide you with some gasoline. You may follow us in your vehicle. Is that acceptable?" Han Wenkai quickly nodded in response, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your immense kindness." "Thank you, thank you." Song Hui then turned to Lu Mu, instructing, "Lu Mu, please retrieve some gasoline from the back of Xiao Fei's truck for them." Lu Mu reluctantly agreed, making his way toward the rear of the convoy. As he passed by Xie Tian's vehicle, he looked up and remarked, "We cannot take in just anyone during our escape. Only those with combat capabilities or useful skills are worth considering. These 2 are evidently of no assistance. Their presence would be nothing but a burden." Xie Tian nodded in understanding, replying, "Since Lao Song is compassionate, let us provide them with a bit of gasoline. After all, our 2 off-road vehicles are fully fueled, and we have ample reserves." The gasoline stored at the back of the truck had been collected by Old Zheng and his team in various containers. Lu Mu gathered a considerable number of bottles, each labeled with its capacity, standard 500 milliliters and larger 2-liter bottles, amounting to approximately 30 liters. He carried them to Han Wenkai and Han Wenxuan, stating, "Here you go, 30 liters, enough for your vehicle to travel nearly 200 kilometers. Hurry and fill up. Then follow closely behind the truck." "Thank you, thank you." Han Wenkai repeatedly bowed in gratitude and promptly opened the fuel tank, beginning to pour the gasoline into it bottle by bottle. Meanwhile, Han Wenxuan, eager to assist, found himself unable to contribute. Chapter 36. The trap. After Han Wenkai finished refueling the gasoline provided by Lu Mu, he and Han Wenxuan climbed into the X6. Song Hui remarked that there were no villages in the vicinity, thus it was unlikely to encounter a horde of zombies. He suggested that they should travel a few dozen kilometers further before resting by the roadside. Xie Tian had no objections and started the vehicle. Preparing to hit the road again, Li Yang, who had been in the rear eight-wheeler, approached with a GPS in hand, knocking on the car door. "Brother Xie, may I ride with you?" he inquired. Xie Tian smiled and replied, "Come aboard. There's a berth for you." Zhao Zai made space for Li Yang, who climbed into the vehicle and settled down on the rear berth, stating, "I have something I wish to discuss with you, Brother Xie." Xie Tian nodded and encouraged him. "Speak freely." At that moment, the Land Rover had already set off, followed closely by Lao Zhang. Xie Tian started his vehicle, closely tailing Lao Zhang's Pajero, while Xie Xiaofei's rear eight-wheeler also left no gap for Han Wenkai, who could only follow suit at the end of the convoy. As the procession continued, the darkness enveloped the sky, and the 5 vehicles turned on their headlights, maintaining a steady pace. "Brother Xie, it seems that the GPS positioning is somewhat inaccurate. The signal is quite poor. Can you confirm if we are currently at this location?" Li Yang stated, flipping through the electronic map on the GPS and pointing to a spot. Xie Tian scrutinized the map, noting that the road was not marked at all. However, he could see that Li Yang had managed to ascertain a rough location, so he nodded in acknowledgement. Li Yang pondered over the map and remarked, "The village to the west that we passed earlier should be Shanghua Village. Given the time we have spent here, we must have traveled less than 20 kilometers. We have already surpassed Shanghua Village, which is 6 kilometers to the west. If we continue forward, we should reach Xiaoying Village in another 7 or 8 kilometers at most." "And then?" Xie Tian inquired, uncertain of what Li Yang was implying. To reach Xiaoying Village, they would have to cross a river located 2 or 3 kilometers south of the village. This meant they were approximately 4 to 5 kilometers from the river. "If we cross the river, we must pass through Xiaoying Village, and I fear there may be zombie activity there," Li Yang expressed his concern. Xie Tian nodded thoughtfully and said, "Then let us inform them that we will not cross the river tonight. Upon sighting the river, we shall stop and rest and play, planning to cross in the daylight tomorrow." Li Yang agreed. "You can discuss this with them, Brother Xie." Xie Tian activated the intercom, stating, "Li Yang has indicated that approximately 6 or 7 kilometers ahead lies a place called Xiaoying Village. Beyond that, we will need to cross a river in about 4 to 5 kilometers. Given the late hour, it would be prudent to avoid the risk of entering Xiaoying Village. So let us find a place to park and rest." Song Hui hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "Let us drive to the riverbank first and assess the condition of the bridge. If we determine it is passable, we can rest there, which will provide us with peace of mind. If any issues arise with the bridge, we would be in a precarious situation." Xie Tian shared the same sentiment and replied, "Then it is settled." Within a few minutes, the convoy arrived at the bridge, where 2 vans were parked askew, effectively obstructing the path. As the headlights illuminated the scene, it became apparent that no one was inside the vehicles. Song Hui halted the car and remarked, "All right, let us rest here for a moment. I will check on those 2 vans. There should be no issue. Even if they cannot be moved, we can surely shift them together." At that moment, Xie Tian seemingly caught sight of a shadow flitting through the darkness to the left of the bridge. The Range Rover's low beams failed to reveal the location, and a sudden chill gripped Xie Tian's heart. He seized the walkie-talkie, exclaiming, "Don't go over there." "What's wrong?" Song Hui inquired, bewildered. Xie Tian focused on the area where he had spotted the anomaly, but discerned nothing unusual. Nevertheless, he felt convinced that he had not been mistaken. If the shadow was indeed real, it could not belong to a zombie, as they could not remain so composed, even if there were but one. Upon sensing the light and the presence of humans, it would recklessly charge forward. If it were frightened by the essence of the scion, it would have fled long ago. Thus, the shadow could only be human. Old song, reverse. There is something amiss. Xie Tian urged urgently through the walkie-talkie, though Song Hui had not witnessed the incident. He heeded Xie Tian's warning and promptly started the vehicle in reverse. The Pajero followed suit, and as Xie Tian began to back up, a sudden crash echoed from the rear of the convoy, as if Xie Xiaofei's rear wheels had collided with something, producing a thunderous sound. "Brother Xie, the X6 is blocking the road," Xie Xiaofei exclaimed, his tone tinged with panic. "Damn it, those 2 are suspicious." Xie Tian cursed into the walkie-talkie, cautioning, "Everyone be careful." Just then, from the grassy areas on either side of the bridge, 7 or 8 individuals emerged, and several more sprang up from the ditches along the road. In an instant, over a dozen people surrounded them, 4 of whom brandished firearms. One man wielding a pistol shouted, "Everyone inside the vehicles, listen up. Get out immediately. If you hesitate, you may lose your life." In an instant, Xie Tian and the others recognized that they were facing a robbery. Cautiously, the assailants encircled them, with several men standing guard at each vehicle. Apart from the four armed individuals, the others brandished machetes, their expressions menacing. A surge of indignation coursed through Xie Tian. The so-called Han Wenkai was indeed no good. He and his alleged sister were not desperate refugees in need of salvation, but rather accomplices of this gang. Their initial performance of pleading was merely a ruse to gain entry into the vehicles. Fortunately, Xie Tian had proposed a compromise, offering them some gasoline. Perhaps their vehicle was already fueled, and everything was merely a charade. "Brother Xie, I'll try to ram the X6 blocking the way." Xie Xiaofei's voice rang out, followed by the sound of the truck roaring as it charged forward. "Don't move," Xie Tian shouted instinctively. Xie Xiaofei was unable to break through the BMW X6 blocking the vehicle behind him. This action only served to infuriate the opposing party. Xie Tian was exactly afraid of this. Everyone found themselves in a passive position, scrutinized by their adversaries. Although firearms were plentiful, the enemy could easily strike first at the slightest indication of intent. Bang! The leader of the opposing group decisively fired a shot. Xie Tian's heart sank, uncertain whether the bullet was aimed at Xie Xiaofei himself. However, a glance in the rearview mirror revealed that the bullet had struck the front right tire of the rear axle, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Isn't he afraid of death? One of the assailants cursed viciously. "If you don't get out of the car, my gun will be aimed at you, not the vehicle." With that, another member of the gang had already trained his firearm directly on the windshield of the Range Rover. Observing the menacing demeanor of these individuals, Xie Tian realized they were not to be trifled with. Their earlier gunfire had targeted the tires rather than the occupants, indicating that they possessed some level of caution. If any one of the four vehicles were to charge recklessly, it could spell trouble for them. Nevertheless, Xie Tian had no intention of taking such a reckless course of action, as it would only lead to mutual destruction. Furthermore, with vehicles blocking front and rear, a successful escape was far from guaranteed. Chapter 37. The turnaround. The quality of the opposing group appeared rather uneven. A few individuals were robust, exuding a sense of strength. Yet the majority lacked physical prowess. Moreover, they were only armed with 4 firearms. In stark contrast, Xie Tian and his companions, including Song Hui, were well equipped with a variety of firearms and were seasoned soldiers. Both he and Xie Xiaofei also possessed weapons. However, due to the sudden assault from their adversaries, Xie Tian's group found themselves in a precarious situation, feeling somewhat helpless. The opposing party had already brandished their weapons as a form of intimidation, and if they delayed in exiting their vehicle, it was likely that one unfortunate soul among them would be randomly selected to serve as a grim example. At that moment, Lu Mu's voice crackled through the intercom, urging Xie Tian, "There's no need to dwell on this situation any longer. Step out of the vehicle." Xie Tian instinctively furrowed his brow, contemplating that if Lu Mu genuinely wished for him to disembark, he would not have made such a vague remark without a solid plan in mind. Quietly, he readied his handgun. Soon, he observed the door of Song Hui's vehicle swing open, and the 4 individuals emerged, raising their hands in surrender. Not wishing to linger, Xie Tian exchanged a glance with Zhao Zai, who appeared somewhat bewildered. He offered her an encouraging look before opening the car door and stepping out. Xie Tian had his own calculations. If their numbers alone were insufficient to resolve the predicament, he would need to unleash the Scion warriors, who were always on standby, ready to leap from the rear compartment of the Volvo and catch their foes off guard. "Gentlemen," Xie Tian raised his hands slightly and, with a forced smile, implored, "surely we can discuss this amicably without resorting to firearms? If you desire a vehicle or provisions, just say the word. As long as you refrain from shooting, we can negotiate." "To hell with you," bellowed the beefy middle-aged man who had previously fired upon their vehicle's tires. "Discuss this amicably? What do you think your mother is?" He leveled his gun at Xie Tian and shouted to his henchman, "Wakai, check him for weapons." "What a useless fool. I told you to find a way to get on the vehicle once you spotted it. Did you not understand me?" Han Wenkai rushed over, eager to explain. "Changgu, it's not my fault. These people are far too vigilant. I told them the vehicle was out of gas, and they wouldn't let me aboard, merely handing me a bit of fuel to follow behind." As he spoke, Han Wenkai approached Xie Tian to search him, while the others closed in on Song Hui and his group. "You lot," the man known as Changgu rapped on the window of the Pajero, berating. "What are you standing there for? Do you want to die? Get down here now." Old Zheng and Xie Xiaofei, seeing that Xie Tian and his group had already exited the vehicle, had no choice but to comply and step out obediently. As Han Wenkai drew near to Xie Tian, he contemplated that once the search commenced, he would swiftly subdue him and use him as a human shield to return fire. Throughout this tense moment, Xie Tian's eyes darted towards Lu Mu in the distance, pondering his intentions. Meanwhile, several members of the opposing group excitedly exclaimed, "Boss, look, there's a stunning beauty. Wait, isn't that Zhao Zai, the television host? What incredible luck we've stumbled upon." Everyone present, including Han Wakai, who was preparing to assist Xie Tian, and the man referred to as Brother Chong, stood momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, Brother Chong inquired, "Surely you are not seeing things in the dark?" "It is indeed her." A young man tugged at Zhao Zai as he approached, causing an uproar within their ranks. Even Han Wakai, who had been focused on his task, momentarily lost sight of it. Xie Tian scrutinized the scene repeatedly. While Xie Xiaofei and Li Yong were being coerced at gunpoint, he could not spot Xie Yufei anywhere. Believing that all the occupants of the vehicle had been extracted, the group huddled together, incessantly scrutinizing Zhao Zai and hurling lewd insults. A few lackeys flattered Brother Chong, declaring, "Brother Chong, you are in for a treat. This Zhao Zai is leagues above our usual fare." Brother Chong laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What a stroke of luck. I never anticipated encountering such high-quality goods." Xie Tian, aware that Xie Yufei was surely still hidden in the rear compartment, kept glancing at the windows of the back eight-wheeler. Fortunately, his keen eyesight allowed him to clearly see Xie Yufei concealed behind the driver's seat on the bunk. Noticing Xie Tian's gaze, Xie Yufei quickly gestured silently to him. Xie Tian, raising his hands above his head, took advantage of the enemy's distraction to subtly mimic honking a horn. Xie Yufei nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Xie Tian opened his right hand, spreading his fingers apart before bringing them together, counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2. Suddenly, he clenched his fist. At that moment, a shrill horn blared, startling everyone on the opposing side, who instinctively turned to look at the source of the sound from the back eight-wheeler. Bang! Unexpectedly, Lumu reacted even faster than Xie Tian. As the horn blared, he had already drawn his gun and fired. His first shot struck the assailant aiming at Song Hui, brutally blowing his head apart, followed by another shot that dispatched a nearby thug. Xie Tian also drew his weapon with remarkable speed, executing an extraordinary 360-degree kick that sent Han Wenkai crashing to the ground. During this maneuver, he had already pulled out his gun and fired 3 rounds at Brother Chong. Due to his lack of shooting experience and the distance from his target, only one of the 3 bullets hit Brother Chong, embedding itself in his right shoulder and causing his handgun to drop to the ground. The other 2 rounds went astray, one missed entirely, while the other struck a thug in the left abdomen. The tide of the battle swiftly turned. Song Hui and his companions, seasoned from military backgrounds, capitalized on the momentary confusion caused by Zhao Zai's appearance and Xie Yufei's resounding horn, which had momentarily stunned their adversary. The 4 armed assailants were swiftly neutralized. Lumu quickly positioned himself back-to-back with Xie Tian, guarding against any potential moves from the knife-wielding thugs. Meanwhile, Song Hui and Zhu Jinxin seized the opportunity, deftly incapacitating 2 nearby assailants with swift kicks, their firearms firmly in hand, rendering the adversaries too intimidated to make a move. Once assured that the threat had been around and all opponents subdued, Xie Tian and Lu Mu herded the remaining assailants to the center of the road. Song Hui and his companions maintained a watchful distance, ensuring that even the slightest actions of the captured were under their vigilant control. Xie Tian seethed with indignation. Nothing irked him more than the scum who preyed upon their own kind in such dire times. Recognizing the malevolence of their assailants, he surmised that their proficiency in ambush suggested this was not their first transgression. He approached the groaning figure of Chang, who lay on the ground, and discharged 2 shots that struck his kneecaps, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from the wretched man, who soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 38. Scum among men you lot. Find a way to staunch your leader's bleeding. If he perishes, I shall ensure you accompany him to the grave. Although Xie Tian typically exuded an air of scholarly demeanor, when provoked, he was utterly ruthless. The 2 gunshots he fired earlier had left the underlings petrified with terror. The few individuals surrounding Chang hurriedly rushed forward, fumbling in their attempt to stem their leader's blood loss. Xie Tian then placed a fierce boot upon Han Wencai's abdomen, observing the agony that made him cry out. He leveled his gun at him and warned, "Emit another sound, and I shall end you. Your leader has tasked you with boarding that vehicle. You must possess a weapon." "Yes?" Xie Tian demanded, delivering another swift kick. "I do." Han Wencai, disregarding his pain, hurriedly replied, "It's at my waist." Xie Tian reached down and extracted a Type 54 pistol from his belt, promptly securing it in his own waistband. Song Hui issued another command for everyone to huddle closely together, heads down, crouching on the ground, including the bewildered Han Wenxuan. The situation was now firmly under control. Xie Tian turned to Han Wakai and inquired, "How many of you are there?" "Just us." Han Wakai replied with difficulty. "Just you?" Xie Tian retorted angrily. "If I hear a different number from someone else, I shall break your legs first." In a panic, Han Wakai amended his statement. "There are more. There are about a dozen in the village. Aside from a few brothers, the rest are women." At this moment, Lumu stepped forward and viciously stomped on Han Wencai's calf, the sound of breaking bones resonating in the air. Lumu then demanded, "How many people are there in the village? How many weapons? What supplies do you have? Where did the women come from? Provide me with a full account." Lumu's brutality terrified Han Wenkai to the point of urination. He stammered, "There are 4 brothers, no guns, only knives, and several hundred pounds of food and other supplies. The women were all taken by force, excluding Li Xiaohe. There are 8 more in the village. Who is Li Xiaohe?" Han Wenkai struggled to point at the girl he had previously introduced as Han Wenchuan and said, "She is Li Xiaohe." Thus, Xie Tian and his companions gleaned the entirety of the situation from Han Wenkai. Despite their harrowing experiences in the apocalypse, they were utterly appalled by the depravity exhibited by these miscreants. The leader, known as Du Chong, was once the notorious gang leader of a small city in the south, wielding considerable influence. At the onset of the chaos, he had led a handful of surviving lackeys, armed and ready, slaughtering and pillaging their way to Xiaoying village, where Han Wenkai was among his subordinates. Previously, a military force had stationed in Xiaoying village for a time, thoroughly cleansing it of zombies. As this village was a vital thoroughfare for those journeying north, with the road cutting directly through the center, the military intended to establish a small safe zone here, serving as a supply station for refugees heading north. However, due to orders from superiors, all troops were redeployed to the north, leaving Xiaoying village a true vacuum devoid of the undead. When Duchang arrived in Xiaoying village with a dozen of his underlings, nearly 100 refugees had already sought temporary refuge there. Duchang, emboldened by his numbers and armed might, established himself as the tyrant of the village. Gradually, all the villagers found themselves compelled to obey his commands, lest they face the grim fate of being slain and discarded into the river. In this apocalyptic landscape, where weapons were no longer regulated, procuring them proved exceedingly difficult amidst a dire scarcity of food. The unarmed refugees, unable to mount any resistance and enduring unbearable oppression, began to flee Xiaoying village. Consequently, Duchang and his subordinates made this place their stronghold, continuously pillaging and robbing the fleeing convoys that passed through. This duplicitous scheme of deception and murder had persisted for nearly a month. According to Han Wenkai, the number of victims who fell to Du Chang's hand during this time had exceeded 20, and the total count of those killed was conservatively estimated to surpass 50. Furthermore, during the numerous robberies, any woman of pleasing appearance encountered was forcibly brought into the village, subjected to confinement, and reduced to mere playthings for Du Chang and his gang. Du Chang was acutely aware of the sins he had accumulated in this place. Should the fleeing refugees reach the safe zone, they would undoubtedly report his misdeeds to the liberating army. Thus, he hesitated to venture towards the military-controlled safe area and resolved to continue his plundering until he had amassed sufficient supplies to march north to Yanjing. After all, the distance from here to Yanjing was nearly 2,000 kilometers, and in this era devoid of normal communication, he believed that upon reaching Yanjing, he would no longer have to fear exposure of his past misdeeds. Xie Tian could hardly fathom the extent of such heinous tyranny, seething with indignation. These individuals presumed that the machinery of the state had ceased to function in the south, allowing them to act with impunity. Surviving through the slaughter of humanity, an unthinkable reality in times of peace, now laid bare before him in bloody detail. Song Hui, equally incensed, demanded immediate execution of Du Chang to rid the people of this menace, but Xie Tian restrained him. With a chilling gaze, he surveyed the group and coldly declared, "A mere execution would be too lenient. We shall wait until dawn to deal with them properly." Song Hui swiftly organized everyone into their respective roles. Along with Lu Mu and Ma Jiqing, stood guard over the group, while Zhu Jinxi, wielding a 95-1 assault rifle, took position atop the truck, its headlights illuminating the gathered individuals, forbidding any movement. He then turned to Xie Tian and remarked, "The situation here is somewhat gruesome. Perhaps we should allow Miss Zhao to rest in the back of the truck for a while." Xie Tian nodded in agreement, gently taking the somewhat dazed Zhao Zai by the hand, saying, "You should go rest on the truck. There is a comfortable mattress there. You and Yu Fei can enjoy a good sleep." Zhao Zai followed Xie Tian obediently as he led her to the rear of the truck. He opened the iron door welded onto the back, assisting Zhao Zai inside. Afterward, Xie Tian opened the door to the driver's cabin and looked at the curled-up figure of Xie Yufei on the bunk, asking, "Yu Fei, are you all right?" Xie Yufei shook her head and said softly, "I have grown accustomed to it. We have encountered such malevolent individuals before. They even murdered 2 of my relatives before my very eyes. However, my benefactor avenged them all, and from that moment, I understood that succumbing to fear is futile. One must strive to become strong. As a woman, perhaps my physical prowess is limited, but I must first cultivate strength within my heart." Xie Tian regarded her with admiration and remarked, "I owe you a great debt. Your timely horn blast truly diverted their attention, allowing us to effortlessly turn the tide of the situation. Xie Yufei blushed slightly and replied, I was resting on the bunk when I sensed something amiss outside. I crouched behind the driver's seat, and since it was dark, they did not see me, assuming the vehicle was empty. Xie Tian nodded and said, We will not depart tonight. Please go to the back and rest with Xiaoyu. She is far more fragile than you. I need you to look after her. Agreeing. Xie Yufei rose and climbed into the rear compartment. Xie Tian retrieved 2 large padlocks he had found in the mine and handed them to her, saying, You too should sleep. If you feel uneasy, lock the iron door from the inside, and I will cover you with the tarpaulin. His intention was merely to provide the 2 women with a sense of security. In his youth, he had feared the dark and believed in ghostly tales. Locking the door and enveloping himself in the blankets brought him a semblance of peace. Xie Yufei nodded gently while Zhao Zai, seated on the mattress, looked up at Xie Tian, wanting to say something, but ultimately refraining. Xie Tian emerged, secured the door, and tightly covered the tarpaulin before leaping onto the roof of the driver's cabin to share a cigarette with Zhu Jinxie, who was on guard. It seemed they would have to endure a long night. Zhu Jinxie sighed in resignation, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, his face a portrait of despondency. Xie Tian nodded, sharing the same sense of despair. Having harbored hatred and vented his frustrations, what lingered now was a profound concern for the state of the world. Humanity had degraded to a point where it resembled something less than human, even inferior to zombies, who at least never turned on their own kind. On this journey, he pondered how many more heart-wrenching events awaited them. Chapter 39, Rescue Zhu Jinxin, Song Hui. And Lumu took turns guarding through the early hours of the night while Xie Xiaofei seized the opportunity to replace a tire on the rear eight. After a few hours of rest, Xie Tian took over from Zhu Jinxin and Song Hui for the latter half of the night. Lumu, however, remained his spirits were exuberantly high, having consumed an entire pack of cigarettes, vigilantly watching over the dozen scoundrels and a woman. The young man struck in the abdomen by Xie Tian had already succumbed to his injuries earlier in the night. Xie Tian observed the corpse with a dispassionate calm. This was not his first act of killing, nor was it the first time he had dispatched someone deserving of such a fate. He felt an insatiable urge to eliminate more of such wretches, believing that through their demise, he could inadvertently salvage the lives of more innocent souls, inherently good at heart. As the night wore on, the young man who had initially attempted to examine Lu Mu's condition also met his end, bleeding out. Du Chong, however, survived. His wound had been hastily bandaged and, lacking a critical hit to a vital area or artery, he remained in a state of unconsciousness until dawn. As Zhu Jinxin and Song Hui awoke from their restless slumber, the group convened to reach a consensus regarding the fate of their captives. Xie Tian was not a soldier, nor had he been an enforcer of the law prior to the apocalypse. His perspective aligned more with the grim realities of their new world, advocating for the execution of all captured foes. To him, these malevolent individuals, stained with the blood of their compatriots, were beyond redemption. In a world devoid of law, their deaths would not incite any punishment. Conversely, Song Hui opposed such a brutal course of action. Lumu suggested amputating their hands to prevent them from committing further atrocities. Xie Tian could not help but commend him, exclaiming, in these extraordinary times, severing hands guarantees death, and a more agonizing demise at that. Old Lu, you were even more ruthless than I. The discussion soon descended into a quandary. Neither execution nor release seemed appropriate, and taking them along on their journey was out of the question. It felt as though every option was fraught with complications. Should we not rescue the village girls? Additionally, we must swiftly deal with their comrades in the village, Xie Tian suddenly proposed. The other 4 exchanged glances, realizing they had overlooked this critical matter. Xie Tian turned to Han Wenkai, inquiring, Where have you imprisoned those women? In the village committee, Han Wenkai replied, Weary from a night of vigilance. Given that you have been absent for so long, might others grow suspicious? We've been away all night for the ambush, returning only at dawn, so they would not suspect us. Furthermore, the place where the women are confined has been fortified. They are unlikely to be overly alert. Han Wenkai hesitated, then timidly added, Brother, may I speak candidly without inciting your ire? Speak. Han Wenkai stammered, Typically, it is those who have distinguished themselves in prior operations who are permitted to remain behind to guard the home. Those left to keep watch possess a certain privilege. Which is, that is. What is it? Speak quickly. Han Wenkai hurriedly said, So, the women we captured can be played with all night long. Xie Tian suddenly pondered a question and turned to ask Song Hui and the others, Could the gunfire be heard in the village last night? No, it couldn't. Song Hui replied with certainty, shaking his head. The village is several kilometers away, and there was little wind last night, so the gunfire wouldn't carry that far north. That's good. Xie Tian nodded and inquired, Who will accompany me to take a look? I will go, Lumu immediately replied, then turned to Song Hui, saying, "Boss, I will take Xie Tian and this Han Wenkai with the Land Rover." After a moment of contemplation, Song Hui nodded, saying, "Try not to kill anyone." Understood. Lu Mu casually agreed, waving to Xie Tian, "Let's go." Xie Tian moved the van blocking the bridge aside and dragged the injured Han Wenkai into the Land Rover. Under Han Wencai's guidance, the vehicle began its journey to Xiaoying village. Throughout the ride, Lu Mu remained silent, only occasionally brandishing his 92-style pistol with a... Xie Tian thought to himself that Lu Mu was much more in tune with his temperament than Song Hui, who was always fixated on rules and constraints, imposing too many limitations on himself. Before long, Xiaoying village came into view. Han Wenkai spoke up, "Follow this road into the village." The village committee is on the west side, with a large courtyard that's easily visible. Xie Tian nodded, suspecting that Han Wenkai would not dare play any tricks at this moment. Upon entering the village, Xie Tian slowed the vehicle, striving to minimize noise. In front of a small courtyard marked by a sign for the Xiaoying village committee, he halted the car, quietly dragged Han Wenkai out, and whispered, "Which room? Let us there." Although Han Wenkai had a broken leg, he understood the gravity of the situation and nodded cautiously, laboriously making his way into the courtyard. He pointed to a meeting room on the west side, saying, "The ones left behind are sleeping in here." Lu Mu glanced at the wooden door, deeming it no challenge, and signaled to Xie Tian. He stealthily approached, placing his hand behind his back, using his fingers to count down, 3, 2, 1, and with a loud crash, kicked the door open. Inside, Lu Mu discovered a row of makeshift beds, where 4 men and 4 women lay naked. However, the women's hands were tied behind their backs. Xie Tian, following closely behind, was not. Lu Mu bellowed, and the 3 individuals promptly complied. They pushed the 3 bare men into the courtyard. One of them, raising his head, spotted Han Wenkai lurking nearby and shouted angrily, "Damn you, Han Wenkai! How dare you betray us?" Lu Mu stepped forward, seized his hair, and pressed the barrel of his gun against the left side of his jaw. With a pull of the trigger, a bullet pierced through his face, leaving 2 gaping wounds, eliciting a pain scream from the man. "If anyone utters another word of nonsense, I shall obliterate your throat." At this, the 3 men dared not move. Lu Mu glanced at Xie Tian and said, "Xie Tian, the women inside are entrusted to you." "Entrusted to me?" Xie Tian felt a bit dazed. Although he harbored no improper intentions toward these women, anyone confronted with such a scene would likely experience some physiological response. Gritting his teeth, Xie Tian entered the room and addressed the 4 naked women huddled together. We are here to rescue you. Please put on your clothes." Upon hearing they were to be rescued, the 4 girls visibly relaxed, even clustering together and weeping uncontrollably. One girl, of a similar age to Xie Tian and somewhat attractive, blushed and said, "Big brother, our hands are tied." Xie Tian scratched his head. He was not a paragon of virtue, but since he was there to save them, he felt compelled to adopt a heroic demeanor. He diligently refrained from gazing at the women's vulnerable bodies, but now it was unavoidable. He had to untie them first. With a sense of resolve, he stepped forward and freed the girl whose hands were bound behind her back. "You help the others with their ropes and quickly get dressed," he instructed her. The girl nodded, swiftly grabbing a towel to wrap around herself before rushing to assist the others. Xie Tian exited the room and inquired of the 3 men under Lu Mu's watch, "What about the 4 other women? Help?" Before the 3 could respond, cries for help echoed from a fortified room across the way. Xie Tian dashed forward, delivering a powerful kick to the reinforced door, which flew open, and 4 women rushed out. Upon seeing that the villains who had tormented them were subdued, they embraced each other in a fit of tears. The earlier 4 women also emerged, clad in tattered clothing. Lu Mu turned to Xie Tian and asked, "What should we do with these 3? Xie Tian replied, "You stay here. I'll drive back to fetch them. Otherwise, we won't have enough vehicles." Chapter 40. Disposal. Leaving Lu Mu to guard the location alone, Xie Tian drove back to the bridge in his Land Rover. Song Hui remained uncertain about how to deal with the group of individuals. Xie Tian suggested that they escort these people to the village committee, where a decision could be made in due course. At this moment, 3 of those shot the previous night had succumbed to their injuries, while the others were carrying the unconscious Du Chong, trudging back to the village committee of Xiaoying village under the escort of the convoy. During their return, some attempted to flee, but the warning shots fired by Zhu Jinxin extinguished any thoughts of escape, compelling everyone to obediently follow back to the village committee. On the concrete ground of the village committee, 15 individuals huddled together in fear, while the unconscious Du Chong lay beneath the flagpole, motionless yet still exhibiting the rise and fall of his chest, indicating that this notorious criminal had not yet breathed his last. Those restrained began to exhibit signs of panic. Some knelt in supplication, insisting they had not taken a life and pleading for mercy, while others claimed they were coerced, displaying profound remorse. Xie Tian leaned close to Song Hui's ear and whispered, "Old Song, these individuals are a menace. They should all be executed." A flicker of hesitation crossed Song Hui's face, but he recalled how his previous moment of compassion had nearly allowed Han Wenkai Xie Tian delivered a sharp kick to Du Chang, coldly inquiring, "What do you have to say?" Du Chang, having lost the fierce tenacity he once possessed, was now engulfed in profound regret, lamenting his careless entanglement with such formidable adversaries. The long-standing restrictions imposed by the state on weaponry had rendered even the simplest of tools, such as machetes, valuable commodities following the onset of the Great Exodus. Firearms, particularly handguns, were utterly unattainable for the average individual. Thus, emboldened by his possession of a gun, he had brazenly engaged in banditry within the small village without ever encountering peril, until now, when he found himself gravely mistaken. "Brother, I will surrender all my supplies to you. I beseech you to spare my life," Du Chang implored, nearly in a state of desperation. Xie Tian scoffed and replied, "Even if you perish, we shall still seize your supplies. Do you truly believe they belong to you? Even your life does not belong to you." Du Chang wore a face ashen with despair, while Lu Mu beside him scoffed, saying, "To shoot him dead would be too merciful." "Indeed," Xie Tian nodded, casting a glance around him. Soon, his eyes fell upon the iron pipe flagpole that leaned against Du Chang. The national flag atop the flagpole continued to flutter, its blood-red hue dancing in the wind. Xie Tian gently lowered the flag, folding it with care. He then tested the strength of the fine steel wire, dragging the immobile Du Chang closer and securing the wire around his neck. Lu Mu had already grasped Xie Tian's intentions and gave him a thumbs up. While Song Hui remained silent, and Zhu Jinqi wore a smile, seemingly in full support of Xie Tian's actions. Du Chang struggled futilely against his restraints, his weakened body akin to that of an ant before Xie Tian, unable to stir even the slightest commotion. Terror and despair contorted his features. Had there been a mirror, he would have recognized the haunting expression reflected back at him, one he had often seen on the faces of those he had wronged. Now, however, the tides had turned. Du Chang's subordinates, kneeling in abject fear, appeared even more hopeless than their leader, some so frightened that they had soiled themselves. The flagpole, constructed from iron tubing and as thick as a human arm, stood over 3 meters tall, more than capable of bearing Du Chang's weight. Xie Tian, possessing immense strength, tugged forcefully on the other end of the steel wire, causing the pulley at the top of the flagpole to spin and lifting Du Chang's limp body off the ground. Clutching desperately at the wire around his neck, Du Chang found himself powerless against Xie Tian's might. With a renewed forceful pull, Xie Tian hoisted Du Chang higher until his feet were nearly a meter above the ground, at which point he secured the wire tightly to the flagpole's base. The slender yet sturdy steel wire, coupled with Du Chang's weight exerting downward pressure, swiftly severed the flesh and windpipe around his neck, catching upon the bone of his chin. Blood spurted forth, and in mere moments, he was lifelessly suspended. This shocking scene elicited a mix of reactions. Aside from Du Chang's terrified subordinates, the rest could hardly conceal their exhilaration. With Du Chang dead, Lu Mu intended to execute the remaining henchmen, but Xie Tian intervened, suggesting, "Let us confine these individuals for now. We cannot depart just yet. We should rest here a while and assess what resources Du Chang had, and we can deal with them when we are ready to leave." Lu Mu nodded in agreement, offering a sheepish grin. "You're right, we can't leave today. Having a dozen corpses nearby would be quite unsettling come nightfall." Subsequently, they confined all of Du Chang's men, whether dead or alive, into the very room where they had previously held the women, discarding Du Chang's body among them. Xie Tian and Lu Mu then reinforced the doors and windows, ensuring that none would escape. As for Li Xiaohe, who had earlier deceived everyone alongside Han Wenkai, the other 8 women readily testified that her involvement in the robbery was coerced, leading Xie Tian and his allies to spare her from any further difficulties. Upon realizing that Xie Tian and the others no longer held her accountable, Li Xiaohe was about to kneel and express her gratitude when Xie Tian swiftly restrained her. He gazed at her and remarked, "Your previous actions were merely a means of survival. Without your involvement, they would still seize what they desire and take lives as they see fit. Do not burden yourself with guilt any longer." "Thank you all," Li Xiaohe nodded through tears. Yet her expression betrayed a lingering sense of self-reproach. The other women approached to console her, but their attempts only resulted in a collective outburst of tears among the 9 of them. Understanding that words of comfort would be futile, Xie Tian decided to let them weep and release their emotions, and he quietly moved away. However, he noticed that Xie Yufei remained rooted in place, seemingly lost in thought. He approached her and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, inquiring, "Yufei, are you all right?" Xie Yufei shook her head lightly, and soon after, she lifted her gaze to Xie Tian with an intense fervor in her eyes, stating, "Xie Tian, could you possibly grant me a firearm?" Xie Tian was taken aback and asked in astonishment, "What has prompted this sudden request? What do you need a gun for?" Xie Yufei responded earnestly, "I do not wish to be a mere follower of fate. I desire to take control of my own destiny. I refuse to rely on the assistance and protection of others to survive. I want to safeguard myself and, like you all, strive to rescue and aid others." Seeing the unwavering seriousness in her demeanor, Xie Tian began to comprehend her intentions. Ever since the onset of the apocalypse, Xie Yufei had encountered countless adversities. And witnessing the current situation, her desire for self-defense was entirely understandable. Xie Tian nodded in acknowledgement, offering words of reassurance to Xie Yufei before seeking out Song Hui. He approached him and said, "Old Song, do you think you can spare some time to teach the others in our group about firearms?" After a moment's hesitation, Song Hui agreed, "That sounds reasonable. We have recently confiscated 5 handguns from Du Chong and his group. We can distribute them for self-defense." He then added, "By the way, what are your thoughts on old Zhang and his crew? Can we trust them completely? Handing them firearms might lead to complications." Xie Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not consider old Zhang's side for now. My people here can be trusted. Perhaps you could briefly explain the usage of firearms to them later." Song Hui nodded. "All right, I will provide them with an overview of the essential principles and precautions regarding firearms." As they prepared to gather supplies, the grateful Li Xiaohe took the initiative to lead Xie Tian and the others to the storage location of Du Chong's supplies, which was situated in a storeroom behind the village committee. After a thorough inventory, they discovered the following usable provisions: over 100 rounds of ammunition, more than 500 pounds of rice, various meat products that had not yet reached their expiration dates, including canned goods, luncheon meat, ham, roasted chicken, and duck, totaling over 200 pounds. Additionally, there were over 40 pounds of canned fruits and vegetables, several large barrels of gasoline, conservatively estimated to be nearly 1,000 liters, and an assortment of various living and daily necessities. With such an abundance of food, it seemed that Xie Tian and his group would not need to worry about sustenance for a considerable time to come. Almost every household here possesses a well, all of which are sealed and have remained uncontaminated, as there is no electricity to pump the water. Du Chang and his companions pried open several wells and have been relying on well water for sustenance. Everyone has been consuming this water without encountering any issues. Li Xiaohe's words filled the crowd with immense joy. In the countryside, where tap water is absent, every family has drilled wells, leading to an abundant water supply. In addition to these resources, Du Chang and his group have also commandeered numerous vehicles, all gathered in the playground of the village primary school. Xie Tian conducted an inventory and found that there were 11 intact vehicles, including 2 BMW X5s, 1 Mercedes-Benz ML350, 1 Volkswagen CC, along with a Hyundai Sonata, a Honda Accord, and a Wuling van. In this post-apocalyptic world, vehicles have become nearly worthless, and many of these are impractical. Although the X5 and ML350 are both SUVs, they pale in comparison to Song Hui's top-tier Land Rover. When it comes to off-road capabilities, they may not even rival the Pajero. The only somewhat functional vehicle is an old 17-seater Iveco Daily.